Fever Dream by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child, Volume 2. St. Francisville, Louisiana. Painstakingly, Morris Blackletter, Ph.D., fitted the servo mechanism to the rear wheel assembly. He checked it again, then plugged the USB cable from the guidance control unit into his laptop and ran a diagnostic. It checked out. He wrote a simple 4-line program, downloaded it into the control unit, and gave the execute command. The little robot, a rather ugly confabulation of processors, motors, and sensory inputs, set atop fat rubber wheels, engaged its forward motor, rolled across the floor for exactly 5 seconds, then stopped abruptly. Blackletter felt a flush of triumph, all out of proportion with the achievement. Throughout his vacation, staring at English cathedrals, sitting in dimly lit pubs, he'd been anticipating this moment. Years ago, Blackletter had read a study explaining how retired people frequently acquired interests diametrically different from the work that had occupied their professional lives. That, he thought ruefully, was certainly the case with him. All those years in the health profession, first at Doctors with Wings, later at a succession of pharmaceutical and medical research labs, he had been obsessed with the human body, how it worked, what made it fail, how to keep it healthy or cure its ills. And now here he was, toying with robots, the antithesis of flesh and blood. When they burned out, you just threw them away and ordered another. No grief, no death. How different it was from those years he had spent in third world countries, parched and mosquito-bitten, threatened by guerrilla fighters, and harassed by corruption. Sometimes sick himself working to contain epidemics. He had saved hundreds, maybe thousands of lives. But so many others had died, it hadn't been his fault, of course. But then there was the other thing. The thing he tried never to think about. That, more than anything, was what caused him to flee flesh and blood for the contentment of plastic and silicon. Here he was, thinking about it again. He shook his head as if to rid himself of the terrible guilt of it and glanced back at the robot. Slowly, the guilt drained away. What was done, and his motives had always been pure. A smile settled over his features. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The robot's audio sensor took note, and it swiveled toward the sound. "Robo want a cracker?" it croaked in a metallic, disembodied voice. Feeling absurdly pleased, Blackletter rose to his feet and walked from his den to the kitchen for one last cup of tea before calling it a night. He suddenly paused, hand on the teapot, listening. There it came again, the creak of a board. Slowly, Blackletter set the pot back on the counter. Was it the wind? But no, it was a quiet, windless night. Somebody in the street, perhaps? The sound was too close, too clear for that. Perhaps it was all in his mind. Minds had a tendency to do that, he knew. The absence of real auditory stimuli frequently encouraged the brain to supply its own. He'd been puttering about in his den for hours, and another creak. This time Blackletter knew for certain the sound had come from inside the house. "Who's that?" he called out. The creaking stopped. Was it a burglar? Unlikely. There were far larger, grander houses on the street than his. Who then? The creaking resumed, regular, deliberate, and now he could tell where it was coming from. The living room at the front of the house. He glanced toward the phone, saw the empty cradle. Damn these cordless phones. Where had he left the handset? Of course it was in the den, on the table by the laptop. He walked quickly back into the room, plucked the telephone from the wooden surface. Then he froze. Somebody was in the hall just beyond. A tall man in a long trench coat stepped forward from the darkness. "What are you doing in my house?" he demanded. "What do you want?" The intruder did not speak. Instead, he pulled back his coat, revealing the twin barrels of a sawed-off shotgun. The buttstock was of a heavy black wood, carved in paisley rosettes, and the bluing of the barrels gleamed faintly in the light of the den. Blackletter found that he was unable to take his eyes from the weapon. He took a step back. "Wait," he began. "Donna, you're making a mistake. We can talk." The weapon swiveled upward. There was a tremendous boom as both barrels fired, almost simultaneously. Blackletter was flung backward, impacting the far wall with a shattering crash, then slumping to the ground. Framed pictures and knickknacks rained down around him from little wooden shelves. The front door was already closing. The robot, its audio sensors alerted, swiveled toward the motionless form of its builder. "Robo want a cracker," it said, the tinny voice muffled by the blood now coating its miniature speaker. "Robo want a cracker." Balmy lum. Port Allen, Louisiana. The following day was as de Aroca and rainy as the previous day had been pleasant. That was just fine with D'Agosta. There would be fewer customers to deal with at the donut shop. He had deep misgivings about this whole scheme of Pendergast. Pendergast, behind the wheel of the Rolls, took the Port Allen exit from I-10, the wheels hissing on the wet asphalt. D'Agosta sat beside him, turning the pages of the New Orleans Star-Picayune. "More don't see why we couldn't do this at night," he said. "The establishment has a burglar alarm, and the noise would be more apparent. You better do the talking." "Mort have a feeling my Queen's accent would go down well in these parts." "An excellent point, Vincent." D'Agosta noticed Pendergast glancing once again in the rearview mirror. "We got company?" he asked. Pendergast merely smiled in return. Rather than his habitual black suit, he was wearing a plaid work shirt and denims. Instead of resembling an undertaker, he now looked like a gravedigger. D'Agosta turned another page, paused at an article headlined "Retired Scientist Murdered in Home." "Hey, Pendergast," he said after scanning the opening paragraphs. "Look at this. That guy you wanted to talk to. Morris Blackletter, Helen's old boss, was just found murdered in his house." "Murdered? How?" "Shotgunned." "Do the police suspect a robbery gone wrong?" "The article doesn't say." "He must have just returned from his vacation. A great pity we didn't get to him earlier. He could have been rather useful. Somebody else got to him first, and Mort can guess who that somebody was." D'Agosta shook his head. "Maybe we should go back to Florida and sweat blast." Pendergast turned onto Court Street, heading for downtown and the river perhaps, but might find Blastus' motive to be obscure. Not at all. Helen might have told Blackletter about Blast threatening her. D'Agosta folded the paper, shoved it between the seat and the center pedestal. "We talked to Blast, and the following night Blackletter is killed. You the one who does to buy coincidences." Pendergast looked thoughtful, but instead of replying, he turned off Court Street and nosed the Rolls into a parking lot a block short of their destination. They stepped out into the drizzle, and Pendergast opened the trunk. He passed D'Agosta a yellow construction helmet and a large canvas workbag. He took out another helmet, which he fitted onto his head. Lastly, he pulled out a heavy tool belt from which dangled an assortment of flashlights, measuring tapes, wire cutters, and other equipment, and buckled it around his waist. "Shall we?" he said. Pappy Estonette Hole was quiet. Two plump girls stood behind the counter while a lone customer ordered a dozen double chocolate Fatones. Pendergast waited until the customer paid and left, then stepped forward, construction belt jangling. "Manager around?" he said in a demanding voice, his southern accent sinking about 5 notches in refinement. One of the girls wordlessly turned and went into the back. A minute later, she returned with a middle-aged man. His thick forearms were coated in blonde hair, and he was sweating despite the cool of the day. "Yeah," he said, wiping flour onto an apron already heavy with grease and donut batter. "You read the manager." "Yeah." Pendergast reached into the back pocket of his denims, brought out an ID billfold. "We read from the Buildings Department, Code Enforcement Division. My name's Sass Addison, and my partner here is Steele." The man scrutinized the ID Pendergast had doctored up the night before, then grunted. "So what do you want?" Pendergast put away the billfold and pulled out a few stapled sheets of official-looking paper. "Our office has been conducting an audit of the construction and permits records of buildings in the general vicinity, and we've found several of them, including yours, that have problems. Big problems." The man looked at the outstretched sheets, frowning. "What kind of problems?" "Irregularities in the permitting process. Structural issues." "That can it be," he said. "We get our inspections regular, just like the food and sanitation." "We're not food inspectors," Pendergast interrupted sarcastically. "The records show this structure was built without the proper permits." "Hold on now, we've been here a dozen years. Just why do you think the audit was ordered?" Pendergast said, still waving the sheets of paper in the man's sweaty face. "There've been irregularities, allegations of corruption." "Hey, Mort met not the guy you need to talk to about that. The franchise office handles—" "You the guy who is here now." Pendergast leaned forward. "We need to get down into that basement and see just how bad the situation is." Pendergast stuffed the papers back into the pocket of his shirt and mote mean now. "You want to see the basement? Be my guest. the manager said, sweating profusely. "It ain't my fault if there's a problem with just work here." "Very well, let's get going. Joni here will take you down while Mary Kate attends to the customers." "Oh no," Pendergast interrupted again. "Oh no customers. Not until we redone." "No customers?" the man repeated. Moat met trying to run a donut shop here. Pendergast bent closer now. "This is a dangerous, maybe life-threatening situation. Our analysis shows the building is unsound. You are required to close your doors to the public until we have completed our check of the foundation and the load-bearing members." "No," the manager said, his frown deepening. "Moat met, gonna have to call the main office. We've never closed during business hours before, and my franchise contract states—" "You don't know. We aren't going to waste time while you call up every Tom, Dick, and Harry you've a mind to." Pendergast leaned in even closer. "Why exactly are you stalling? Do you know what would happen if the floor collapsed under a customer while he was eating a box of here?" Pendergast paused to glance at the menu posted above the counter. "Chocolate banana double cream glazed fatones." Silently, the man shook his head. "You to be charged? Personally, criminal negligence, manslaughter in the second degree, maybe even in the first degree." The manager took a step backward. He gulped for air, fresh sweat popping on his brow. Pendergast let a strained silence build. "Tell you what Mot Luglung do," he said with sudden magnanimity. "While you put up the closed sign, Mr. Steele and Mott will make a quick visual inspection downstairs. If the situation is less grave than we've been led to believe, business can resume while we complete our site report." The man's face broke out in unexpected relief. He turned to his employees. "Mary Kate, we were closing up for a few minutes. Joni, show these men to the basement." Pendergast and D'Agosta followed Joni through the kitchen past a pantry and restroom to an unmarked door. Beyond, a steep concrete stairway led down into darkness. The girl switched on the light, revealing a graveyard of old equipment, professional stand mixers, and industrial-strength deep-fat fryers, apparently all awaiting repair. The basement itself was clearly very old, with facing walls of undressed stone, roughly mortared. The other two walls were made of brick. These, though apparently even older, were much more carefully fitted together. A number of plastic garbage bins lined the floor by the stairway, and untidy heaps of tarps and plastic sheeting lay, apparently forgotten, in a corner. Pendergast turned. "Thank you, Joni. We'll work alone. Please shut the door on your way out." The girl nodded and retreated up the stairs. Pendergast walked over to one of the brick walls. "Vincent," he said, resuming his usual voice, "unless I'm much mistaken, about 12 feet beyond this lies another wall, that of Arne Torgenson's basement, and in between we should find a section of the old aqueduct, in which perhaps the good doctor has hidden something." D'Agosta dropped the tool sack on the ground with a thump. "I figure we got 2 minutes, tops, before that jackass upstairs calls his boss and the shit hits the fan." "You employ such colorful expressions," Pendergast murmured, examining the brick wall with his loupe and rapping on it with a ball-peen hammer. "However, Moat think Moat can buy us some more time." "Oh yeah? How?" Moat met afraid. Moat must inform our managerial friend that the situation is even more dire than we first thought. Not only must the shop be closed to customers, the workers themselves must vacate the premises until we complete our inspection. Pendergast's light tread up the stairs receded quickly into silence. Agosta waited in the cool, dry darkness. After a moment, an eruption of noise sounded from above. A protest, raised voices. Almost as quickly as it started, the noise ceased. Pendergast reappeared on the landing. Carefully closing and locking the door behind him, he descended the stairs and walked over to the bag of tools. Reaching into it, he pulled out a short-handled sledgehammer and handed it to D'Agosta. "Vincent," he said with a ghost of a smile, "might yield the floor to you." "Bamasau." As D'Agosta hefted the sledgehammer, Pendergast bent close to the ancient wall, rapping first on one stone, then another, all the while listening intently. The light was dim, and D'Agosta had to squint to see. After a few moments, the FBI agent gave a low grunt of satisfaction and straightened up. "Here," he said, pointing to a brick near the middle of the wall. D'Agosta came over, gave the sledgehammer a practice swing like a batter on deck. "Moat bought us 5 minutes," Pendergast said. 10 at most. By then our managerial friend will undoubtedly be back, and this time he may bring company." D'Agosta swung the sledgehammer at the wall. Though he missed the indicated spot by a few bricks, the iron impacted the wall with a blow that shivered its way through his hands and up his arms. A second blow struck truer, and a third. He set down the sledgehammer, wiped his hands on the back of his pants, got a better grip, and returned to work. Another dozen or so heavy blows, and Pendergast gestured for him to stop. D'Agosta stepped back, panting. The agent glided up, waving aside a pall of cement dust. Playing a flashlight over the wall, he rapped on the bricks again, one after another. They were coming loose. "Keep at it, Vincent." D'Agosta stepped forward again and gave the wall another series of solid blows. With the last came a crumbling sound, and one of the bricks shattered. Pendergast darted forward again, cold chisel in one hand and hammer in the other. He felt briefly along the sagging wall, then raised the hammer and applied several carefully placed strikes to the surrounding matrix of mortar and ancient concrete. Several more bricks were jarred loose, and Pendergast pried away others with his hands. Dropping the chisel and hammer, he played his flashlight over the wall. A hole was now visible, roughly the size of a beach ball. Pendergast thrust his head through it, aiming his flashlight this way and that. "What do you see?" asked D'Agosta. In response, Pendergast stepped away. "A few more, if you please," he said, indicating the sledgehammer. This time, D'Agosta aimed his blows all around the edges of the ragged hole, concentrating on its upper edge. Bricks, chips, and old plaster rained down. At last, Pendergast once again gave the signal to stop. D'Agosta did so gladly, heaving with the effort. From beyond the closed door at the top of the stairwell came a noise. The manager was coming back into the building. Pendergast again approached the yawning hole in the wall, and D'Agosta crowded up behind. Through the billows of dust, the beams of their flashlights revealed a shallow space beyond the broken stones. It was a chamber perhaps 12 feet wide and 4 feet deep. Abruptly, D'Agosta stopped breathing. His yellow beam had fallen on a flat wooden crate leaning against the far wall, reinforced on both sides by wooden struts. It was just about the size, D'Agosta thought, you'd expect a painting to be. There was nothing else visible through the pall of dust. The doorknob above them rattled. "Hey!" came the voice of the manager. It had regained much of its original aggressive character. "What the heck are you doing down there?" Pendergast glanced around rapidly. "Vincent," he said, turning and directing his beam to the pile of tarps and plastic sheets in the far corner. "Hurry." Nothing more needed to be said. D'Agosta rushed over to the pile, rummaging through it for a tarp of sufficient size, while Pendergast ducked through the newly made hole in the wall. "Moat Met coming down," the manager said, rattling the door. "Open this door." Pendergast dragged the crate from its hiding place. D'Agosta helped him maneuver it through the hole, and together they wrapped it in the plastic tarp. "Moff called the franchise office in New Orleans," came the manager's voice. "You could have just come in here and shut down the shop. This is the first time anyone has heard of these so-called inspections you're doing." D'Agosta grabbed one end of the crate, Pendergast the other, and they began ascending the stairs. D'Agosta could hear a key going into the lock. "Make way!" Pendergast bellowed, emerging from the cloud of dust into the dim basement light. The wooden box was in their arms, shrouded by the tarp. "Make way now!" The door flung open, and the red-faced manager stood blocking the door. "Just what the hell have you got there?" he demanded. "Evidence in a possible criminal case." They gained the landing. "Things are looking even worse for you than before." Mr. Pendergast peered at the manager's name tag. "Mr. Bona. Mort have only been manager here for 6 months. Mort was transferred from... You are the party of record. If there has been criminal activity here, and Mort am increasingly confident there has been, your name will be on the affidavit. Now, are you going to step aside, or do Mort have to add impeding an active investigation to the list of potential charges?" There was a brief moment of stasis. Then Bona stepped unwillingly to one side. Pendergast brushed past, cradling the tarp-covered crate, and D'Agosta followed quickly behind. "We must hurry," Pendergast said under his breath as they charged out the door. Already, the manager was making his way down into the basement, punching a number into a cell phone as he went. They ran down the street to the Rolls. Pendergast opened the trunk, and they put the crate inside, wrapped in its protective tarp. The hard hats followed along with D'Agosta's work bag. They slammed the trunk and climbed hurriedly into the front seat, Pendergast not even bothering to remove his tool belt. As Pendergast started the car, D'Agosta saw the manager emerging from the donut shop. The cell phone was still clamped in one hand. "Hey!" they heard him yelling from a block away. "Hey you! Stop!" Pendergast put the car in gear and jammed on the accelerator. The rolls shrieked through a U-turn and tore down the road in the direction of Court Street and the freeway. He glanced over at D'Agosta. "Well done, my dear Vincent," and this time his smile wasn't ghostly, it was genuine. Balmy Bay. They turned onto Alexander Drive, then took the on-ramp to I-10 and the Horace Wilkinson Bridge. D'Agosta sank back gratefully in his seat. The broad Mississippi rolled by beneath them, sullen-looking below the leaden sky. "You think that's it?" D'Agosta asked. "The black frame?" "Absolutely." From the bridge, they crossed into Baton Rouge proper. It was mid-afternoon, and the traffic was moderate. Curtains of rain beat against the windshield and drummed on the vehicle roof. One after another, the southbound cars fell smoothly behind them. They passed the I-12 interchange as D'Agosta stirred restlessly. He didn't want to get his hopes up. But maybe, just maybe, this meant he'd be seeing Laura Hayward sooner rather than later. He hadn't realized just how difficult this forced separation would be. Speaking to her every night helped, of course, but it was no substitute for. "Vincent," Pendergast said, "take a look in the rearview mirror, if you please." D'Agosta complied. At first, he saw nothing unusual in the procession of cars behind them, but then, when Pendergast changed lanes, he saw another car 4, maybe 5 back do the same. It was a late-model sedan, dark blue or black. It was hard to tell in the rain. Pendergast accelerated slightly, passed a few cars, then returned to his original lane. A minute or two later, the dark sedan did the same. "I see him," D'Agosta muttered. They continued for several minutes. The car stayed with them, hanging back, careful not to be too obvious. "You think that?" asked the manager, D'Agosta asked. "Bona?" Pendergast shook his head. "That fellow behind us has been tailing us since this morning. What are we going to do?" "Not going to wait until we reach the outskirts of the city. Then we shall see. Local roads might prove useful." They passed the Mall of Louisiana, several parks and country clubs. The cityscape gave way to suburban sprawl, and then ultimately to patches of rural lowlands. D'Agosta drew out his Glock, racked a round into the chamber. "Save that for a last resort," Pendergast said. "We can risk damage to the painting." "What about damage to us?" D'Agosta thought. He glanced in the rearview mirror, but it was impossible to see into the dark sedan. They were passing the Sorrento exit, the traffic thinning still further. "Are we going to box him in?" D'Agosta said. "Force his hand?" "My preference is to lose him," Pendergast said. "You'd be surprised what a vintage Rolls is capable of." "Yeah, right." Pendergast floored the accelerator and turned the wheel sharply right. The Rolls shot forward, remarkably responsive for such a large vehicle, then sliced across 2 lanes of traffic and careered down the exit ramp without reducing speed. D'Agosta lurched heavily into the passenger door. Glancing into the mirror again, he saw that their tail had followed suit, and cutting before a box truck was now shooting down the ramp after them. Reaching the bottom of the ramp, Pendergast blew past the stop sign and onto Route Jaime High, tires squealing as the rear of the vehicle fish tailed through a 120-degree arc. Expertly turning into the spin, Pendergast maneuvered into the proper lane, and then stamped on the gas again. They tore down the state road, blowing past a painter's van, a Buick, and a crawfish transport truck. Angry horns sounded behind them. Agosta glanced over his shoulder. The sedan was pacing them, abandoning any effort at concealment. "He is still coming," he said. Pendergast nodded. Accelerating further, they sped through a small commercial area, 3 blocks of farm implement stores and hardware shops, moving past in a blur. Up ahead, a set of lights marked the intersection of Route Jaime High with the airline highway. Several vehicles were moving across it now, brake lights rippling in a serried stream. They shot over a railroad track, the Rolls briefly airborne at the rise, and neared the crossing. As they did so, the light turned yellow, then red. "Christ," murmured D'Agosta, taking a tight grip on the handle of the passenger door. Flashing his lights and leaning on the horn, Pendergast found a lane between the cars ahead and the oncoming traffic. A fresh volley of honks sounded as they hurtled through the rain-slick crossing, barely missing an 18-wheeler that was nosing into the intersection. Pendergast had not taken his foot from the accelerator, and the needle was now trembling past 100. Maybe we should have to stop and confront the guy, said D'Agosta. Ask him who he's working for. How dull, and we know who he's working for. They whipped past one car, then another and another, the vehicles merely blurs of stationary color on the road. Now the traffic was all behind them, and the road ahead was empty. Houses, commercial buildings, and the occasional sad-looking feed or supply store fell away as they entered the swamplands. A stand of crepe trees, bleak sentinels under the gunmetal sky, whisked past in an instant. The windshield wipers beat their regular cadence against the glass. D'Agosta allowed his grip on the door handle to relax somewhat. He glanced over his shoulder again. All clear. No, it wasn't from among the vague outlines of vehicles behind them a single shape resolved itself. It was the dark sedan far behind, but coming up fast. Shit, D'Agosta said. He got through that intersection, tenacious bastard. We have what he wants, Pendergast said. Another reason we mustn't let him catch up to us. The road narrowed as they plunged deeper into the marshy lowlands. D'Agosta capete his gaze rearward while they negotiated a long, screaming turn. As the sedan dropped out of sight behind the curve in tall marsh grass, he felt the car decelerate. Now's our chance, he began. All of a sudden, the Rolls swerved violently to one side. Tumbled almost into the back of the car, D'Agosta fought to reseat himself. They had veered off the road onto a narrow dirt track that snaked into thick swamp. A dirty, dented sign read Desmeril Wildlife, area surface vehicles only. The car bucked fiercely from side to side as they tore down the muddy track. One moment, D'Agosta felt himself thrown against the door. The next, he was lifted bodily out of his seat, prevented from concussing himself against the roof only by the shoulder strap. Another minute of this, he thought grimly, and we Leglunk break both axles. He ventured another look in the rearview mirror, but the path was too sinuous to see more than 100 yards behind them. Ahead, the service path narrowed and forked. A much narrower and rougher footpath diverged from it and ran straight ahead alongside a bayou. A chain of steel links stretched across it, marked by the sign warning, "No vehicles past this point." Instead of slowing for the turn, Pendergast goosed the accelerator. "Hey, whoa!" D'Agosta cried as they headed straight for the footpath. "Jesus!" They broke through the chain with a sound like a rifle shot. A profusion of egrets, vultures, and wood ducks rose from the surrounding yellow-top fields and bald cypresses, honking and shrieking in protest. The big car lurched left then right, again and again, blurring D'Agosta's vision and making his teeth rattle in his skull. They plunged into a stand of umbrella grass, the big stems parting before them with a strange whack-whack. D'Agosta had been in some hair-raising car chases in his day, but nothing like this. The swamp grass had grown so thick and tall they could see only a few car lengths ahead of them. Yet instead of reducing speed, Pendergast reached over, and still without decelerating, switched on the headlights. D'Agosta hung on for dear life, afraid to tear his eyes from the view ahead even for a second. "Pendergast, slow down," he yelled. "We've lost him. For Chris' sake, slow—" And then, quite suddenly, they were out of the grass. The car went over a rise of earth, and they sailed quite literally into an open area on some high ground cut out of the deep swamp, a few gray outbuildings and fenced areas surrounded by pools. Only now, with the increased visibility and landmarks for orientation, did D'Agosta realize just how fast they'd have been going. A large weather-beaten billboard to one side read, "Gatorveals, USA. Chamfin Farm raised organic gators. Gator wrastlin' guided tours. Tannery on site skins tam feetin' up low prices. Gator meat by the pound. Clothed for the season." The rolls impacted the ground, bottoming out with a jarring force and hurtling forward. Pendergast suddenly braked the car, skidding across the dirt yard. D'Agosta's eyes swiveled from the sign to a rickety wooden building directly ahead, roofed in corrugated tin, its barn-like doors open. A sign in one window read "Processing Plant." He realized there was no way they could stop in time. The rolls slewed into the barn. A violent deceleration and semi-crash followed that smacked D'Agosta back against the leather seats, and then they were at rest. A huge cloud of dust rolled over them. As his vision slowly cleared, he saw the rolls had plowed into a stack of oversized plastic meat containers, tearing a dozen of them wide open. 3 brined, skinned alligator corpses were splayed across the hood and windshield, pale pink with long streaks of whitish fat. There was a moment of peculiar stasis. Pendergast gazed out of the windshield covered with rain, bits of swamp grass, Spanish moss, and reptile ordure, and then looked over at Agosta. "That reminds me," he said as the engine hissed and ticked. "One of these evenings we really must ask Maurice to make his alligator etouffee. His people come from the Atchafalaya Basin, you understand, and he has a wonderful recipe handed down in the family. Bamatam, Sarasota, Florida." The sky began to clear with the coming of evening, and soon glimmers of moonlight lay coquettishly upon the Gulf of Mexico, hiding between the restless rolls of incoming waves. Clouds, still swollen with rain, passed by quickly overhead. Combers of surf fell ceaselessly upon the beach, falling back in long withdrawing roars. John Woodhouse Blast heeded none of it. He paced back and forth restlessly, stopping now and then to check his watch. 10:30 already. What was the holdup? It should have been a simple job. Get in, take care of business, get out. The earlier call had implied things were on track, even ahead of schedule, more, in fact, than he dared to expect. But that had been 6 hours ago. And now, with his hopes raised, the wait seemed even more excruciating. He walked over to the wet bar, pawed down a crystal tumbler from its shelf, threw in a handful of ice cubes, and poured several fingers of scotch over them. He took a big gulp, exhaled, took a smaller, more measured sip. Then he walked over to his white leather sofa, put the glass onto an abalone coaster, prepared to sit down. The sudden ringing of the phone broke the listening silence, and he started violently. He wheeled toward the sound, almost knocking over the drink in his eagerness, and grabbed the handset. "Well," he said, his voice high and breathless in his own ears, "is it done?" There was nothing but silence on the other end. "Hello? You got shit in your ears, pal." Mutt said. "Is it done?" More silence, and then the line went dead. Blast stared at the phone. Just what the hell was this? A hardball play for more money? Well, he knew how to play that game. Any wise guy trying to bend his ass over a barrel was going to wish he'd never been born. He sat down on the sofa and took another drink. The greedy son of a bitch was waiting at the other end of the line, of course he was, just waiting for him to call back and offer more. Hell would freeze over first. Blast knew what jobs like these cost, and what's more, he knew how to hire other muscle, more experienced muscle, if certain sticky wheels needed regreasing. The doorbell rang. Blast allowed a smile to form on his face. He glanced at his Vekepateze hat again. 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes had passed since the phone call, so the son of a bitch wanted to talk, thought he was a real wise guy. He took another sip of his drink, settled back into the couch. The doorbell rang again. Blast put the drink slowly back on the coaster. It was the son of a bitch's turn to sweat now. Maybe he could even get the price down a little. It had happened before. The doorbell rang a third time, and now Blast pulled himself up, drew a finger across his narrow mustache, strode to the door, threw it open. He stepped back quickly in surprise. Standing in the doorway was not the slimy son of a bitch he'd expected, but a tall man with dark eyes and movie star looks. He wore a long black trench coat, its belt tied loosely around his waist. Blast realized he had made a serious mistake in opening the door. But before he could slam it shut, the man had stepped in and shut it himself. "Mr. Blast?" he said. "Who the hell are you?" Blast replied. Instead of answering, the man stepped forward again. The movement was so sudden, so decisive, that Blast found himself forced to take another step backward. Whimpering, the Pomeranians ran for the safety of the bedroom. The tall man looked him up and down, his eyes glittering with some strong emotion, anxiety, rage. Blast swallowed. He hadn't the faintest idea what this man wanted, but some inner sense of self-preservation, some sixth sense he had gained operating for years on the narrowest edge of lawfulness, told him he was in danger. "What do you want?" he asked. "My name is Esterhazy," the man replied. "Does the name ring a bell?" The name did ring a bell. A loud bell. That man Pendergast had mentioned it. Helen Esterhazy Pendergast. Never heard of it. With a sudden movement, the man named Esterhazy jerked the belt of his trench coat free. The coat fell aside, revealing a sawed-off shotgun. Blast fell back. Time slowed as adrenaline kicked in. He noticed with a kind of horrifying clarity that the buttstock was black wood, ornately carved. "Now wait," he said. "Look, whatever it is, we can work it out. Mort met a reasonable man. Tell me what you want." "My sister. What did you do to her?" "Nothing. We just talked." "Talked," the man smiled. What did you talk about? Nothing. Nothing important. Did that fellow Pendergast send you? Mut already told him all Mut know. And what do you know? All she wanted to do was look at the painting. The black frame, Mort mean. She had a theory, she said. A theory. Mort can't remember, really. Mort can't. It was so long ago, please believe me. No, Mut want to hear about the theory. Mort tell you if Mort could remember. Are you sure you don't recall anything more? That all Mut can remember, I swear that all. Thank you. With an ear-shattering roar, one of the barrels vomited smoke and flame. Blast Epilote himself physically lifted from the ground and thrown back, hitting the floor with a violent crash. A numbness crept across his chest, remarkable in the lack of pain, and for a moment he had a crazy hope the charge had missed. And then he looked down at his ruined chest. As if from far away, he saw the man now, a little shadowy and indistinct, approach and stand over him. The snout-like shape of the shotgun barrels detached themselves from the form and hovered over his head. Blast tried to protest, but there was now another warmth, oddly comforting, filling his throat, and he couldn't vocalize. And then came another terrible confusion of flame and noise that this time brought oblivion. Bamachin, New York City. It was 7:15. In the morning, but already the 15th Homicide Division was hard at work, logging in the several potential murders and manslaughters of the night before, and assembling in breakout areas to discuss the progress of open cases. Captain Laura Hayward sat behind her desk, finishing an unusually comprehensive monthly report for the commissioner. The poor fellow was new on the job, having been hired up from Texas, and Hayward knew he would appreciate a bit of bureaucratic hand-holding. She finished the report, saved it, then took a sip of her coffee. It was barely tepid. She had already been in the office more than an hour. As she put down the cup, her cell phone rang. It was her personal phone, not her official one, and only 4 people knew the number: her mother, her sister, her family lawyer, and Vincent D'Agosta. She pulled the phone from her jacket pocket and looked at it. A stickler for protocol, she normally wouldn't answer it during working hours. This time, however, she closed the door to her office and flipped the phone open. "Hello," she spoke into it. "Laura," came D'Agosta's voice, "it's me." "Vinny, is everything okay? Moat was a little concerned when you didn't call last night." "Everything's okay, and Mort Met's sorry about that. It's just that things got a little hectic." She sat back down behind her desk. "Tell me about it." There was a pause. "Well, we found the black frame." "The painting you've been looking for." "Yes, at least Mort think we did." He didn't sound very excited about it. If anything, he sounded irritated. "How'd you find it?" "It was hidden behind the basement wall of a donut shop, if you can believe it." "So how did you get it?" Another pause. We all broke in. "Broke in?" "Yeah." Warning bells began to ring. "What'd you do, sneak in after hours?" "No, we did it yesterday afternoon." "Go on." "Pendergast planned it. We went in pretending to be building code inspectors, and Pendergast—" "Mort changed my mind. Mort don't want to hear anything more about that. Skip to after you got the painting." "Well, that's why Mort could a call like Mort normally do. As we left Baton Rouge, we noticed we were being followed. We had quite a chase through the swamps and bayous." "Whoa, Vinny, stop a moment, please." This was exactly what she'd been afraid of. "Mort thought you promised me you'd take care of yourself, not get sucked into Pendergast's extracurricular crap." "Mort can ove kept that, Laura. Mort haven't forgotten it." Another pause. Once Mort knew we were close to the painting, really close. Mort felt like Mort do almost anything if it helped solve the mystery to get back to you. She sighed, shook her head. What happened next? We shook the tale. It was midnight before we finally returned to Penumbra. We carried the wooden box we retrieved into the library and set it on a table. Pendergast was unbelievably fussy about it. Instead of opening the damn crate with a crowbar, we had to use these tiny tools that would have made a jeweler cross-eyed. It took hours. The painting must have been exposed to damp at some point, because its back was stuck to the wood, and that took even longer to tease loose. But it was the black frame? It was in a black frame, all right. But the canvas was covered with mold, and so dirty you couldn't make anything out. Pendergast got some swabs and brushes and a bunch of solvents and cleaning agents, and began to remove the dirt, wouldn't let me touch it. After maybe 15 minutes, he got a small section of the painting clean, and then... What? The guy just suddenly went rigid. Before Mort knew it, he bundled me out of the library and locked the door. Just like that? Just like that. I was standing there in the hallway. Never even got a glimpse of the painting. Mort keep telling you the guy's not all there. Mort admit he has his ways. This was about 3 in the morning, so Mort thought the hell with it and crashed. Next thing Mort knew, it was morning. He is still in there working away. Hayward felt herself doing a slow burn typical Pendergast. Vinny, he's not your pal? She heard D'Agosta sigh. Mort, we've been reminding myself that it's his wife's death we were investigating here, that this all must be a huge shock to him, and he is my friend, even if he shows it in weird ways. He paused. Anything new on Constance Green? She's under lock and key in the Bellevue Hospital prison ward. Interviewed her. She still maintains she threw her baby overboard. Did she say why? Yes, she said it was evil, just like its father. Jesus, Mort knew she was crazy, but not that crazy. How did Pendergast take the news? Hard to tell, like everything with Pendergast. On the surface, it barely seemed to affect him. There was a brief silence. Hayward wondered if she should try to pressure him to come home, but she realized she didn't want to add to his burdens. There's something else, D'Agosta said. What's that? Remember the guy Mort told you about Blackletter? Helen Pendergast, his old boss at Doctors with Wings. What about him? He was murdered in his house the night before last. Tumor-high gauge shells, point blank, blew his guts right through him. Good Lord. And that's not all. John Blast, the slimy guy we talked to in Sarasota, the other one interested in the black frame. Moat assumed he was the one tailing us, but Moat just heard it on the news he was shot too, just yesterday, not long after we snagged the painting, and guess ve kep, hadate, once again. 2 more high-gauge rounds. Any idea what's going on? When Moat heard about Blackletter being shot, Moat figured Blast was behind it. But now Blast is dead too. You can thank Pendergast for that. Where he goes, trouble follows. Hold on a sec. There was a silence of perhaps 20 seconds before D'Agosta's voice returned. That's Pendergast. He just knocked on my door. He says the painting is clean and he wants my opinion. Moat love you, Laura. Moat luglun call tonight. And he was gone. Bon. Penumbra Plantation. When D'Agosta opened the door, Pendergast was standing outside in the plushly carpeted corridor, hands behind his back. He was still dressed in the plaid work shirt and denim trousers of their foray to Port Allen. Met very sorry, Vincent, he said. Please forgive what must seem to you like the very height of rudeness and inconsideration on my part. D'Agosta did not reply. Perhaps things will become clearer when you see the painting, if you don't mind, and he gestured toward the stairway. D'Agosta stepped out and followed the agent down the hall toward the stairs. Blast is dead, he said. Shot with the same sort of weapon that killed Blackletter. Pendergast paused in mid-step. Shot, you say? Then he resumed walking a little more slowly. The library door stood open, yellow light from within spilling out into the front hall. Silently, Pendergast led the way down the stairs and through the arched doorway. The painting stood in the center of the room on an easel. It was covered with a heavy velvet shroud. Stand over there in front of the painting, said Pendergast. But need your candid reaction. D'Agosta stood directly before it. Pendergast stepped to one side, took hold of the shroud, and lifted it from the painting. D'Agosta stared, flabbergasted. The painting was not of a Carolina parakeet or even of a bird or nature subject. Instead, it depicted a middle-aged woman, nude, gaunt, lying on a hospital bed. A shaft of cool light slanted in from a tiny window high up in the wall behind her. Her legs were crossed at the ankles, and her hands were folded over her breasts, almost in the attitude of a corpse. The outlines of her ribs protruded through skin the color of parchment, and she was clearly ill and, perhaps, not entirely sane. And yet there was something repugnantly inviting about her. A small deal table holding a water pitcher and some dressing sat beside the bed. Her black hair spread across a pillow of coarse linen. The painted plaster walls, the slack, dry flesh, the weave of the bed linens, even the motes in the dusty air were meticulously observed, rendered with pitiless clarity and confidence spare, stark, and elegiac. Although D'Agosta was no expert, the painting struck him with an enormous visceral impact. Vincent? Pendergast asked him quietly. D'Agosta reached out, let the fingertips of one hand slide along the painting's black frame, more to know what to think, he said. Indeed, Pendergast hesitated. When Mott began to clean the painting, that is the first thing that came to light, and he pointed at the woman's eyes, staring out of the plane of the painting toward the viewer. After seeing that, Moat realized all our assumptions were wrong. Moat needed time alone to clean the rest of it. Moat denote want you to see it exposed bit by bit. Moat wanted you to see the entire painting all at once. Moat needed a fresh, immediate opinion. That is why Moat excluded you so abruptly. Once again, my apologies. It's amazing. But are you sure it's even by Audubon? Pendergast pointed to one corner where D'Agosta could just see a dim signature. Then he pointed silently to another, dark corner of the painted room where a mouse was crouching, as if waiting. The signature is genuine, but more to the point, nobody but Audubon could have painted that mouse, and Moat met certain it was painted from life at the sanatorium. It's too beautifully observed to be anything but real. D'Agosta nodded slowly. I thought for sure it was going to be a Carolina parrot. What does a naked woman have to do with anything? Pendergast merely opened his white hands in a gesture of mystery, and D'Agosta could see the frustration in his eyes. Turning away from the easel, the agent said, "Glance over these, Vincent, if you please." A refectory table nearby was spread with a variety of prints, lithographs, and watercolors. On the left side were arranged various sketches of animals, birds, insects, still lifes, quick portraits of people. Lying on top was a watercolor of a mouse. A gap separated the drawings laid out on the right side. They were a different matter entirely. These consisted almost entirely of birds, so lifelike and detailed they seemed ready to strut off the paper, but there were also some mammals and woodland scenes. Do you note a difference? Sure. The stuff on the left sucks on the right. Well, it's just beautiful. Moat took these from my great-great-grandfather's portfolios, Pendergast said. These, he gestured to the rude sketches on the left, were given to my ancestor by Audubon when he was staying at the Dauphine Street cottage in Motam Haimi Moat, just before he got sick. That is how Audubon painted, before he entered the Meuse St. Clair Sanatorium. He turned to the work that lay to the right. And this is how he painted later in life, after he left the sanatorium. Do you see the conundrum? D'Agosta was still stunned by the image within the black frame. He improved, he said. That's what artists do. Why's that a conundrum? Pendergast shook his head. Improved? No, Vincent, this is a transformation. Nobody improves that much. These early sketches are poor. They are workmanlike, literal, awkward. There is nothing there, Vincent. Nothing to indicate the slightest spark of artistic talent. D'Agosta had to agree. What happened? Pendergast raked the artwork with his pale eyes, then slowly walked back to an armchair he had placed before the easel and sat down before the black frame. This woman was clearly a patient at the sanatorium. Perhaps Dr. Torgensen grew enamored of her. Perhaps they had a relationship of some kind. That would explain why he clung to the painting so anxiously, even when sunk into deepest poverty. But that still does explain why Helen would be so desperately interested in it. D'Agosta glanced back at the woman, reclining in an attitude almost of resignation on the plain infirmary bed. Do you suppose she might have been an ancestor of Heleness? He asked. An Esterhazy? Moat thought of that, Pendergast replied. But then why her obsessive search? Her family left Maine under a cloud, D'Agosta said. Maybe there was some blemish in their family history this painting could help clear up. Yes, but what? Pendergast gestured at the figure. Moat would think such a controversial image would tarnish rather than polish the family name. At least we can now speculate why the subject of the painting was never mentioned in print. It is so very disturbing and provocative. There was a brief silence. Why would Blast have wanted it so badly? D'Agosta wondered aloud. I mean, it's just a painting. Why search for so many years? That, at any rate, is easily answered. He was an Audubon. He considered it his birthright. For him it became an idee-fix. In time, the chase became its own reward. Moat expect he would have been as astonished as we are at the subject. Pendergast tented his fingers, pressed them against his forehead. Still D'Agosta stared at the painting. There was something a thought that wouldn't quite rise into consciousness. The painting was trying to tell him something. He stared at it. Then all of a sudden he realized what it was. This painting, he said. Look at it. It's like those watercolors on the table. The ones he did later in life. Pendergast did not look up. Mut met afraid mut unfollow you. You said it yourself. The mouse in the painting, it's clearly an Audubon mouse. Yes, very similar to the ones he painted in viviparous quadrupeds of North America. Okay, now look at that mouse on that pile of early drawings. Slowly, Pendergast raised his head. He looked at the painting and then the drawings. He glanced toward D'Agosta. Your point, Vincent? D'Agosta gestured toward the refectory table. That early mouse. Maudine never have thought Audubon drew it. Same for all that early stuff, those still lifes and sketches. Maudine never have thought those were by Audubon. That's precisely what Mott said earlier. Therein lies the conundrum. But Mort Met not so sure it's a problem. Pendergast looked at him, curiosity kindling in his eyes. Go on. Well, we have those early mediocre sketches, and then we have this woman. What happened in between? The glimmer in Pendergast's eyes grew brighter. The illness happened. D'Agosta nodded. Right, the illness changed him. What other answer is there? Brilliant, my dear Vincent. Pendergast smacked the arms of his chair and leapt to his feet, pacing about the room. The brush with death, the sudden encounter with his own mortality, somehow changed him. It filled him with creative energy. It was the transformative moment of his artistic career. We always assumed Helen was interested in the subject of the painting, D'Agosta said. Precisely. But remember what Blast said. Helen didn't want to own the painting. She only wanted to study it. She wanted to confirm when Audubon's artistic transformation took place. Pendergast fell silent, and his pacing slowed and finally halted. He seemed stuck in a kind of stasis, his eyes turned within. Well, said D'Agosta, mystery solved. The silvery eyes turned on him. No. What do you mean? Why would Helen hide all this from me? D'Agosta shrugged. Maybe she was embarrassed by the way you met and the little white lie she told about it. One little white lie? Mordaunt believed that. She kept this hidden for a far more significant reason than that. Pendergast sank back into the plush chair and stared at the painting again. Cover it up? D'Agosta draped the cloth over it. He was beginning to get worried. Pendergast did not look completely sane himself. Pendergast's eyes closed. The silence in the library grew along with the ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner. D'Agosta took a seat himself. Sometimes it was best to let Pendergast be Pendergast. The eyes slowly opened. We've been looking at this problem in entirely the wrong way from the very beginning. And how is that? We've assumed Helen was interested in Audubon the artist. Well, what else? She was interested in Audubon the patient. Patient? A slow nod. That was Helen's passion, medical research. Then why search for the painting? Because he painted it right after his recovery. She wanted to confirm a theory she had. And what theory is that? My dear Vincent, do we know what illness Audubon actually suffered from? No. Correct. But that illness is the key to everything. It was the illness itself she wanted to know about. What it did to Audubon, because it seems to have transformed a thoroughly mediocre artist into a genius. She knew something had changed him. That is why she went to New Madrid, where he'd experienced the earthquake. She was searching far and wide to understand that agent of change, and when she hit upon his illness, she knew her search was complete. She wanted to see the painting only to confirm her theory, that Audubon's illness did something to his mind. It had neurological effects. Marvelous neurological effects. Whoa, you're losing me here. Pendergast sprang to his feet, and that is why she hid it from me, because it was potentially an extremely valuable proprietary pharmacological discovery. It had nothing to do with our personal relationship. With a sudden impulsive movement, he grasped D'Agosta by both arms, and Mott would still be stumbling around in the dark. My dear Vincent, if not for your stroke of genius. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say. Releasing his hold, Pendergast turned away and strode quickly toward the library door. Come on, there's no time to lose. Where are we going? D'Agosta asked, hurrying to follow, his mind still in a whirl of confusion, trying to piece together Pendergast's chain of logic. To confirm your suspicions and to learn, once and for all, what it all must mean. Bormi mote. The shooter shifted position in the dappled shade, took a swig of water from the camouflaged canteen. He dabbed the sweatband around his wrist against each temple in turn. His movements were slow, methodical, completely hidden in the labyrinth of brush. It wasn't really necessary to be so careful. There was no way the target would ever see him. However, years of hunting the other kind of prey, the four-legged variety, sometimes timid, sometimes preternaturally alert, had taught him to use exquisite caution. It was a perfect blind, a large deadfall of oak, Spanish moss thrown across its face like spindrift, leaving only a few tiny chinks, through one of which he had poked the barrel of his Remington 40 XS tactical rifle. It was perfect because it was, in fact, natural. One of the results of Katrina still visible everywhere in the surrounding forests and swamps. You saw so many that you stopped noticing them. That's what the shooter was counting on. The barrel of his weapon protruded no more than an inch beyond the blind. He was in full shade. The barrel itself was sheathed in a special black non-reflective polymer, and his target would emerge into the glare of the morning sun. The gun would never be spotted even when fired. The flash hider on the muzzle would ensure that. His vehicle, a rented Nissan 4x4 pickup with a covered bed, had been backed up to the blind. He was using the bed as a shooting platform, lying inside it with the tailgate down. The nose pointed down an old logging trail running east. Even if someone saw him and gave chase, it would be the work of 30 seconds to slide from the truck bed into the cab, start the engine, and accelerate down the trail. The highway and safety were just 2 miles away. He wasn't sure how long he would have to wait. It could be 10 minutes. It could be 10 hours, but that didn't matter. He was motivated. Motivated, in fact, like he'd never been in his life. No, that wasn't quite true. There had been one other time. The morning was hazy and dew-heavy, and in the darkness of the blind the air felt sluggish and dead. So much the better. He dabbed at his temples again. Insects droned sleepily, and he could hear the fretful squeaking and chattering of voles. They must have a nest nearby. It seemed the damn things were everywhere in the lowland swamps these days, ravenous as lab rabbits and almost as tame. He took another swig of water, did another check of the 40X. The bipod was securely placed and locked. He eased the bolt open, made sure the Batam Winchester was seated well, snicked the bolt home again. Like most dedicated marksmen, he preferred the stability and accuracy of a bolt-action weapon. He had 3 extra rounds in the internal magazine, just in case, but the point of a sniper weapon system was to make the first shot count, and he didn't plan on having to use them. Most important was the loopholed Mark Bone long-range M1 scope. He looked through it now, targeting the dot reticule first on the front door of the plantation house, then the graveled path, then the Rolls-Royce itself. 700, maybe 750 yards, 1 shot, 1 kill. As he stared at the big vehicle, he felt his heart accelerate slightly. He went over the plan once again in his mind. He'd wait until the target was behind the wheel, the engine started. The automobile would roll forward along the semicircular drive, pausing a moment before turning onto the main carriage road, that S, where he would take the shot. He lay absolutely still, willing his heart to slow once again. He could not allow himself to grow excited, or for that matter allow any emotion, impatience, anger, fear to distract him. Utter calm was the answer. It had served him well before in the veld and the long grass, in circumstances more dangerous than these. He kept his eye glued to the scope, his finger resting lightly on the trigger guard. Once again he reminded himself this was an assignment. That was the best way to look at it. Get this last job out of the way and he'd be done, and this time once and for all. As if to reward his self-discipline, the front door of the plantation house opened and a man stepped out. He caught his breath. It was not his target, it was the other, the cop. Slowly, so slowly it seemed not to move. His finger drifted from the trigger guard to the trigger itself, its pull-weight feather light. The stocky man paused on the wide porch, looking around a little guardedly. The shooter did not flinch. He knew his cover was perfect. Now his target emerged from the gloom of the house, and together the two walked along the porch and down the steps to the gravel drive. The shooter followed them with the scope, the bead of his reticule centered on the target's skull. He willed himself not to shoot prematurely. He had a good plan. He should stick with it. The two were moving quickly, in a hurry to get somewhere. Stick with the plan. Through the crosshairs of the scope, he watched as they approached the car, opened its doors, got in. The target seated himself behind the wheel, as expected, started the engine, turned to say a few words to his companion, then eased the car out into the drive. The shooter watched intently, letting his breath run out, willing his heart to slow still further. he would take the shot between its beats. The rolls took the gentle curve of the gravel drive at about 15 miles per hour, then slowed as it approached the intersection with the carriage road. This is it, the shooter thought. All the preparation, discipline, and past experience fused together into this single moment of consummation. The target was in position. Ever so slightly, he applied pressure to the trigger, not squeezing it, but caressing it, a little more. That was when, with a squeak of surprise followed by a violent scrabbling, a gray-brown vole darted over the knuckles of his trigger hand. At the same time, a large, ragged shadow, black against black, seemed to flit quickly over his blind. The Remington went off with a bang, kicking slightly in his grasp. With a curse, he brushed the scampering vole away and peered quickly through the scope, working the bolt as he did so. He could see the hole in the windshield, about 6 inches above, and to the left of where he'd had planned it. The Rolls was moving ahead fast now, escaping, the tires spinning as it sheared through the turn, gravel flying up behind in a storm of white, and being careful not to panic, the shooter led it with his scope, waited for the heartbeat, once again applied pressure to the trigger. But even as he did so, he saw furious activity inside the vehicle. The stocky man was darting forward, lunging for the wheel, filling the windshield with his bulk. At the same moment, the rifle fired again. The Rolls slewed to a stop at a strange angle, cutting across the carriage path. A triangular corona of blood now covered the inside of the windshield, obscuring the view within. Whom had he hit? Even as he stared, he saw a puff of smoke from the vehicle, followed by the crack of a gunshot. A millisecond later, a bullet snipped through the brush, not 3 feet from where he was hidden. A second shot, and this one struck the Nissan with a clang of metal. Instantly, the shooter kicked backward, tumbling from the truck bed and into the cab. As another bullet whined past, he started the engine and threw the rifle onto the passenger seat, where it fell atop another weapon. A shotgun, its double barrel sawn off short, sporting an ornately carved stock of black wood. With a grinding of gears and a screech of tires, he took off down the old logging path, trailing Spanish moss and dust. He took one turn, then another, accelerating past 60 despite the washboard condition of the track. The weapons slid toward him, and he pushed them back, throwing a red blanket over them. Another turn, another screech of tires, and he could see the state highway ahead of him. Only now, with safety clearly in sight, did he allow the frustration and disappointment to burst from him. "Damn it!" Judson Esterhazy cried, slamming his fist against the dashboard again and again. "God damn it to hell!" Bon Mihai, New York City. John Felder walked down the long, cool corridor in the secure ward at Bellevue, flanked by an escorting guard. Small, slender, and elegant, Felder was acutely aware of how much he stuck out in the general squalor and controlled chaos of the ward. This was his second interview with the patient. In the first, he had covered all the usual bases, asked all the obligatory questions, taken all the proper notes. He had done enough to satisfy his legal responsibilities as a court-appointed psychiatrist and render an opinion. He had, in fact, reached a firm conclusion. The woman was incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong, and therefore not liable for her actions. But he was still deeply unsatisfied. He had been involved in many unusual cases. He had seen things that very few doctors had seen. He had examined extraordinary presentations of criminal pathology. But he had never before seen anything quite like this. For perhaps the first time in his professional career, he felt he had not touched on the core mystery of this patient, psyche not in the least. Normally, that would make little difference in a bureaucracy such as this. Technically, his work was done. But still, he had withheld his conclusion pending further evaluation, giving him the opportunity for another interview. And this time, he decided he wanted to have a conversation. Just a normal conversation between two people, nothing more, nothing less. He turned a corner, continued making his way down the endless corridors. The noises, the cries, the smells and sounds of the secure ward barely penetrated his consciousness as he mulled over the mysteries of the case. There was first the question of the young woman's identity. Despite a diligent search, court administrators had been unable to find a birth certificate, social security number, or any other documentary evidence of her existence beyond a few genteel and intentionally vague records from the Feversham Institute in Putnam County. The British passport found in her possession was real enough, but it had been obtained through an exceedingly clever fraud perpetrated on a minor British consular official in Boston. It was as if she had appeared on the earth fully formed, like Athena sprung from the forehead of Zeus. As his footsteps echoed down the long corridors, Felder tried not to think too maruzehat about what he would ask. Where formal questioning had not penetrated her opacity, spontaneous conversation might. He turned a last corner, arrived at the meeting room. A guard on duty unlocked the gray metal door with a porthole window and ushered him into a small, spare, but not entirely unpleasant room, with several chairs, a coffee table, some magazines, a lamp, and a one-way mirror covering a wall. The patient was already seated next to a police officer. They Beote rose when he entered. "Good afternoon, Constance," said Felder crisply. "Officer, you may remove her handcuffs, please." "Mutluklunk need the release, doctor." Felder seated himself, opened his briefcase, removed the release, and handed it to the officer. The man looked it over, grunted his assent, then rose and removed the prisoner's handcuffs, hooking them to his belt. "Mutluklunk be outside if you need me. Just press the button." "Thank you." The cop left, and Felder turned his attention to the patient, Constance Green. She stood primly before him, hands clasped in front, wearing a plain prison jumpsuit. He was struck again by her poise and striking looks. "Constance, how are you? Please sit down." She seated herself. "Met very well, doctor. How are you?" "Fine," he smiled, leaning back and crossing one leg over the other. "Met glad we've had a chance for another chat. There were just a few things Mot wanted to talk with you about. Nothing for the record, really. Is it all right if we speak for a few minutes?" "Certainly." "Very good. Mut hope, Mut don't seem too curious. Perhaps you could call it a liability of my profession. Mut can't seem to turn it off even when my work is done. You say you were born on Water Street?" She nodded. "At home?" Another nod. He consulted his notes. Sister named Mary Green, brother named Joseph. Mother Chastity, Father Horace. Am Mort right so far? "Quite." "Quite," her diction was so odd. "When were you born?" Mort don't recall. "Well, of course you wouldn't recall, but surely you know the date of your birth?" Mot met afraid, Mot don't. "It must have been," what, the late Tommy Gay. A ghost of a smile moved briefly across her face, passing almost before Felder realized it was there. Mort believed it would have been more in the early Beimui. "But you say, you only 23 years old." "More or less, as Mot mentioned before, Mot met not sure of my exact age." He cleared his throat lightly. "Constance, do you know that there is no record of your family residing at Water Street? Perhaps your research hasn't been thorough enough." He leaned forward. "Is there a reason why you concealing the truth from me? Please remember, Mort met only here to help you." A silence. He looked into those violet eyes, that young, beautiful face so perfectly framed by auburn hair, with the unmistakable look he remembered from their first meeting. Haughtiness, serene superiority, perhaps even disdain. She had all the air of what? A queen? No, that wasn't quite it. Felder had seen nothing like it before. He laid his notes aside, trying to assume an air of ease and informality. "How did you happen to become Mr. Pendergast's ward?" "When my parents and sister died, Mot was orphaned and homeless. Mr. Pendergast house at 891 Riverside Drive was a pause, was then owned by a man named Leng. Eventually it became vacant. Mot lived there." "Why there, in particular?" "It was large, comfortable, and had many places to hide, and it had a good library. When Mr. Pendergast inherited the house, he discovered me there and became my legal guardian." Pendergast. His name had been in the papers briefly in regard to Constance's crime. The man had refused all comment. "Why did he become your guardian?" "Guilt." A silence. Felder cleared his throat. "Guilt? Why do you say that?" She did not answer. "Was Mr. Pendergast perhaps the father of your child?" Now an answer came, and it was preternaturally calm. "No." "And what was your role in the Pendergast household?" "Mort was his amanuensis, his researcher. He found my language abilities useful." "Languages? How many do you speak?" "None but English. Mot can read and write fluently in Latin, ancient Greek, French, Italian, Spanish, and German." "Interesting. You would have been a clever student. Where did you go to school?" "Mort learned on my own." "You mean you were self-educated?" "Mot mean I learned on my own." Could it be possible? Felder wondered. In this day and age, could a person be born and grow up in the city and yet remain completely and officially invisible? This informal approach was going nowhere. Time to get a little more direct, press her a little. How did your sister die? She was murdered by a serial killer. Felder paused. Is the case on file? Was the serial killer caught? No, and no. And your parents? What happened to them? They both died of consumption. Felder was suddenly encouraged. This would be easy to check, as tuberculosis deaths in New York City were meticulously documented. In which hospital did they die? I don't know where my father died. Mutka Nuove Cape my mother died on the street, and her body was buried in the potter's field on Hart Island. She remained seated, hands folded in her lap. Felder felt a sense of increasing frustration. Getting back to your birth, you don't even remember what year you were born? No. Felder sighed. Would like to ask you some questions about your baby. She remained still. You say you threw your baby off the ship because it was evil. How did you know it was evil? His father was evil. Are you ready to tell me who he was? No answer. Do you believe that evil is inheritable then? There are suites, aggregates of genes in the human genome that clearly contribute to criminal behavior, and those aggregates are inheritable. Surely you have read about recent research on the dark triad of human behavior traits? Felder was familiar with the research and very surprised at the lucidity and erudition of the response. And so you felt it necessary to remove his genes from the gene pool by throwing your baby into the Atlantic Ocean? That's correct. And the father, is he still alive? He's dead. How? He was precipitated into a pyroclastic flow. He was, excuse me? It's a geological term. He fell into a volcano. It took him a moment to absorb this statement. Was he a geologist? No answer. It was maddening, going around and around like this and getting nowhere. You say precipitated. Are you implying he was pushed? Again, no answer. This was clearly a wild fantasy, not worth encouraging or pursuing. Felder switched topics. Constance, when you threw your baby off the boat, did you know you were committing a crime? Naturally. Did you consider the consequences? Yes. So you knew it was wrong to kill your baby. On the contrary, it was not only the right thing to do, it was the only thing to do. Why was it the only thing to do? The question was followed by silence with a sigh. Feeling once again like he'd have been casting a net into the darkness, Dr. John Felder picked up his notebook and rose. Thank you, Constance. Our time is up. You're most welcome, Dr. Felder. He pressed the button. Immediately, the door opened and the cop came in. Moat met done here, he said. Then he turned to Constance Green and heard himself say, almost against his will, We Luglung have another session in a few days. It shall be my pleasure. As Felder walked down the long corridor of the secure ward, he wondered if his initial conclusion was correct. She was mentally ill, of course, but was she truly insane, legally insane? If you removed from her all that was sane, all that was predictable, all that was normal in a person, what did it leave? Nothing. Just like her identity, nothing. Et bon me ba. Baton Rouge. Laura Hayward strode along the second-floor corridor of Baton Rouge General, consciously keeping a measured pace. She had everything under control, her breathing, her facial expression, her body language. Everything. Before leaving New York, she had dressed carefully in jeans and a shirt, her hair loose, leaving her uniform behind. She was here as a private citizen, no more and no less. Doctors, nurses, and staff passed in a blur as she walked steadily on toward the pair of double doors leading into surgery. She pushed through them, taking care to keep her pace slow and deliberate. The admissions kiosk was to her right. But she passed by, ignoring the polite, "May it help you?" from the nurse. She headed straight into the waiting room and there saw a lone figure sitting at the far end, rising from his seat now and taking a step toward her, face grim, arm extended. She walked up to him and in one smooth motion raised her right arm, drew it back, and cold cocked him across the jaw. Bastard! He staggered back but made no effort to defend himself. She hit him again. Selfish, arrogant bastard. It wasn't enough that you almost ruined his career. Now you've killed him, you son of a bitch. She drew back and swung at him a third time, But this time he caught her arm in a vice-like grip and drew her toward him, turning and gently but firmly pinning her. She struggled briefly, and then, as quickly as it had come, she felt all the anger, all the hatred, collapse inside her. She sagged in his grip, utterly drained. He helped her to a chair. Somewhere she was dimly aware of a commotion, the sound of running footsteps, shouts. She looked up and found them surrounded by 3 security guards shouting various contradictory questions and commands, the receiving nurse standing behind them, hand over her mouth. Pendergast stood up, removed his shield, and held it up at them. Motluglunk take care of this, no reason to be alarmed. But there's been an assault, said one of the security officers. Sir, you re-bleeding? Pendergast took an aggressive step forward. Moat will handle it, officer. Moat thank you and these others for the swift response, and Moat bid you good evening. After a few moments of confusion, the security officers departed, leaving one behind, who took a position at the waiting room door, hands clasped in front, staring hard and suspiciously at Hayward. Pendergast sat down beside Hayward. He has been in exploratory surgery for several hours. Moat understand it's very serious, Moat. He has asked to be briefed on his situation as soon as they got anything to. Here's a surgeon now. A doctor entered the waiting room, his face grave. He looked from Hayward to Pendergast, whose face was bleeding, but made no comment. Special Agent Pendergast? Yes, and this is Captain Hayward, NYPD, a close friend of the patient. You may speak freely, we kept the hat both of us. Mortsi. The surgeon nodded, consulted a clipboard in his hand. The bullet entered at an angle from behind and grazed the heart before lodging against the back of a rib. The heart? Hayward asked, struggling to comprehend, even as she managed to collect herself, organize her thoughts. Among other things, it partially tore the aortic valve, as well as blocking the blood supply to part of the heart. Right now, we're trying to fix the valve and keep the heart going. What are his chances of survival, she asked. The surgeon hesitated. Every case is different. The good news is that the patient did not lose too much blood. If the bullet had been even half a millimeter closer, it would have ruptured the aorta. It did, however, do significant damage to the heart. If the operation is successful, he has an excellent chance of a full recovery. Look, said Hayward, Moat met a cop. You don't have to beat around the bush with me. Moat ve kept a note to know what his chances are. The surgeon looked at her ve kept hat pale faded eyes. This is a difficult and complex procedure. We have a team of the best surgeons in Louisiana working on it as we speak. But even under the best of circumstances, a healthy patient, no complications. Well, it's not often successful. It's like trying to rebuild a car engine while it's running. Not often? She felt suddenly sick. What do you mean by that? More to know that any controlled studies have been done. But my best guess, as a surgeon, would put a successful outcome at 5% or less. This was followed by a long silence, 5% or less. What about a heart transplant? If we had a heart all matched up and ready to go, it would be a possibility, but we don't. Hayward felt around for the arm of the chair and sank down into it. Does Mr. D. Agosta have any relatives who should be notified? Hayward didn't answer for a moment. Then she said, an ex-wife and a son in Canada. There's no one else, and that's Lieutenant D. Agosta. My apologies. Now forgive me, but Moat need to get back to the OR. The operation will continue for at least 8 more hours if all goes well. You're welcome to stay here, but Moat doubt there will be any more news until the end. Hayward nodded vaguely. She couldn't have kept Roa pay her mind around it all. She seemed to have lost all power of ratiocination. She felt the surgeon's light touch on her shoulder. Mehmet asked if the lieutenant is a religious man? She tried to focus on the question, finally nodding. Catholic. Would you like me to ask the hospital priest to come? The priest? She glanced at Pendergast, unsure how to answer. Yes, said Pendergast. We would very much like the priest to come. We would like to speak to him. And please tell him to be prepared to administer extreme unction given the circumstances. A soft beeping went off on the doctor's person, and in an automatic motion he reached down, detached a pager from his belt, and looked at it. At the same time, the public address system chimed, and a smooth female voice sounded from a hidden speaker. Code Blue, OR-21. Code Team to OR-21. Excuse me, said the surgeon, a faint hurry in his voice, but Mort have to go now. Bon matu. The Feng-An system chimed, then fell silent. Hayward sat where she was, suddenly frozen. Her mind reeled. She couldn't bring herself to look at Pendergast at the nurses, anywhere but at the floor. All she could think of was the look in the surgeon's eyes as he had hurried away. A few minutes later, a priest arrived carrying a black bag, looking almost like a doctor himself, a small man with white hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He looked from her to Pendergast Vekep, had bright bird-like eyes. Moat met Father Bell. He set his bag down and extended a small hand. Hayward took it, but instead of shaking her hand, he held it comfortingly. "And you are?" "Captain Hayward, Laura Hayward." Mort met a close friend of Lieutenant D'Agosta. His eyebrows rose slightly. "You re a police officer, then?" "NYPD." Was this a line-of-duty injury? Hayward hesitated, and Pendergast smoothly picked up the flow. In a way, Moat met Special Agent Pendergast, FBI, the lieutenant's associate. A crisp nod and a handshake. Moat met here to administer the sacraments to Lieutenant D'Agosta, specifically one that we call anointing the sick. "Anointing the sick," Hayward repeated. "We used to call it the last rites, but that was always an awkward and inaccurate term. You see, it's a sacrament for the living, not the dying, and it's a healing sacrament." His voice was light and musical. Hayward inclined her head, swallowed. "Mort, hope you don't mind me explaining these things in detail. My presence can sometimes be alarming. People think Mort Met only called in when someone's expected to die, which is not the case." Even though she wasn't a Catholic, Hayward found his directness steadying that code we just heard. She paused. "Does that mean?" "There's a fine team of doctors working on the lieutenant. If there's a way to pull him out of this, they will find it. If not, then God's will be done. Now, does either of you think the lieutenant might have any reason to wish that Mott not administer the sacraments?" To tell you the truth, he was never a very observant Catholic. Hayward hesitated. She couldn't remember the last time Vinny had gone to church, but something about the idea of having the priest there seemed comforting, and she sensed that he'd appreciate it. "I would say yes. Mort think Vincent would approve." "Very well." The priest squeezed her hand. "Is there anything Mort can do for either of you? Arrangements? Phone calls?" He paused. "Confession? We have a chapel here in the hospital." "No, thank you," said Hayward. She glanced at Pendergast, but he said nothing. Father Bell nodded at them in turn, then picked up his black bag and walked down the corridor toward the operating suites at a brisk and confident pace, perhaps even with a slight hurry in his step. She put her face in her hands. 5% or less. 1 chance in 20. The brief sense of comfort the priest had brought with him dissolved. She'd better get used to the idea that Vinny was going to make it. It was so useless, such a waste of a life. He wasn't even 45. Memories welled up in her mind, fragmented, torturous, the bad memories lacerating, the good memories even worse. Somewhere in the background, she heard Pendergast speaking. "Moat want you to know, if things go badly, that Vincent did not throw his life away." She stared through her fingers down the empty corridor where the priest had vanished, not responding. "Captain, a police officer puts his life on the line every day. You can be killed anytime, anywhere, for anything. Breaking up a domestic quarrel, thwarting a terrorist attack. Any death in the line is honorable, and Vincent was engaged in the most honorable job there is. Helping right a wrong, his effort has been vital, absolutely crucial to solving this murder." Hayward said nothing. Her mind went back to the code. That had been a quarter-hour ago. Perhaps, she thought, the priest was already too late. Bonely Lum. South Mountain, Georgia. The trail broke, free of the woods, and came out atop the mountain. Judson Esterhazy halted at the edge of the open meadow just in time to see the sun set over the pine-clad hills, suffusing the misty evening with a ruddy glow, a distant lake shimmering white gold in the dying light. He paused, breathing lightly. The so-called mountain was one in name only, being more of a bump than anything else. The summit itself was long and narrow and ridge-like, covered with tall grass, with a granite bald spot on which stood the remains of a fire tower. Esterhazy glanced around. The summit was empty. He made his way out of the yellow pines and walked along an overgrown fire road toward the tower, finally coming up beneath its looming form. He leaned on one of the rusted metal struts, fumbled in his pocket, removed his pipe and a tobacco pouch. Inserting the pipe into the pouch, he slowly packed it with tobacco, using his thumb, the scent of latakia rising to his nostrils. When it was filled to his liking, he removed it, cleaned a few stray bits from the rim, gave it a final pack, removed a lighter from the same pocket, flicked it on, and sucked flame into the bowl in a series of slow, even movements. The blue smoke drifted off into the twilight. As he smoked, Esterhazy saw a figure emerge from the far end of the field at the top of the South Trail. There were several trails to the top of South Mountain, each arriving from a different road in a different direction. The fragrance of the expensive tobacco, the soothing effects of the nicotine, the comforting ritual steadied his nerves. He did not watch the figure approach, but instead Kaape. His eyes focused on the west, at the orange diffusion above the hills where the sun had been moments before. He kept his eyes there until he heard the sweep of boots through grass, the faint rasp of breathing. Then he turned toward the man, a man he hadn't seen in a decade. The man looked little different than he remembered, slightly jowlier, hair somewhat receded, but he was still strongly built and sinewy. He wore an expensive pair of swamp boots and a chambray shirt. "Evening," the man said. Esterhazy removed his pipe and gave it a lift by way of greeting. "Hello, Mike," he replied. The man stood against the afterglow, and his features were indistinct, so. He began, "Sounds like you took it upon yourself to clean up a little mess, and instead it turned into a rather bigger mess." Esterhazy wasn't going to be talked to like that, not by Michael Ventura. "Nothing involving this man. Pendergast is a little mess," he said harshly. "This is precisely what Mort've been dreading all these years. Something had to be done, and Mort did it. Nominally, the job belonged to you, but you would undoubtedly have made a bigger hash of it. Not likely that's the kind of job Mort do best." A long silence. Esterhazy took in a thin stream of smoke, let it leak out, trying to regain his equilibrium. "It's been a long time," Ventura said. "Let's not get off on the wrong foot." Esterhazy nodded. "It just that Moat thought it was all long past buried. It look never be long past, not as long as there's Spanish Island to deal with." A look of concern crossed Esterhazy's face. "Everything's all right, isn't it?" "As well as could be expected." Another silence. "Look," Ventura said in a milder tone. "Won't know this going to be easy for you. You made the ultimate sacrifice. We are very grateful to you for that." Esterhazy drew on his pipe. "Let's get down to it," he said. "Okay, so just let me understand. Instead of killing Pendergast, you killed his partner, D'Augusta. A happy accident. He was a loose end. Mort also took care of a couple of other loose ends, Blast and Blackletter, two people who should have been removed from circulation a long time ago." Ventura spat into the grass by way of answer. "Mut don't agree, and Mut never have. Blackletter was well paid for his silence, and Blast is only indirectly connected. Nevertheless, he was a loose end." Ventura just shook his head. "Now the Augusta's girlfriend is down here, a girlfriend who D'Augusta happens to be the youngest homicide captain in the NYPD. So?" Esterhazy took the pipe from his mouth and spoke coldly. "Mike, you have no idea, and but mean no idea, how dangerous this man Pendergast is. Mut can no ove cape him well, mut needed to act immediately. Unfortunately, I failed to kill him on the first attempt, which will make the second all that much more difficult. You do understand, don't you, that it's either him or us? How much could he possibly know? He has found the black frame, he knows about Audubon's illness, and somehow he knows about the Doane family." A sharp intake of breath. "You re-shitting me. How much about the Doane family?" "Hard to say. He was in Sunflower. He visited the house. He's tenacious and clever. You can assume he knows or will know everything." "Son of a bitch. How in the world did they find out?" "No idea. Not only is Pendergast a brilliant investigator, but this time around he is motivated, uniquely motivated." Ventura shook his head. "And morph little doubt he's busy filling the ear of this homicide captain with his suspicions, just as he did with that partner of his D'Augusta met. Afraid it's only a matter of time before they pay our mutual friend a visit." "You think this investigation's official?" "It does seem so. Mort think they working as cathedra. Mort doubt others are involved." Ventura thought for a moment before speaking again. "So now we finish the job." "Exactly. Take out Pendergast and that captain. Do it now. Kill them all." "The cop you hit, D'Augusta, are you sure he's dead?" "Mort thinks so. He took a Batam round in the back." Judson frowned. "If he doesn't die of his own accord, we'll have to extend a helping hand. Leave that to me." Ventura nodded. "Mort Leglun, keep the rest in line." "You do that. Need any help, money?" "Money's the last of our worries. You know that." and Ventura walked away across the field toward the pink sky of evening until his dark silhouette disappeared into the pines at the far end. Judson Esterhazy spent the next 15 minutes leaning against the fire tower, smoking his pipe and thinking. Finally, he reamed it out and knocked the dottle onto the iron strut. Then he stuck the pipe back into his pocket, took one last look at the light dying away in the west, then turned and made his way down the trail toward the road on the other side of the hill. Bomesau. Baton Rouge. Exactly how much time had passed, 5 hours or 50, Laura Hayward wasn't sure. The slow succession of minutes blended with a strange fugue of loudspeaker announcements, rapid hushed voices, the bleating of instrumentation. At times Pendergast was at her side. Other times she would find him gone. At first she willed the time to pass as quickly as possible. Then, as the wait grew longer, she only wanted time to slow down. Because the longer Vincent D'Agosta lay on that surgical table, she knew the more his chances of survival dwindled. Then quite abruptly the surgeon was standing before them. His scrub blues were creased and wrinkled, and his face looked pale and drawn. Behind him stood Father Bell. At the sight of the priest, Hayward's heart gave a dreadful lurch. She had known this moment would come, and yet now that it was here, she did not think that she could bear it. Oh no, oh no, no, no. She felt Pendergast take her hand. The surgeon cleared his throat. "Mof, come to let you know. The operation was successful. We closed 45 minutes ago, and we've been monitoring closely since. The signs are promising." "Motluglung take you to see him now," said Father Bell. Only for a moment, the surgeon added. "He's barely conscious and very weak." For a moment, Hayward sat motionless, stunned, trying to take it in. Pendergast was speaking, but she couldn't understand the words. Then she felt herself being raised, the FBI agent on one side, the priest on the other, and she was walking down the corridor. They turned left, then right, past closed doors and halls full of stretchers and empty wheelchairs. Through an open doorway, they came to a small area enclosed by movable privacy screens. A nurse pulled one of the screens away, and there was Vinny. A dozen machines were attached to him, and his eyes were closed. Tubes snaked beneath the sheets, one containing plasma, another saline. Despite D'Agosta's hefty build, he looked fragile, papery almost. She caught her breath. As she did so, his eyes fluttered open, closed, then opened again. He looked up at them silently in turn, his eyes at last looking into hers. As Hayward stared down at him, she felt the last vestiges of her self-control, that commanding presence of mind she so prided herself on, crumble and fall away. Hot tears coursed down her cheeks. "Oh, Vinny," she sobbed. D'Agosta's own eyes filled, and then he slowly closed them. Pendergast put a steadying arm around her, and for a moment she turned her face to the fabric of his shirt, yielding to the emotion, letting sobs rack her frame. Only now, when she saw Vinny alive, did she realize just how close she had come to losing him. "Med afraid you look need to leave now," the surgeon said in a low voice. She straightened up, dried her eyes, and took a long, shuddering, cleansing breath. "He's not out of the woods yet. As it is, his heart has been severely damaged by the trauma. He's going to need an aortic valve replacement at the earliest opportunity." Hayward nodded. She detached herself from Pendergast's arm, took one more look down at D'Agosta, then turned away. "Laura," she heard him croak. She glanced back. He was still lying there on the bed, eyes closed. Had it been her imagination? Then he moved faintly, and his eyes fluttered open again. His jaw worked, but no sound came. She stepped forward and bent over the bed. "Make my work here count," he said in a voice that was barely a whisper. "Bonmi Bay. Penumbra Plantation." A fire had been kindled in the great fireplace of the library, and Hayward watched the old manservant, Maurice, serving after-dinner coffee. He threaded his way between the furniture, an ancient figure with a curiously blank expression on his lined face. She noticed that he had been careful not to stare at the bruise on Pendergast's jaw. Perhaps, Hayward mused, over the years the old fellow had grown used to seeing his employer a little dinged up. The mansion and grounds were exactly as she pictured they would be. Ancient oaks draped with Spanish moss, white-columned portico, faded antebellum furnishings. There was even an old family ghost, the ancient manservant had assured her, who haunted the nearby swamps, another predictable cliché. The only surprise, in fact, was Penumbra's general state of external disrepair. This was a little odd. Pendergast, she assumed, had plenty of money. She put these musings aside, telling herself she was completely uninterested in Pendergast and his family. Before leaving the hospital the night before, Pendergast had asked her in some detail about her visit with Constance Green. Following that, he offered her lodging at Penumbra. Hayward had refused, opting instead to stay at a hotel near the medical center. But another visit to Diagosta the following morning had served to underline what the surgeon told her. His recovery would be slow and long. She could take time off from the job that wasn't a problem. She'd accrued Tuma Ugzehat vacation time as it was, but the idea of cooling her heels in a depressing hotel room for days on end was unendurable, especially because, at Pendergast's insistence, Vinny was going to be moved to a secure location just as soon as medically possible, and for the sake of security she would be forbidden to visit. That morning, in a brief interlude of consciousness, Vinny had once again implored her to pick up the case where he'd left off to help see it through to the bitter end. And so when Pendergast sent his car round to pick her up after lunch, she'd checked out of the hotel and accepted his invitation to stay at Penumbra. She hadn't agreed to help, but she'd decided to hear the details. Some of it she knew kept already from Vinny's phone calls. It had sounded like a typical Pendergast investigation. All hunches and blind alleys and conflicting evidence, strung together by highly questionable police work. But back at Penumbra, as Pendergast had explained the case starting at dinner, and then continuing over coffee, Hayward realized that the bizarre story had an internal logic. Pendergast explained his late wife's obsession with Audubon, how they had traced her interest in the Carolina parakeet, the black frame, the lost parrot, and the strange fate of the Doane family. He read her passages from the Doane girl's diary, a chilling descent into madness. He described their encounter with Blast, another seeker of the black frame, himself recently murdered, as had been Helen Pendergast, his former employer at Doctors with Wings, Morris Blackletter. And finally, he explained the series of deductions and discoveries that led to the unearthing of the black frame itself. When Pendergast at last fell silent, Hayward leaned back in her chair, sipping her coffee, running over the bizarre information in her mind, looking for threads, logical connections, and finding precious little. A great deal more work would be necessary to fill in the blanks. She glanced over at the painting known as the Black Frame. It was lit indirectly by the firelight, but she could nevertheless make out details. The woman on the bed, the stark room, the cold white nakedness of her body. Disturbing, to put it mildly. She looked back at Pendergast, now attired in his signature black suit. So you believe your wife was interested in Audubon's illness? An illness that somehow transformed him into a creative genius. Through some unknown neurological effect, yes. To someone with her interests, this would have been a very valuable pharmacological discovery. And all she wanted with the painting was confirmation for this theory. Pendergast nodded. That painting is the link between Audubon's early, indifferent work and his later brilliance. It's proof of the transition he underwent, but that doesn't quite get to the central mystery in this case. The birds. Hayward frowned. The birds? The Carolina parakeets, the Doane parrot. Hayward herself had been puzzling over the connection to Audubon's illness, to no avail, and Pendergast sipped his coffee. Mort believe we read dealing with a strain of avian flu. Avian flu? You mean bird flu? That, Mort believe, is the disease that laid Audubon low, that nearly killed him, and that was responsible for his creative flowering. His symptoms, high fever, headache, delirium, cough, are all consistent with flu. A flu he no doubt caught dissecting a Carolina parakeet. Slow down. How do you know all this? In reply, Pendergast reached for a worn, leather-bound book. This is the diary of my great-great-grandfather, Boethius Pendergast. He befriended Audubon during the painter's younger days. Opening the journal to a page marked with a silken strand, he found the passage he was looking for and began to read aloud. Og, Hymut St. J.J.A. spent the evening with us again. He had amused himself throughout the afternoon in the dissection of 2 Carolina parakeets, a curiously colored but otherwise unremarkable species. He then stuffed and mounted them on bits of cypress wood. We dined well and afterward took a turn around the park. He took leave of us around 10:30. Next week he plans to make a journey upriver, where he professes to have business prospects. Pendergast closed the journal. Audubon never made that journey upriver, because within a week he developed the symptoms that would eventually land him in the Meuse St. Clair Sanatorium. Hayward nodded at the journal. You think your wife saw that passage? Moat met sure of it. Why else would she have stolen those specimens of Carolina parakeet, the very ones Audubon dissected? She wanted to test them for avian flu. He paused. And do more than simply test them. She hoped to extract from them a live sample of virus. Vincent told me all that remained of the parrots my wife stole were a few feathers. Moat Luglung head over to Oakley Plantation in the morning, retrieve those remaining feathers carefully, and have them tested to confirm my suspicions. But all that still does explain how those parakeets are linked to the Doan family. It's quite simple. The Doans were sickened by the same disease that struck Audubon. What makes you say that? There are simply too many similarities, Captain, for anything else to make sense. The sudden flowering of creative brilliance, followed by mental dissolution. Too many similarities, and Helen knew it. That's why she went to get the bird from them. But when she took the bird, the family was still healthy. They didn't have the flu. One of the diaries in the Doan house records in passing the family coming down with the flu shortly after the bird arrived. Oh my God. And then, rather quickly, they manifested signs of creative brilliance. He paused again. Helen went there to get the bird away from the Doans. Moat met sure of that. To keep it from spreading the disease further, perhaps, and to test it, of course, to confirm her suspicions. Note what Karen Doane wrote in her diary about the day Helen took the bird. She wore leather gloves, and she stuffed the bird and its cage into a garbage bag. Why, initially, Mort assumed the bag was simply for concealment, but it was to keep herself and her car from contamination. And the leather gloves? Worn no doubt to conceal a pair of medical gloves beneath. Helen was trying to remove a viral vector from the human population. No doubt the bird, cage, and bag were all incinerated after she'd taken the necessary samples, of course. Incinerated, Hayward repeated. Standard procedure. Any samples taken would also have been ultimately incinerated. Why? If the Doan family was infected, they could just spread it to others. Burning the bird would be like shutting the barn door after the horse has escaped. Not quite. You see, avian flus jump easily from bird to human, but they have great difficulty passing from human to human. The neighbors would be safe. Of course, for the Doan family, it was too late. Pendergast took a last sip of coffee, then put the cup aside. But this still leaves us with a central mystery. Where did the Doan's parrot escape from? And, even more importantly, how did it become a carrier? Despite her skepticism, Hayward felt herself intrigued. Perhaps you're wrong. Maybe the virus lay dormant all this time. The parrot caught it naturally. Unlikely. Recall the parrot had been banded. No, the viral genome would have been painstakingly sequenced and rebuilt in a laboratory using viral material from the stolen Carolina parakeets, and then live birds were inoculated with it. So the bird escaped from a lab. Precisely. Pendergast stood up. The biggest question of all remains. What does this have to do with Helen's murder, and the recent killings and attacks on us, if anything? Isn't there another question you're forgetting? Hayward asked. Pendergast looked at her. You say Helen stole the parrots. Audubon studied the ones that supposedly sickened him. Helen also visited the Doan family and stole their parrot because, as you also say, she knew it was infected. By inference, Helen is the common thread that binds the two events. So aren't you curious what role she might have had in the sequencing and inoculation? Pendergast turned away, but not before a look of pain lanced across his face. Hayward almost regretted asking the question. A long pause settled over the library. At last, Pendergast turned toward her again. We must pick up where Vincent and Moat left off. We? You going to grant Vincent's request, Moat assume Moat need a competent partner. And as Moat recall, you from this region originally, you'll do well, Moat assure you. His assumptions, his patronizing attitude were irritating in the extreme. She knew all too well of Pendergast's unorthodox investigative techniques, his breezy neglect for rules and procedures, his skirtings of the law. She would find that annoying, if not intolerable. It might even damage her career. She returned his steady gaze. If it weren't for this man, Vinny would be in a hospital right now, critically wounded in need of a new heart valve. At the same time, Vinny had asked her twice. She realized she had already made the decision. All right, Mutluklung help you see this thing through. For Vinny's sake, not yours, but she hesitated, but got one condition, and it's non-negotiable. Of course, Captain. When if we find the person responsible for your wife's death, you must promise me not to kill him. Pendergast went very still. You realize this is the cold-blooded murderer of my wife we read discussing. Or don't believe in vigilante justice. Too many of your perps end up dead before they even reach a courtroom. This time we going to let justice take its course. There was a pause. What you are asking is difficult. It's the price of the dance, Hayward said simply. Pendergast held her gaze for a long moment, and then almost imperceptibly he nodded. In the dim garage, Amon crushed behind a vehicle draped in a white canvas shroud. The time was 7 in the evening, and the sun had set. The air smelled of car wax, motor oil, and mold. Sliding a Cheen Mealy Met Beretta semi-automatic pistol out of his belt, the man eased open the magazine, checked again that it was full. After snugging the gun back into his waistband, he opened and closed his hands 3 times, alternately stretching and clenching the fingers. The target would be arriving at any moment. The sweat crept down the nape of the man's neck, and a tendon began to jump in his thigh, but he was unaware of either distraction, so concentrated was he on what was to come. Frank Hudson had been scouting the grounds of Penumbra Plantation for the past 2 days, learning the movements and habits of the place. He had been surprised at Moat for how lax the security was. A single, dotty, half-blind servant opening the house in the morning and shutting it up again at night on a schedule, so regular you could set your watch by it. The entrance gates were left closed but unlocked during the day, and they were apparently unwatched. A diligent search had turned up no sign of security cameras, alarm systems, motion sensors, or infrared beams. The decrepit old plantation was so far off the beaten track that Hudson had little to fear from regular police patrols. There were few people at the plantation house besides the target and the servant. Only a rather attractive woman with a great figure he'd seen a few times. Hudson's target, the man named Pendergast, was the only irregularity in the timeless cycle of Penumbra Plantation. He came and went at the most unpredictable hours, but Hudson had observed long enough to see the beginning of a small pattern in his comings and goings, and it centered on wine. When the shuffling old servant began preparing dinner and uncorked a bottle of wine, Pendergast would be home no later than 7:30 in the evening to partake. If the servant did not uncork wine, it meant Pendergast would not be dining at home and would arrive much later in the evening, if at all. This evening, an uncorked bottle of wine stood on the sideboard, clearly visible through the dining room windows. Hudson checked his watch. He rehearsed in his mind how it would go, what he would do, and then he froze. Outside, he heard the sound of wheels crunching on gravel. This was it. Hudson waited, his breathing shallow. The car came to a halt outside the garage, the engine idling. A car door opened, followed by the sound of feet. The garage doors swung open, first one, then the other. They were not automatic, and the footsteps went back to the car. The engine revved slightly. The nose of the Rolls eased into the garage, the lights momentarily filling the space, blinding him. A moment later, the lights went out, the engine died, and the garage was dark again. He blinked, waiting for his eyes to readjust. His hand closed on the pistol grips, and he eased the weapon from his belt, carefully thumbing off the safety. He waited for the sound of the opening door, for his target to turn on the lights in the garage, but nothing happened. Pendergast seemed to be waiting in the car. What for? Feeling his heart accelerate in his chest, Hudson tried to control his breathing, maintain his lucidity. He knew he was well hidden, having adjusted the shroud on the vehicle so that it reached all the way to the ground, ensuring that even his feet were invisible. Perhaps Pendergast was on his cell phone, finishing up a call, or he was taking a rare opportunity to sit quietly, as people sometimes did before getting out of the vehicle. With infinite caution, Hudson raised his head ever so slightly to peer over the edge of the shroud. The dim form of the Rolls rested quietly in the dark, the only sound the ticking of the cooling engine. It was impossible to see inside the smoked windows. He waited. "Lose a button," came a voice from right behind him. With a grunt of surprise, Hudson leapt up, his hand jerking instinctively, the gun going off with a loud crash in the enclosed space. As he tried to pivot, he felt the gun wrenched from his hand and a wiry arm wrap around his neck. His body was spun around, then shoved up hard against the sheeted vehicle. In the great game of human life, the voice said, one begins by being a dupe and ends up by being a rogue. Hudson struggled ineffectually. Where are you, my friend, on that happy spectrum? More to know what the hell you're talking about. Hudson finally managed to gasp out. If you get a grip on yourself, Motluglunk release you. Now relax. Hudson stopped fighting. As he did so, he felt the pressure release, his limbs freed. He turned to find himself face to face with his target, Pendergast, a tall man in black with a face and hair so pale they seemed to glow in the darkness, like a specter. He had Hudson's own Beretta in hand pointed at him. Momet, sorry we haven't been introduced. My name is Pendergast. Fuck you. Mort always found that a curious expression when used pejoratively. Pendergast looked him up and down, then slid the gun into the waist of his own suit. Shall we continue this conversation in the house? The man stared at him. Please. Pendergast gestured for him to walk toward the side door ahead of him. After a moment, Hudson complied. There might be a way to retrieve something out of this, after all. He passed through the open garage door, Pendergast following, crossed the graveled drive, and mounted the steps to the shabby mansion. The servant held open the door. Is the gentleman to come in? He asked, in a voice that made it clear he hoped not. Only for a few minutes, Maurice. We Luglung have a glass of sherry in the east parlor. Pendergast gestured the man down the central hall and into a small sitting room. A fire was burning in the grate. Sit down. Hudson gingerly took a seat on an old leather sofa. Pendergast seated himself opposite, checked his watch. Mort have just a few minutes now once again. Your name, please? Hudson struggled to collect himself, to adapt to this sudden and unexpected reversal. He could still pull this off. Forget the name. Moat met a private investigator, and Moat worked for Blast. That's all you need to know, and Moat Luglung bet it's more than enough. Pendergast looked him up and down again. Moat know you have the painting, Hudson went on, the black frame, and Moat know you killed Blast. How very clever of you. Blast owed me a lot of money. All Moat met doing is collecting what is due. You pay me and Moat forget. All know about Blast's death, you understand? Let's see you here on a sort of improvised blackmail scheme. The man's pale face broke into a ghastly grin, exposing white, even teeth. Just collecting what's owed me, and helping you out at the same time, if you get my meaning. Mr. Blast had poor judgment in personnel matters. Uncertain what was meant by that, Hudson watched as Pendergast took the Beretta out of his black suit, checked the magazine, slapped it back in, and pointed the gun at him. At the same time, the servant arrived with a silver tray with 2 little glasses full of brown liquid, which he placed down, one after the other. Maurice, the sherry wanna be necessary after all. Mort met going to take this gentleman out into the swamp, shoot him in the back of the head with his own gun, and let the alligators dispose of the evidence. Mort Luglung be back in time for dinner. As you wish, sir, said the servant, taking up the drinks he had just set out. Bullshit me, said Hudson, feeling an uncomfortable twinge. Maybe he'd overplayed his hand. Pendergast didn't seem to hear him. He rose, pointed the gun. Let's go. Don't to be a fool, you Luglung never get away with it. My people are expecting me. They know where Mort am. Your people, the ghastly smile returned. Come now. If we both know you, strictly freelance, and that you've told no one where you went tonight to the swamp. Wait. Hudson felt a surge of panic. You were making a mistake. Do you think that having killed one man already, I would be eager to kill another who has learned about the crime and now wishes to extort money on your feet? Hudson jumped up. Listen to me, please. Forget about the money. Moat was just trying to explain. No explanations necessary. You haven't even told me your name, for which ma thank you. It always gives me a twinge to remember the names of those Matev killed. It's Hudson, he said quickly. Frank Hudson, please don't do this. Pendergast pushed the barrel of the gun into his side and spun him toward the door with a hard shove. Like a zombie, Hudson stumbled out into the hall, through the front door, and onto the porch. The night rose before him, black and damp, filled with the croaking of frogs and the trilling of insects. No, God, no, Hudson knew now he'd made a terrible miscalculation. Keep moving, if you please. Hudson felt his knees buckling and he sank down on the floorboards. Please. The tears coursed down his face. Luglung do it right here, then. Hudson felt the cold barrel of the gun touch the nape of his neck. Maurice will just have to clean up. Gone to do it, Hudson moaned. He heard Pendergast cock the Beretta. Why should Mort do it? When Mort met missing, the cops will find my car. It's close enough that they look lunk come knocking around here. Mort look lunk move your car. You look lunk leave your DNA in it, you can avoid it. Maurice will move it. Besides, Mort can deal with a few cops. They'll search the swamp. As Moat said, the alligators will dispose of your corpse. If you think that, you don't know much about corpses. They have a way of turning up days, weeks later, even in swamps. Not in my swamp with my alligators. Alligators can make human bones disappear. They go right through the gut, come out unchanged. Your knowledge of biology is impressive. Listen to me. The cops will find out I worked for Blast, connect Blast to you and me to you. Mort bought gas with a credit card just down the road. Believe me, they'll be all over this place. How will they connect me to Blast? They will, you can count on it. Hudson went on with true fervor. Mort, know the whole story, Blast told me. He told me about your visit. Right after you left, Blast ordered a roll-up of his fur operation. He wasn't taking any chances. He was on the phone a minute after you left his place. What about the black frame? Was that you who chased us? Yes, it was. Blast egged you on about the black frame. He wanted you to find it, figured you might be just smart enough to succeed where he'd failed. You impressed him. But the cops are going to know all about this if they don't it already. All that bullshit you pulled at the Donut Hole. Believe me, if more disappear, they'll be all over this place with hound dogs. They look lunk never connect me to Blast. Of course they will. Blast told me you accused him of killing your wife. You re-up to your neck in the investigation already. Did Blast kill my wife? He said he didn't. Had nothing to do with it. And you believed him? Hudson was talking as fast as he could, his heart racing painfully in his chest. Blast was no saint, but he was a killer. He was a weasel, a con man, a manipulator. He didn't have the guts to kill someone. Unlike you, hiding in my garage with a gun. No, this was to hit Moat, was only looking to make a deal. Moat met, just a PI trying to make a living. You've got to believe me. His voice cracked in panic. Must Mort? Pendergast slid the gun away. You may get up, Mr. Hudson. He rose to his feet. His face was vacapete with tears, and he was shaking all over, but he didn't care. He was overwhelmed with hope. You are slightly more intelligent than Mort had assumed. Instead of killing you, shall we go back inside, enjoy that sherry, and discuss the terms of your employment? Hudson sat in the sofa next to the hot fire, sweating all over. He felt drained, exhausted, and yet alive, tingling as if he'd been born again, and was walking the earth as a new man. Pendergast sat back in his chair with a strange half-smile. Now, Mr. Hudson, if you're going to work for me, you've got to tell me everything. About Blast. About your assignment. Hudson was only too grateful to talk. Blast called me after you visited him. You really scared him with your talk of illegal furs. He said he was putting his whole operation on ice indefinitely. He also said you were on the track of the painting, the black frame, and he wanted me to follow you around so that if you found it, Moat could get it away from you. Pendergast nodded over tented fingers. As I said, he hoped you'd lead him to the black frame. Mort followed you. Mort saw that business you pulled at Papias. Mort gave chase, but you got away. Another nod. So Mort went back to report to Blast, found him dead. Shotgun at close range, tore him up real nice. Owed me over $5,000 in time and expenses. Mort figured you killed him, and Mort figured to pay you a visit, take back what was owed me. Alas, Mort did not kill Blast. Someone else got to him. Hudson nodded, not knowing whether to believe him or not. And what did you know of Mr. Blast's business? Not much. Like I said, he was involved in the illegal wildlife trade, animal skins, but his big thing seemed to be that black frame. He was half crazy over it. And your own employment history, Mr. Hudson? What used to be a cop got put in the back office because of diabetes. Couldn't stand a desk job, so what became a PI. That was about 5 years ago. Did a lot of work for Mr. Blast, mostly looking into the backgrounds of his business partners and suppliers. He was very careful who he dealt with. The wildlife market was crawling with undercover cops and sting operators. He mostly dealt with some guy named Victor. Victor who? But never heard the last name. Pendergast looked at his watch. It is dinner time, Mr. Hudson, and Moat met sorry you can stay. Hudson felt sorry, too. Pendergast reached into his suit and pulled out a small sheaf of bills. "Mort can't speak for what Blast owes you," he said, "but this is for your first 2 days' employment. 500 a day plus expenses. From now on, you work without a firearm and you work only for me. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "There's a small town called Sunflower, just west of the Black Break Swamp. Mort wants you to get out a map. Draw a circle with a 50-mile radius around that town and identify all the pharmaceutical companies and drug research facilities within that circle. Going back 15 years, Mort wants you to drive to each one in the guise of a lost motorist. Get as close as you can without trespassing. Don't take notes or pictures. Keep it all in your head. Observe and report back to me in 24 hours. That will be the extent of your first assignment. Do you understand?" Hudson understood. He heard the door open and voices in the hall. Someone had arrived. "Yes, thank you, sir." This was even more money than Blast had been paying him, and for the simplest of assignments. Just so long as he didn't have to go into the Black Break Swamp itself. He'd heard one too many rumors about that place as it was. Pendergast saw him to the kitchen door. Hudson stepped out into the night, filled with a fierce gratitude and sense of loyalty toward the man who had spared his life. Bon Machine. St. Francisville, Louisiana. Laura Hayward followed the squad car out of town on a winding road that led south toward the Mississippi River. She felt conspicuous and more than a little awkward behind the wheel of Helen Pendergast's vintage Porsche convertible, but the FBI agent had offered his wife's car so courteously, she simply hadn't had the heart to refuse. As she drove along the sloping road, overleafed with oaks and walnut trees, her mind drifted back to her first job with the New Orleans Police Department. She'd only been a substitute dispatcher then, but the experience had confirmed her desire to become a cop. That was before she headed north to New York City to attend the John Jay College of Criminal Justice and later take her first job as a transit authority cop. In the almost 15 years since, she'd lost most of her southern accent and become a die-hard New Yorker to boot. The sight of St. Francisville whitewashed houses with long porches and tin roofs, the heavy air redolent of magnolias, seemed to melt right through her New York carapace. She mused that her experience with the local police had so far gone better than the bureaucratic runaround. She'd gotten in Florida trying to get information on the Blast homicide. There was still something to be said for the gentility of the Old South. The squad car turned into a driveway, and Hayward followed, parking next to it. He stepped out to see a modest ranch house with tidy flower beds framed by 2 magnolias. The 2 cops who had escorted her to the Black Letter House, a sergeant in the homicide division and a regular officer, climbed out of their car, hiking up their belts and walking toward her. The white one, Officer Field, had carrot hair and a red face and was sweating copiously. The other, Sergeant Detective Kring, had an almost excessive earnestness about him, a man who did his duty, dotted every I and crossed every T with close attention. The house was whitewashed like its neighbors, neat and clean. Crime scene tape, detached by the wind, fluttered over the lawn and coiled around the porch cosms. The front door latch was sealed with orange evidence tape. "Captain," said Kring, "do you want to examine the grounds or would you like to go inside?" "Inside, please." She followed them onto the porch. Her arrival at the St. Francisville police station unannounced had been a big event, and initially, not a positive one. They were not happy to see an NYPD captain, and a woman no less arriving in a flashy car to check up on a local homicide without warning or peace officer status, or even a courtesy call from up north. But Hayward had been able to turn around their suspicion. They kept to hat-friendly chatter about her days on the job in New Orleans, and pretty soon they were old buddies. Or at least she hoped so. "We'll do a walkthrough," Kring went on as he approached the door. He took out a penknife and slit through the tape. Freed, the door swung open, its lock broken. "What about those?" Hayward asked, pointing to a booty box sitting by the door. "The crime scene's already been thoroughly worked over," said Kring. "No need." "Right." "It was a pretty straightforward case," Kring said as they stepped inside, the house exhaling a breath of stale, faintly foul air. "Straightforward how?" Hayward asked. "Robbery gone bad." "How do you know?" The house was tossed. A bunch of electronics, taken flat panel, couple of computers, stereo. "You'll see for yourself." "Thank you." "It took place between 9 and 10 in the evening." The perp used a pry bar to get inside, as you probably noticed, and walked through this front hallway into the den, through there where Blackletter was tinkering with his robots. Robots? He was a robot enthusiast, hobbyist stuff. So the perp went straight from here to the den? It seems so. He apparently heard Blackletter in there, decided to eliminate him before robbing the house. Was Blackletter's car in the driveway? Yes. Hayward followed Kring into the den. A long table was covered with metal and plastic parts, wires, circuit boards, and all kinds of strange gizmos. The floor below sported a large black stain, and the cinder block wall was sprayed with blood and peppered with buckshot. Evidence marking cones and arrows were still positioned everywhere. Shotgun, she thought, just like Blast. It was a sawed-off, said Kring. 12 gauge, based on the splatter analysis and the buckshot recovered. Double-aught buck. Hayward nodded. She examined the door into the den, thick metal with a layer of hard soundproofing screwed into it on the inside. The walls and ceiling were also well soundproofed. She wondered if Blackletter had been working with the door open or shut. If he was a fastidious man, which seemed to be the case, he would have kept it shut to keep the dirt and dust out of the kitchen. After shooting the victim, continued Kring, the perpetrator walked back into the kitchen. We found spots of secondary blood from footprints, and then back through the hallway to the living room. Hayward was about to say something, but bit her tongue. This was no burglary, but it would do no good to point that out now. Can we look at the living room? Sure thing. Kring led her through the kitchen to the entry hall, then into the living room. Nothing had been touched. It was still a mess. A roll-top desk had been rifled, letters and pictures scattered about, books pulled off shelves, a sofa slid open with a knife. The wall sported a hole where the supports to the missing flat screen had been affixed. Hayward noticed an antique sterling silver letter opener with an opal inlaid in its handle lying on the floor where it had been swept off the desk. Her eye roved about the living room, noting quite a few small portable objects of silver and gold workmanship, ashtrays, small casks and boxes, teapots, teaspoons, salvers, candle snuffers, inkstands, and figurines, all beautifully chased. Some had inlaid gemstones. They all seemed to have been unceremoniously swept to the floor. All these silver and gold objects, she asked, were any stolen? Not that we know of. That seems odd. Things like that are very hard to fence, especially around here. Our burglar was most likely a drug addict just looking for some stuff to get a quick fix. All this silver looks like a collection. It was. Dr. Blackletter was involved with the local historical society and donated things from time to time. He specialized in antebellum American silver. Where'd he get his money? He was a medical doctor. As I understand, he worked for Doctors with Wings, a non-profit organization without a lot of money. This silver must be worth a small fortune. After Doctors with Wings, he did consulting work for various pharmaceutical companies. There are quite a few in this area. It's one of the mainstays of the local economy. Do you have a file on Dr. Blackletter? Would like to see it. It's back at the station. Would Ludlum get you a copy when we redone here? Hayward lingered in the living room. She had a vague feeling of dissatisfaction, as if there was more to extract from the crime scene. Her eye fell on a number of snapshots in silver frames that had apparently been swept from a bookshelf. May Mort. Be my guest. The CSI people have been through here with a fine tooth comb. She knelt and picked up several of the frames. They showed what she presumed to be various family members and friends. Some were clearly of Blackletter himself. In Africa, flying a plane, inoculating natives, standing before a bush clinic. There were several pictures showing Blackletter in company with an attractive blonde woman some years his junior. In one, he had his arm around her. Was Dr. Blackletter married? Never, said Kring. She turned this last picture over in her hands. The glass in the frame had cracked in its fall to the floor. Hayward slid the photo out of its frame and turned it over. Written on the back with a generous looping hand was, "To Morris, in memory of that flight over the lake. Love, M. May Mort keep this, just the photo? Mort me." A hesitation. Well, we'll have to enter it in the chain of custody logs. Another hesitation. May Mort ask the reason why? It may be pertinent to my investigation. Hayward had been careful not to tell them exactly what her investigation was, and they, after making a few half-hearted attempts to find out, had tactfully dropped the subject. But now Kring brought it up again. If you don't mind me asking, we're sort of puzzled why an NYPD homicide captain would be interested in a fairly routine burglary and murder all the way down here. We don't mean to pry, but it would be useful to know what you were looking for so we can help. Hayward knew she couldn't keep dodging the question, so she opted for misdirection. It involves a terrorism investigation. A silence. I see. Terrorism field repeated from behind her, speaking for the first time. He'd been following them so silently she'd almost forgotten he was there. You got a lot of that up in New York, Matir. Yes, said Hayward. You understand why we can go into details. Absolutely. We were keeping a low profile on this one, which is why Moat met down here informally, if you know what Moat mean. Yes, of course, said Field, if Mort may ask anything to do with the robots. Hayward flashed him a quick smile. The less said the better. Yes, ma'am, said the officer, flushing with pleasure at having guessed. Hayward hated herself for telling lies like this. It was bad policy all around, and if it ever got out, she could lose her job. Give the picture to me, said Kring with a warning glance to his subordinate. Mot luglung see that it's logged and back in your hands right away. He slid the photograph into an evidence envelope, sealed it, and initialed it. Mot think we're done here, said Hayward, looking around, feeling guilty about her crude deception. She hoped Pendergast wasn't starting to rub off on her. She stepped out of the dark house and into the humid sunlight. Glancing around, she noticed that the street dead ended at the river not half a mile away. On impulse, she turned back to Kring, who was securing the front door. Detective, she said. He turned. Ma'am? You understand that you can speak to anybody about what we just discussed. Yes, ma'am. But you probably also understand now why Mort believed this robbery to be a fake. Kring rubbed his chin. A fake? Staged. She nodded down the street. In fact, Mort bet that if you were to check, you just might find those missing electronics down there, beyond the end of the road, at the bottom of the Mississippi. Kring looked from her to the river and back again. He nodded slowly. Mort luglung swing by for that photo this afternoon, she said as she slipped into the Porsche. Namme. Penumbra Plantation. The old servant, Morris, opened the door for Hayward, and she entered the dim confines of the mansion house. It again struck her as exactly the kind of place she imagined Pendergast coming from, decaying antebellum gentry, from the dilapidated house down to the mournful old servant in formal clothes. This way, Captain Hayward, Maurice said, turning and gesturing toward the parlor with an upturned palm. She walked in to find Pendergast seated before a fire, a small glass by his right hand. He rose and indicated a seat for her. Sherry? She dropped her briefcase on the sofa and settled down beside it. No thanks, not my kind of drink. Anything else? Beer, tea, a martini? She glanced at Maurice, not wanting to put him out but exhausted by her travel. Tea, hot and strong, with milk and sugar, please. With a decline of his head, the servant withdrew. Pendergast settled back down, throwing one leg over the other. How was your trip to Siesta Key and St. Francisville, he asked. Productive, but first, how's Vinny? Doing quite well. The move to the private hospital was accomplished without incident, and the second operation, replacing the valve in his aorta with a pig valve, went beautifully, and he is on the road to recovery. She eased back, feeling a huge weight lifted. Thank God, Moat want to see him. As Moat mentioned before, that would be unwise. Even calling him might be a bad idea. We seem to be dealing with a very clever killer who, Moat believe, has some inside source of information about us. Pendergast took a sip of his sherry. In any case, Moat just received the lab report about the feathers Moat purloined from Oakley Plantation. The birds were indeed infected with an avian influenza virus, but the very small sample Moat was able to obtain was simply too degraded to cultivate. Nevertheless, the researcher Moat employed made an important observation. The virus is neuroinvasive. Hayward sighed. You're going to have to explain that. It hides in the human nervous system. It's highly neurovirulent. And that, Captain, is the final piece of the puzzle. The tea came and Maurice poured out a cup. Go on. Pendergast rose and paced before the fire. The parrot virus makes you sick just like any flu virus, and like many viruses, It hides in the nervous system as a way of avoiding the bloodstream and thus the human immune system. But that S where the similarities end, because this virus also has an effect on the nervous system. And that effect is most unusual. It enhances brain activity, triggers a flowering of the intellect. My researcher, an exceedingly clever fellow, tells me that this could be caused by a simple loosening of neural pathways. You see, the virus makes the nerve endings slightly more sensitive, making them fire more quickly, more easily, with less stimuli, trigger happy nerves, as it were. But the virus also inhibits production of acetylcholine in the brain, and it seems this combination of effects ultimately unbalances the system, eventually overwhelming the victim with sensory input. Hayward frowned. This seemed like a reach, even for Pendergast. Are you sure about this? Additional research would be needed to confirm the theory, but it's the only answer that fits. He paused. Think of yourself for a moment, Captain Hayward. You are aware of the pressure of the leather against your back. You are aware of the warmth of the teacup in your hand. You can smell the roast saddle of lamb that we will be having for dinner. You can hear a variety of sounds: crickets, songbirds in the trees, the fire in the fireplace, Maurice in the kitchen. Of course, Hayward said. What's your point? You are aware of those sensations, and probably 100 more, if you were to stop and take note of them. But that's the point. You don't take note. A part of your brain, the thalamus, to be exact, is acting as a traffic cop, making sure you are only aware of the sensations that are important at the moment. Imagine what it would be like if there were no traffic cop. You would be continually bombarded by sensation, unable to ignore any of it. While it might in the short run enhance cognitive function and creativity, in the long run it would drive you mad, literally. That is, Vekip Hatate happened to Audubon, and it happened to the Doan family, only Mougehat more rapidly and powerfully. We already suspected the madness shared by Audubon, and the Doans was more than coincidence, we just didn't have the link, until now. The Doan's parrot, Hayward said. It had the virus, too, just like the parrot stolen from Oakley Plantation. Correct. My wife must have discovered this extraordinary effect by accident. She realized that Audubon's illness seemed to have profoundly changed him, and as an epidemiologist she had the tools to figure out why. Her leap of genius was in realizing it wasn't just a psychic change caused by a brush with death, it was a physical change. You asked what her role in all this was, would have reason to believe she might, through the best of intentions, have taken her discovery to a pharmaceutical company, which tried to develop a drug from it, a mind enhancement drug, or what Mort believed today is called a smart drug. So what happened to that drug? Why wasn't it developed? When we learn that, Mort think we will be much closer to understanding why my wife was killed. Hayward spoke again slowly. I learned today that Blackletter was a consultant for several pharmaceutical companies after leaving Doctors with Wings. Excellent, Pendergast resumed pacing. Moat met ready for your report. Hayward briefly summarized her visits to Florida and St. Francisville. Both Blast and Blackletter were killed by a professional wielding a Miri high gauge, sawed-off shotgun-loaded Vekepte hot double-aught buckshot. He entered the premises, killed the victims, then tossed the place and took a few things to make it look like a robbery. Which pharmaceutical companies did Blackletter consult for? Hayward opened her briefcase, slid out a manila envelope, extracted a sheet, and handed it to him. Pendergast walked over and took it. Did you dig up any of Blackletter as former contacts or associates? Just won a snapshot of an old flame. An excellent start. Speaking of Blast, there's something we're done understand. Pendergast put the photo aside. Yes? Well, it's pretty obvious the person who killed Blackletter also killed him. But why? He didn't have anything to do with this avian flu, did he? Pendergast shook his head. No, he didn't, and that is a very good question. Moat believe it must concern the conversation Helen once had with Blast. Blast told me that when he confronted her about the black frame and her reasons for wanting it, she said, Moat don't want to own it, Moat just want to examine it. We now know Blast was telling the truth about this, but of course whoever arranged for my wife's murder cannot have known what transpired in that conversation. She might have told him more, perhaps much more. About Audubon and the avian flu, for example, and so, for safety's sake, Blast had to die. He was a big loose end, but he was a loose end nonetheless. Hayward shook her head. That's cold. Cold, indeed. At that moment, Maurice came in, a look of distaste on his face. "Mr. Hudson is here to see you, sir." "Send him in." Hayward watched as a short, stocky, obsequious-looking fellow came into the room, all trench coat, fedora, pinstripes, and wingtips. He looked every inch the film noir caricature of a private investigator, which is what he evidently thought he was. She was amazed that Pendergast would have any truck with such a person. "Hope Mort met not interrupting," he said, ducking his head and removing his hat. "Not at all, Mr. Hudson." She noticed Pendergast did introduce her. "You have the list of pharmaceutical companies Mort asked for." "Yes, sir," and Mort visited each one. "Thank you." Pendergast took the list. "Please wait in the east parlor where Mort will take your report in good time." He nodded to Maurice. "Make sure Mr. Hudson is comfortable with a non-alcoholic beverage." The old servant led the man back out into the hallway. "What in the world did you do to make him so?" Hayward searched for the right word. "Meek?" "A variant of the Stockholm Syndrome. First you threaten his life, then with great magnanimity you spare him. The poor fellow made the mistake of hiding in my garage with a loaded gun, in a rather ill-considered blackmail attempt." Hayward shuddered, remembering afresh why she found Pendergast's methods so distasteful. "Anyway, he's working for us now. And the first assignment Mort gave him was to compile a list of all the pharmaceutical companies within 50 miles of the Doan House, reasoning 50 miles, to be the outside limit of how far an escaped parrot would fly. All that remains is to compare it to your list of the companies Blackletter consulted for." Pendergast held up the 2 sheets of paper, glancing back and forth between them. His face suddenly hardened. He lowered the sheets and his eyes met hers. "We have a match," he said. "Longitude Pharmaceuticals." Numming Baton Rouge. The house of cheerful yellow stucco with white trim stood in a gentrified neighborhood at the fringes of Spanish Town in Baton Rouge, with a tiny front garden overflowing with tulips. Laura Hayward followed Pendergast up the brick walk to the front door. She eyed the large sign that read "No Soliciting." That did not seem like a good omen, and she was miffed that Pendergast had turned down her suggestion they call ahead to set up an appointment. A small man with wispy hair opened the door, peering at them through round glasses. "May it help you?" "Is Marianne Roblet at Mof home?" Pendergast asked in his most mellifluous southern accent, irritating Hayward further. She reminded herself again that she was doing this not for him but for Vinny. The man hesitated. "Whom may it say is calling?" "Aloysius Pendergast and Laura Hayward." Another hesitation. "Are you, religious folk?" "No, sir," said Pendergast. "Nor are we selling anything." He waited, with a pleasant smile on his face. The man, after a moment of further hesitation, called over his shoulder, "Marianne, 2 people to see you." He waited at the door, not inviting them in. A moment later, a vivacious woman bustled to the door, plump, ample-breasted, her silver hair coiffed, makeup tastefully applied. "Yes?" Pendergast introduced themselves once again, while at the same time removing the FBI shield from his suit, opening it in front of her with a smooth motion, and then closing it and restoring it somewhere inside the black material. Hayward noticed with a start that tucked inside the shield was the snapshot she had retrieved in Blackletter's house. A blush crept up on Marianne Roblet's face. "May we speak with you in private, Mrs. Roblet?" She was flustered, unable to reply, her blush growing deeper. The man, evidently her husband, hovered suspiciously in the background. "What is it?" he asked. "Who are these people?" "They re-FBI." "FBI? FBI? What the heck is this about?" He turned to them. "What do you want?" Pendergast spoke up. "Mr. Roblet, it's purely routine, nothing to be concerned about. But it is confidential. We need to speak with your wife for a few minutes, that is all. Now, Mrs. Roblet, may we come in?" She backed away from the door, her face now entirely red. "Is there a place inside where we can talk in private?" asked Pendergast. "If you don't mind." Mrs. Roblet recovered her voice. "We can go into the den." They followed Mrs. Roblet into a small television room with 2 overstuffed chairs and a sofa, white wall-to-wall carpeting, and a huge plasma television at one end. Pendergast firmly shut the door as Mr. Roblet hung about in the hall, frowning. Mrs. Roblet seated herself primly on the sofa, adjusting the hem of her dress. Instead of taking one of the chairs, Pendergast sat down beside her on the sofa. "My apologies for disturbing you," said Pendergast in a low, pleasant voice. "We hope to take up only a few minutes of your time." After a silence, Mrs. Roblet said, "Would assume you were looking into the death of Morris Blackletter." "That's correct. How did you know?" Mort read about it in the papers. Her carefully constructed face already looked like it was beginning to fall apart. "Very sorry," said Pendergast, extracting a small packet of tissues from his suit and offering her one. She took one, dabbed her eyes. She was making a heroic effort to hold herself together. "We were not here to pry into your past life or disturb your marriage," Pendergast went on in a kindly voice. "Mort, imagine it must be difficult to grieve secretly for someone you once cared about a great deal. Nothing we say in here will get back to your husband." She nodded, dabbing again. "Yes, Morris was a wonderful man," she said quietly. Then her voice changed, hardened. "Let's just get this over with." Hayward shifted uncomfortably. Damn Pendergast and his methods, she thought. This kind of an interview should take place in a formal setting, a police station with recording devices. "Of course, you met Dr. Blackletter in Africa?" "Yes," she said. "Under what circumstances?" "Mort was a nurse with the Libreville Baptist Mission in Gabon. That's in West Africa." "And your husband?" "He was the mission's senior pastor," she said in a low voice. "How did you meet Dr. Blackletter?" "Is this really necessary?" she whispered. "Yes. He ran a small clinic next to the mission for doctors with wings. Whenever there was an outbreak of disease in the western part of the country, he used to fly into the bush to inoculate the villagers. It was very, very dangerous work, and when he needed help, sometimes Moat would go with him." Pendergast laid a kindly hand on hers. "When did your relationship with him begin?" "Around the middle of our first year there. That would be 22 years ago." "And when did it end?" A long silence. "It didn't." Her voice faltered. "Tell us about his work back here in the States, after he left Doctors with Wings." Morris was an epidemiologist, a very good one. He worked for a number of pharmaceutical companies as a consultant, helping them design and develop vaccines and other drugs. "Was one of them Longitude Pharmaceuticals?" "Yes." "Did he ever tell you anything about his work with them?" "He kept quiet about most of his consulting work. It was pretty hush-hush, industrial secrets and all that. But it's funny you should mention that company, because he did talk about it a few times, more than most of them. And he worked there for about a year." "When was that?" "Maybe 11 years ago. He quit abruptly. Something happened there he didn't like. He was angry and frightened, and believe me, Morris was not an easily frightened man. Mort remember one evening he talked about the company's CEO. Slade was his name, Charles J. Slade. Mort remember him saying the man was evil, and that the sign of a truly evil man was his ability to draw good people into his maelstrom. That was the word he used. Maelstrom. Remember having to look it up. Morris abruptly stopped talking about longitude shortly after he quit, and Mort never heard him speak of it again." "He never worked for them again?" "Never. The company went into bankruptcy almost immediately after Morris left. Fortunately, he had been paid by then." Hayward leaned forward. "Excuse me for interrupting, but how do you know he was paid?" Marianne Roblet turned gray eyes on her, damp and red. "He loved fine silverwork antiques. He went out and spent a fortune on a private collection, and when Mott asked him how he afforded it, he told me he'd received a large bonus from Longitude." "A large bonus after a year of work." Pendergast thought a moment. "What else did he say about this man, Slade?" She thought for a moment. "He said he'd brought down a good company, wrecked it with his own thoughtlessness and arrogance." "Did you ever meet Slade?" "Oh, never. Morris and Mort never had any kind of public relationship. It was always private. Mort did hear that everyone was in deathly fear of Slade, except for June, that is." "June?" "June Brody, Slade's executive secretary." Pendergast thought about this for a moment. Then he turned to Hayward. "Do you have any further questions? Did Dr. Blackletter ever indicate what he was working on at Longitude, or whom he worked with?" "He never talked about the confidential research, but from time to time he did mention a few of the people he worked with. He liked to tell funny stories about people. Let's see, my memory is to what it used to be. There was June, of course." "Why, of course?" Pendergast asked. "Because June was so important to Slade." She paused, opened her mouth to speak again, then colored slightly. "Yes?" Pendergast pressed. Roblet shook her head. After a brief silence, Hayward continued. Who else did Dr. Blackletter work with at Longitude? Let me think. The senior VP of Science, Dr. Gordon Grobel, whom Morris reported to directly. Hayward quickly jotted down the name. Anything about this Dr. Grobel in particular? Let me think. Morris called him misguided a few times, misguided and greedy, if Mott remember. She paused. There was someone else, a Mr. Phillips. Dennison Phillips, Mott believe. He was the firm's general counsel. A silence fell in the little sitting room. Mary Ann Roblet dried her eyes, took out a compact case and touched up her face, plumped her hair, and added a touch of lipstick. Life goes on as they say, she said. Will that be all? Yes, said Pendergast, rising. Thank you, Mrs. Roblet. She didn't answer. They followed her out the door and into the hall. Her husband was in the kitchen, drinking coffee. He jumped up and came to the front hall as they prepared to leave. Are you all right, dear? He asked, looking at her with concern. Quite all right. You remember that nice Dr. Blackletter who used to work at the mission years ago? Blackletter, the flying doctor? Of course Mott remember him, fine fellow. He was killed in St. Francisville in a burglary a few days ago. These FBI agents are investigating. Good heavens, said Roblet, looking more relieved than anything else. That is terrible, Motewi de note, even though he lived in Louisiana. Hadn't a thought of him in years. Neither had Mort. As they climbed into the rolls, Hayward turned to Pendergast. That was exceptionally well done, she said. Pendergast turned, inclined his head. Coming from you, Mort accept that as a very great compliment, Captain Hayward. Num-me-hi. Frank Hudson paused in the shade of a tree on the walkway in front of the Vital Records building. The air conditioning inside had been cranked to Siberian temperatures, and coming out into the unseasonable heat and humidity made him feel like an ice cube dropped into warm soup. Setting down his briefcase, he pulled a handkerchief out of the breast pocket of his pin-striped suit and mopped his bald crown. Nothing like a Baton Rouge winter, he thought irritably, stuffing the hanky back into his pocket. Patting it in place to leave a rakish corner exposed, he squinted in the bright sunlight toward the parking lot and located his vintage Ford Falcon. Near it, a stout woman in plaid was getting out of a beaten-to-hell Nova, all in a huff, and he watched her slam the door once, twice, trying to get it to latch. Bastard, he heard the woman mutter to the car, trying to slam the door again. Son of a bitch. He mopped again, replaced the fedora on his head. He'd rest here a moment longer in the shade before getting into his car. The assignment Pendergast had given him had been a piece of cake. June Brody, 35, secretary, married, no kids, a good looker. It was all there in the files. Husband a nurse practitioner. She'd been trained as a nurse herself, but ended up working for Longitude. Fast forward 14 years. Longitude goes bankrupt, she loses her job, and a week after that she climbs into her Tahoe, drives to Archer Bridge a few miles out of town, disappears. The handwritten suicide note left in the car says, "Can't take it anymore. All my fault. Forgive me. They drag the river for a week. Nothing, it's a favorite spot for jumpers. The river is swift and deep. Lots of bodies are never found, end of story." It had taken Hudson only a few hours to pull the information together, go through the files. He was worried he hadn't done enough to justify his $500 a day salary. Maybe he should mention it only took him 2 hours. The file was complete, right down to a photocopy of the suicide note. The FBI agent ought to be pleased with it. As far as the pay went, he'd play it by ear. This was too lucrative a connection to take chances by gaming the man or trying to squeeze out a few pennies more. Hudson picked up the briefcase and stepped out of the shade into the baking parking lot. With a final curse, Nancy Milligan slammed the car door and it stayed shut. She was sweating, exasperated, and mad. Mad at the unusual heat, mad at the old clunker of a car, and particularly mad at her husband. Why did the blame fool make her run his errands instead of getting up off his epatay ass and doing them himself? Why the city of Baton Rouge needed a copy of his birth certificate at his age, it made no sense. She straightened up and was embarrassed to see a man standing across the parking lot. Fedora pushed back on his head, mopping his brow, looking in her direction. In that very moment, his hat flew into the air, and the entire side of his head went blurry, coalescing into a jet of dark fluid. At the same time, a sharp crack rolled through the spreading oaks. The man slowly toppled to the ground, straight as a tree, landing so heavily his body rolled like a log before coming to rest, arms wrapped around in a crazy self-hug. The hat hit the ground at the same time, rolling a few yards and then, with a wobble, coming to rest on its crown. For a moment, the woman just stood beside her car, frozen. Then she took out her cell phone and dialed Chine Mort with numb fingers. "A man," she said, surprised by the calmness of her voice, "has just been shot in the parking lot of the Vital Records building, Louisiana Avenue." In answer to a question, she replied, "Yes, he is most certainly dead." Nami ba. The parking lot and part of the nearby street had been marked off with crime scene tape. A crowd of reporters, news teams, and cameras seethed behind blue police barricades, along with a smattering of rubberneckers and disgruntled people who couldn't get their cars out of the lot. Hayward stood next to Pendergast behind the barriers, watching the investigators do their work. Pendergast had persuaded her, against her will, that they should remain civilians and not involve themselves in the investigation. Nor should they reveal that the PI had been working for them. Hayward reluctantly agreed. To admit their connection to Hudson would involve them in endless paperwork, interviews, and difficulties. It would hamper their work and expose them to press reports and public scrutiny. Bottom line, it would almost guarantee they would never find Venice attacker. And this man's killer, evidently the same person. "Well, don't get it," Hayward said. "Why go after Hudson? Here we are, interviewing everyone, blundering about, stirring the pot, and all he was doing was pulling some public files on June Brody." Pendergast squinted into the sun, his eyes narrowed, and said nothing. Hayward tightened her lips and watched the forensic team do their work, crouching over the hot asphalt. They looked like crabs moving slowly over the bottom of the sea. So far, they had done everything right. Meticulous by the book, not a single misstep that she could identify. They were professionals, and perhaps that was no surprise. The very public assassination of a man in broad daylight in front of a government building was not an everyday event in Baton Rouge. "Let us stroll over this way," Pendergast murmured. She followed him as he slipped through the crowd, moving across the large lawn, circling the parking lot, heading toward the far corner of the Vital Records building. They stopped before a cluster of yews, severely clipped into oblong shapes like squashed bowling pins. Hayward, suddenly suspicious, watched Pendergast approach the bushes. "This is where the shooter fired from," he said. "How do you know?" He pointed to the tilled ground around the yews, covered with raked bark chips. "He lay down here and the marks of his bipod are there." Hayward peered without getting too close, and with some effort, finally made out the two almost invisible indents in the ground where the bark had been pushed aside. "Pendergast, you've got an admirable imagination. How do you know he shot from over here in the first place?" The police seemed to think it came from another direction. Most of the police activity had been focusing along the street. By the position of the fedora, the force of the round kicked the victim's head to one side, but it was the rebound of the neck muscles that jerked the hat off. Hayward rolled her eyes. "That's pretty thin." But Pendergast wasn't listening. Once again he was moving across the lawn, this time more rapidly. Hayward took off, struggling to catch up. He crossed the 400 yards of open ground, closing in on the parking lot. Expertly slipping his way through the crowd, he came up to the barricades. Again his silver eyes, squinting against the bright sun, peered into the sea of parked cars. A small pair of binoculars made their appearance, and he looked around. He slipped the binoculars back into his suit. "Excuse me, officers?" He leaned over the barricade, trying to get the attention of two detectives conferring over a clipboard. They studiously ignored him. "Officers, hello, excuse me." One of the detectives looked over with obvious reluctance. "Yes?" "Come here, please." Pendergast gestured with a white hand. "Sir, we're very busy here." "Please, it's important. Mort have information." Hayward was surprised and irritated by Pendergast whining, which seemed almost calculated to provoke skepticism. She'd taken pains to curry favor with the local cops. The last thing she wanted was for Pendergast to queer that now. The detective approached. "Did you see it happen?" "No, but I see that." Pendergast pointed into the parking lot. "What?" The detective followed his pointing finger. "That white Subaru, in the front right door, just below the window trim, is a bullet hole." The detective squinted and then shuffled off, threaded his way among the cars to the Subaru. He bent over. A moment later, his head shot back up. He shouted at the team and waved. "George, George!" Get the team over here, there's a round in this door panel. The forensic team hustled to the car, while the detective came striding back to Pendergast, suddenly interested, his eyes narrowed. How'd you see that? Pendergast smiled. Mort have excellent eyesight. He leaned in. And if you'll excuse the speculation of an ignorant bystander, Moat would say that given the position of the bullet hole and the placement of the victim, it might be worth examining the shrubbery at the southeast corner of the building as a likely place from which the shot originated. The detective's eyes flickered to the building and along the trajectory, immediately comprehending the geometry of the situation. Right. He waved two detectives over and spoke to them in a low voice. Immediately, Pendergast began moving away. Sir? Just a minute, sir. But Pendergast was already out of hearing, mingling with the general hubbub of the crowd. He drifted toward the building, Hayward in tow, keeping with the moving masses of people. But instead of heading toward their parked car, he turned and entered the Vital Records building. That was an interesting exchange, Hayward said. It seemed prudent to furnish them with any available assistance. We need every possible edge we can obtain in this case, however. Moat believed Pendergast continued, as they approached the receptionist, that our adversary might just have made his second false move. Which is? Instead of answering, Pendergast turned to the clerk. We re-interested in seeing your files on a June Brody. They may still be out of the stacks a gentleman, Moat believe, was looking at them earlier today. As the woman was retrieving the file from a sorting cart, Hayward turned to Pendergast. Okay, Mut Luglunk bite this one time. What was the first false move? Missing me at Penumbra and hitting Vincent instead. Numwe do. New York City. Dar. John Felder stepped down from the witness stand at the involuntary commitment hearing and took his seat. He avoided looking in the direction of Constance Green, the accused. There was something profoundly unsettling about the steady gaze from those violet eyes. Felder had said what he had to say, and what his professional belief was that she was profoundly mentally ill and should be involuntarily committed. It was moot because she was already charged with first-degree murder. Bekepte hat bail denied, but it was still a necessary stage in the legal process. And, Felder had to admit, in this particular case it was an eminently valid determination. Because despite her self-possession, despite her high intelligence and apparent lucidity, Felder was now convinced she was deeply insane, unable to tell right from wrong. There was some shuffling of papers and clearing of throats as the judge wrapped up the hearing. Moat note for the record, he intoned, that the alleged mentally ill person has not availed herself of legal counsel. That's correct, Your Honor, said Green primly, hands folded on her prison garb skirt. You have a right to speak at this proceeding, the judge said. Is there anything you wish to say? Not at present, Your Honor. You have heard the testimony of Dr. Felder, who says he believes you are a danger to yourself and to others, and should be involuntarily committed to an institution for the mentally ill. Do you have any comment on that testimony? Mort would not wish to dispute an expert. Very well. The judge handed a sheaf of papers to a court officer, and received another in return. And now Mort have a question of my own. He pulled his glasses down his nose and looked at her. Felder was mildly surprised. He had attended dozens of involuntary commitment hearings, but rarely, if ever, had a judge asked questions directly of the accused. Usually the judge concluded with a pontification of some kind, replete with moral urgings and pop psychology observations. Miss Green, no one seems to be able to establish your identity or even verify your existence. The same is true of your baby. Despite a diligent search, there appears to be no evidence that you gave birth. The latter point is a problem for your trial judge. But Moat also faced significant legal issues in committing you involuntarily without a social security number or evidence that you are an American citizen. In short, we do not know who you really are. He paused. Green looked at him attentively, hands still folded. Moat wonder if you be ready to tell this court the truth about your past, the judge said in a stern but not unkindly tone, who you really are and where you are from. Your Honor, Moat already told the truth, said Constance. In this transcript, you indicate that you were born on Water Street in the Mortchin Bemige. But the record shows this cannot be true. It isn't true. Felder felt a certain weariness creep in. The judge should know better. This was fruitless, a waste of the court's time. Felder had patients to attend to paying patients. You say it right here. In this transcript Moat have in my hand. Mort, do not say it. The judge, exasperated, began to read from the transcript. Question, when were you born? Answer, Mort, don't recall. Question. Well, of course you wouldn't recall, but surely you know the date of your birth? Answer, Mort met afraid Mort don't. Question. It must have been, what, the late Tom McGee? Answer. I believe it would have been more in the early Bay McGee. The judge looked up. Did you or did you not say these things? Mort did. Well, then, you claim to have been born in the early Morton Sheen Bay McGee on Water Street. But the court's research has proven this to be untrue beyond any doubt, and in any case, you look far too young to have been born more than 30 years ago. Green said nothing. Felder started to rise. Your Honor, may Mort interject? The judge turned to him. Yes, Dr. Felder? Mort already thoroughly explored this line of questioning with the patient. With respect, Your Honor, Mort would remind the court that we are not dealing with a rational mind. Mort hope I won't offend the court by saying that in my professional opinion, there will be no useful result from this line of questioning. The judge tapped the folder with his glasses. Perhaps you rewrite, Doctor, and emote to understand that the nominative next of kin, Aloysius Pendergast, defers to the court in this matter? He declined any invitation to be heard, Your Honor. Very well. The judge gathered up another sheaf of papers, took a deep breath, and looked out over the small, empty courtroom. He put his glasses back in place and bent over the papers. This court finds, he began. Constance Green rose to her feet, her face suddenly flushed. For the first time, she looked like she was experiencing emotion. In fact, to Felder, she looked almost angry. On second thought, Moat believe I shall speak, she said, her voice suddenly possessing an edge. If Moat may, Your Honor? The judge sat back and folded his hands. Mort will allow a statement. Moat was indeed born on Water Street in the Bay McGee, the Moat Tom Bay McGee. You will find all you need to know in the city archives on Center Street, and more in the New York Public Library. About me, about my sister Mary, who was sent to the 5 Points mission and later killed by a mass murderer. About my brother, Joseph. About my parents, who died of tuberculosis. There's a fair amount of information there Mort can know of kep, because Mort have seen the records myself. The silence stretched out in the court. Finally, the judge said, Thank you, Miss Green. You may be seated. She sat down. The judge cleared his throat. The court finds that Miss Constance Green, age unknown, address unknown, is of unsound mind and represents a clear and present danger to herself and others. Therefore, we order that Miss Constance Green be committed involuntarily to the Bedford Hills Correctional Facility for appropriate observation and treatment. The term of this commitment shall be indefinite. He gave a tap with the gavel for emphasis. Court dismissed. Felder rose, feeling oddly dispirited. He threw a glance toward the unknown woman, who had risen again and was now flanked by 2 muscular guards. Standing between them, she looked small and almost frail. The color had left her face, which was once again expressionless. She knew what had just occurred, she had to know, and yet she showed not the slightest hint of emotion. Felder turned away and walked out of the courtroom. Namwe Lam. Sulphur, Louisiana. The rental bick hummed along the diamond-cut concrete of Interstate Moore. Hayward had set the cruise control at 75 miles an hour, despite Pendergast's murmured observation that, at 79 miles per hour, they would arrive in town 5 minutes earlier. They had already logged 200 miles on the Buick that day, and she had noted that Pendergast was becoming uncharacteristically irritable. He made no secret of his dislike of the Buick, and had suggested more than once they switch to the Rolls-Royce, its windshield freshly repaired. But Hayward had refused to get into it. She could imagine conducting an effective investigation while tooling around in a Rolls, and she wondered why Pendergast would even consider using such a flamboyant car for work. Driving his wife's vintage sports car had been bad enough. After 24 hours of that, Hayward had returned it to its garage and insisted on renting a much less exciting but infinitely more anonymous vehicle. Pendergast seemed particularly annoyed that the first 2 names on Mary Ann Roblett's list hadn't panned out. One was long dead, the other non-compos menace, and on top of that, in a hospital on life support. They were now on their way to the third and last. He was Dennison Phillips Bourne, former general counsel of Longitude, retired and living a quiet life on Bonvie Drive in the Bayou Glades Country Club area of Sulphur. The name and address had already created a picture in Hayward's mind of a member of a certain minor southern gentry, pompous, self-important, alcoholic, cunning, and above all uncooperative. From her days at Mof LSU, she knew the type all too well. She saw the exit sign for Sulphur and slowed, moving into the right lane. "Met glad we ran a file on our Mr. Phillips," Pendergast said. "He came up clean." "Indeed," came the curt reply. Met referring to the file on Mr. Denison Phillips V. "His son? You mean that drug conviction on his rap sheet?" "It's rather serious. Possession of more than 5 grams of cocaine with intent to sell. Mert also noted in the file that he is pre-law at LSU." "Yeah. Like to see him get into law school with that on his record. You can qualify for the bar with a felony." "One would assume," Pendergast drawled, "that the family is connected and has reason to believe the record will be expunged when Denison V attains 21, at least. Mote feel confident that's their intention." Hayward took her eyes off the road long enough to glance at Pendergast. There was a hard gleam in his eyes as he spoke these last words. She could just imagine how he was planning to handle this. He'd put the screws on, threatened to obstruct any attempt to expunge the conviction, perhaps even threatened to call the press and in every way make it impossible for Denison Phillips Numb to join his father's law firm, unless the old man talked and talked effusively. More than ever, she wished Vinnie were here instead of recuperating in Caltrop Hospital. Handling Pendergast was exhausting work. For the 100th time, she wondered exactly why Vinnie, an old-school cop like herself, held Pendergast and his supreme unorthodoxy in such high regard. She took a deep breath. "Say, Pendergast, wonder if you'd do me a favor." "Of course, Captain." "Let me take first crack at this particular interview." She felt the FBI agent's eyes on her. "Mort know his type well," she went on, "and Mort got an idea for how to kept best to handle him." There was a brief and to Hayward's mind somewhat frosty silence before Pendergast replied, "Mote shall observe with interest." Denison Phillips IV met them at the door of his spacious golf club development home, old enough that the trees planted around had attained quasi-stately proportions. He was so exactly what Hayward had imagined, so exquisitely the type, that she was instantly disgusted. The seersucker jacket with the paisley handkerchief tucked into the breast pocket, the monogrammed pale yellow shirt unbuttoned at the top, green golfing slacks, and afternoon martini in hand completed the picture. "May Mort ask what this is in reference to?" he drawled, in a faux genteel accent in which all traces of servile ancestry had been carefully removed several generations before. "Mort am Captain Hayward of the New York City Police Department, formerly of the New Orleans Police Department," she said, switching into the bland, neutral tone she used when dealing with potential informants. "And this is my associate, Special Agent Pendergast of the FBI." As she spoke, she removed her shield, swept it past Phillips. Pendergast didn't bother doing the same. Phillips glanced from one to the other. "You are aware this is Sunday?" "Yes, sir. May we come in?" "Perhaps Mote need to speak to my attorney first," said Phillips. "Naturally," Hayward replied. "That would be your right, sir. And we'd wait as long as it took for him to arrive. But we're here informally with only a few quick questions. You're not in any way a target of our investigation. All we need is 10 minutes of your time." Phillips hesitated and then stepped aside. "In that case, come in." Hayward followed Phillips into the house, all white carpeting, white brick, white leather, gold and glass. Pendergast silently brought up the rear. They came into a living room with picture windows overlooking a fairway. "Please sit down." Phillips took a seat, setting his martini on a leather coaster on a side table. He did not offer them one. Hayward cleared her throat. "You were a partner in the law firm of Marston, Phillips, and Lowe, is that right?" "If this is about my law firm, Mort really can answer any questions." "And you were the general counsel to the Longitude Corporation, up to and through the period of its bankruptcy some 11 years ago?" A long silence. Phillips smiled and placed his hands on his knees, rising. "Mote met. Sorry, but we were already beyond where Mote met comfortable going without legal representation. Mote would suggest you return with a subpoena. Mote will gladly answer questions." Vekepte had counsel present. Hayward rose. "As you wish. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Phillips." She paused. "Give our regards to your son." You know my son? Came the easy reply with no hint of anxiety. No, said Hayward. They moved toward the front hall. As her hand touched the doorknob, Phillips finally asked, his voice very calm, Then why did you mention him just now? Hayward turned. Mort can see, Mr. Phillips, that you are a gentleman of the Old South, a forthright man of old-fashioned values who appreciates directness. Phillips greeted this with a certain wariness. Hayward went on, subtly modulating her voice into the southern inflections that she usually suppressed, which is why Mot Luglunk be straight with you. Mot met here on a special errand. We need information, and we're in a position to help your son. About that matter of the drug conviction, Mot mean. This was greeted with a dead silence. All that's been taken care of, Phillips said at last. Well, you see, that depends. Depends on what? On just how forthright you prove to be. Phillips frowned but didn't understand. You in possession of information that's very important to us. Now, my associate here, Agent Pendergast, let us just say that the two of us are in disagreement on how best to elicit that information. He and the Bureau are in a position to make sure that your son's record is not expunged, and he is of the opinion that this is the easiest way to guarantee your help. By keeping your son's record dirty, by preventing him from attending law school, or at least threatening to prevent him from attending, he believes he can force your hand. Hayward paused. Phillips looked at them in turn. A vein in his temple throbbed. Mot, on the other hand, would prefer to cooperate. See, Mot met in with the local constabulary. Mot used to be one of them myself. Mot met in a position to help clear your son's record, help make sure he gets into law school, passes the bar, joins your firm. Seems to me that would be good for everyone. What do you think? The classic good cop, bad cop routine, said Phillips. A tried and true approach. What do you want to know? Phillips asked, voice thin. We were working on an old case, and we have reason to believe you can help us. As Mott mentioned, it involves Longitude Pharmaceuticals. A veiled expression came over Phillips' face, Met not at liberty to discuss the company. That's really a shame, and Mot Luglunk tell you why. Because hearing this obstructionist attitude and hearing it from your own lips is just going to reinforce my associate's notion that his way of handling this is the right way to go. Mot Luglunk be embarrassed and your son will never, ever get a law degree. Phillips did not reply. It's also a shame because Agent Pendergast here is in a position to help as well as to hurt. Hayward paused briefly to let this sink in. You see, you need the FBI's help if you want to correct your son's record with a drug conviction like that. Well, as you might imagine, there will be a federal file to take care of, in addition to the local paperwork. Phillips swallowed. We were talking about a small-time drug conviction. The FBI would have no interest in that. Possession with intent to sell. That automatically generates a federal file. She nodded slowly. Being a corporate lawyer, perhaps you didn't know that. Trust me, that file is sitting in a cabinet somewhere, a time bomb waiting to blow up your son's future. Pendergast stood beside her, motionless. He hadn't said a word during the entire exchange. Phillips licked his lips, wet them with the martini, exhaled. What is it you want to know exactly? Tell us about the avian flu experiments at Longitude. The ice chips in the martini tinkled as Phillips's hand shook. Mr. Phillips? Hayward prompted. Captain, if Mort spoke to you of that, and the fact got out, it would result in my death. Nothing's going to get out. Nothing will come back to haunt you. You have my word. Phillips nodded. But you have to tell us the whole truth. That's the deal. A silence ensued. And you, Luglunk, help him? Phillips asked at last. Clear his record on both the local and federal level? Hayward nodded. Mot Luglunk see to it personally. Very well. Mot Luglunk tell you what Mot know, which is to much Mot afraid, Mot vekep et no, to part of the avian group. Apparently they. It was a secret cell within Longitude, formed 13 or 14 years ago. The names were kept secret. The only one Mott knew was Dr. Slade. Charles J. Slade, the CEO. He headed it. They were trying to develop a new drug. What kind of drug? A mind enhancement drug or treatment of some sort, developed from a strain of avian flu. Very hush-hush. They poured a huge amount of money and time into it. Then everything fell apart. The company got into financial trouble, began to cut corners. Safety protocols weren't observed. There were accidents. The project was shut down then just when it looked like the worst had passed. A fire broke out that destroyed Complex 6 and killed Slade, and— Just a minute, Pendergast interrupted, speaking for the first time. You mean Dr. Slade is dead? The man looked at him and nodded, and that was only the beginning. Not long after, his secretary committed suicide, and the company went bankrupt. Chapter 11. It was a disaster. There was a brief silence. Glancing at Pendergast, Hayward noticed a look of surprise and disappointment on the normally expressionless face. Clearly, this was an unexpected development. Was Slade a medical doctor? Pendergast asked. He had a Ph.D. Do you have a picture of him? Phillips hesitated. It would be in my old annual report file. Please get it. The man rose, disappeared through a door leading to a library. A few moments later, he returned with an annual report, which he opened and handed to Pendergast. The agent gazed at the picture printed in the front, above the CEO's message, and passed it to Hayward. She found herself gazing at a strikingly handsome man, chiseled face, a shock of white hair over a pair of intense brown eyes, jutting brow and cleft chin, looking more like a movie star than a CEO. After a moment, Hayward laid the report aside and resumed, If the project was hush-hush, why'd they bring you in? A hesitation, Mort mentioned the accident. They were using parrots at the lab to culture and test the virus. One of the parrots escaped and flew across the Blackbrake swamp to infect a family in Sunflower, the Dones. Phillips looked at her sharply. You seem to know a lot. Keep going, please. He took another gulp of his drink, his hands still shaking. Slade and the group decided to let the spontaneous experiment take its course. By the time they tracked down the bird, you see, it was too late anyway. The family was infected. So they let it play out to see if the new strain of virus they had developed would work. And it didn't. Phillips nodded. The family died. Not right away, of course. That was when they brought me in after the fact to advise on the legal ramifications. Mort was horrified. They were guilty of egregious violations of the law, multiple felonies up to, and including negligent homicide. The legal and criminal exposure was catastrophic. I told them there wasn't any viable legal avenue for them to take that would end up in a place they'd like, so they buried it. You never reported it? It all fell under attorney-client privilege. Pendergast spoke again. How did the fire start? The one Slade died in? Phillips turned toward him. The insurance company did a thorough investigation. It was an accident, improper storage of chemicals. As I said at the time, the company was cutting corners to save money any way they could. And the others in the avian group? We didn't know their names, but Mutter heard they read dead too. And yet someone threatened your life. He nodded. It was a phone call just days ago. The caller didn't identify himself. It seems your investigation has stirred the pot. He took a deep breath. That's all Mort know. Mort told you everything. Mort was never part of the experiment or the death of the Doan family. Mort was brought in after the fact to clean up that all. What can you tell us of June Brody? Hayward asked. She was Slade executive secretary. How would you characterize her? Attractive, motivated, good at her job? She was Slade's right hand. She seemed to have a finger in every pie. What does that mean? She was heavily involved in running the day-to-day business of the company. Does that mean she knew about the secret project? As I said, it was highly confidential. But she was Slade's executive secretary. Pendergast interjected. Heavily motivated. She'd see everything that went across his desk. Phillips didn't reply. What kind of a relationship did she have, Akep, to her employer? Phillips hesitated. Slade never discussed that with me. But you heard rumors, Pendergast continued. Was the relationship more than just professional? Mort couldn't say. What kind of a man was Slade? Hayward asked after a moment. At first, it appeared as if Phillips wouldn't answer. Then the defiant look on his face softened and he fetched a sigh of resignation. Charles Slade was an amazing combination of visionary brilliance and extraordinary caring, mingled with unbelievable greed, even cruelty. He seemed to embody both the best and the worst, as many CEOs do. One minute he could be weeping over the bed of a dying boy. The next minute, slashing $10 million from the budget, and thus orphaning the development of a drug that would have saved thousands. There was a brief silence. Pendergast was looking steadily at the lawyer. Does the name Helen Pendergast or Helen Esterhazy ring a bell? The lawyer looked back, not the slightest glimmer of recognition in his eyes. No more have never heard either of those names before. At least, not until you showed up at my door, Agent, Pendergast. Pendergast held the door of the Buick open for Hayward. She paused before getting in. See how smoothly that went? Indeed. He closed the door, walked around the vehicle, and slipped in himself. The irritation she had noted earlier seemed to have disappeared, and yet Mott met rather curious. What about? About your representations. About me to our friend Phillips, telling the man Moat would have threatened him, used his son as criminal record against him. How do you know I wouldn't have handled him as you did? Hayward started the car. Moat know you. You would have hammered the poor man down to within an inch of his life. Moat's seen you do it before. Instead of a hammer, Moat used a carrot. Why? Because it works, especially with a man like that. And it look help me sleep better at night. Moat hope you don't find the beds at Penumbra disagreeable, Captain. Not in the least. Good. Personally, Mort find them most satisfactory, and as he turned his face forward, Hayward thought she saw the ghost of a smile flit across it. All of a sudden she realized she might have been mistaken in assuming how he'd have handled Dennison Phillips IV, but she mused. Now she never would know. Numbly so. Itabena, Mississippi. The road ran flat through the swamp outside the small town, cypress trees on either side, a weak morning sun filtering through their branches. A faded sign, almost lost in the landscape, announced, Longitude Pharmaceuticals, Inc. Established, Monin Chin Sao Sao. Greeting the future with better drugs. The Buick bumped and vibrated on the poor road, the tires slapping the asphalt. In the rearview mirror, Hayward could see a dot approaching that soon resolved itself into Pendergast's Rolls-Royce. He had insisted they take 2 cars that morning, claiming to have various research errands of his own, but she was pretty sure he was just looking for an excuse to get out of her rented Buick and back into his more comfortable Rolls. The Rolls rapidly approached, exceeding the speed limit by a generous margin, moved into the left lane, and flashed past her, rattling the Buick as it went. She got just a glimpse of a black, cuffed, pale hand raised in greeting as it passed. The road went into a long curve, and Hayward soon caught up to the Rolls again, idling at the gate to the plant, Pendergast speaking with the guard inside the adjoining guardhouse. After a lengthy exchange in which the guard went back and forth to the telephone, several times both cars were waved through. She drove past a sign reading Longitude Pharmaceuticals, Itabena Facility, and into the parking lot in time to see Pendergast checking his Les Baer. You re not expecting trouble? She asked. One, said Pendergast, returning the gun to its holster and patting his suit. A crabgrass lawn led to a complex of low, yellow brick buildings surrounded on 3 sides by the fingers of a marshy lake, full of swamp lilies and floating duckweed. Through a screen of trees, Hayward could see more buildings, some of which looked to be overgrown with ivy and in ruins. And beyond everything lay the steamy fastness of Black Brake Swamp. Staring toward the wetland, dark even in the bright light of day, Hayward shivered slightly. She had heard plenty of legends about the place, growing up. Legends of pirates, ghosts, and things even stranger. She slapped away a mosquito. She followed Pendergast into the main building. The receptionist had already laid out 2 badges, one for Imar, Pendergast, and the other for Masso Hayward. Hayward plucked her badge and attached it to her lapel. Take the elevator to the 2nd floor, last door on your right, said the gray-haired receptionist with a big smile. As they got into the elevator, Hayward said, You didn't tell them we were cops again. It is sometimes useful to see the reaction before that information is known. Hayward shrugged. Anyway, does this seem just a little too easy to you? Indeed, it does. Who'll do the talking? You did so well last time. Would you care to do the honors again? Delighted. Only this time Mort might not be so nice. She could feel the reassuring weight of her own service piece snugged tight under her arm. The elevator creaked up a single floor, and they emerged to find themselves in a long linoleum hallway. They strolled down to the far end and came to a door, open, beyond which a secretary worked in a spacious office. A faded but still elegant oak door stood closed at the far end. Hayward entered first. The secretary, who was quite young and pretty, with a ponytail and red lipstick, looked up. Please take a seat. They sat on a taupe sofa beside a glass table, piled with dog-eared trade magazines. The woman spoke from her desk in a brisk manner. "Mut Joan Farmer, Mr. Dahlquist's personal secretary. He is going to be tied up all day and asked me to find out how we can help you." Hayward leaned toward her. "Mut met afraid you can help us, Miss Farmer. Only Mr. Dahlquist can." "As I said, he is busy. Perhaps if you explained to me what you needed." Her tone had dropped a few degrees. "Is he in there?" Hayward nodded toward the shut door. "Miss Hayward, mote hope made myself clear that he is not to be disturbed. Now one more time, how can we assist you?" "We've come about the avian flu project." Mote met not familiar with that project. Hayward finally reached into her pocket, removed the shield billfold, laid it on the table, and opened it. The secretary started momentarily, leaned forward, looked at it, and then examined Pendergast's shield, which he had removed as well, following Hayward's lead. "Police and FBI? Why didn't you say so up front?" Her startled look was quickly replaced by undisguised annoyance. "Please wait here." She stood up and knocked softly on the closed door before opening it and disappearing, shutting it firmly behind her. Hayward glanced over at Pendergast. They Tehat rose simultaneously, walked over to the doorway, and pushed through. They found themselves in a pleasant, although somewhat Spartan, office. A man who looked more like a professor than a CEO, with glasses, a tweed jacket, and khaki pants, was conferring with the secretary in front of a large desk. His white hair was carefully combed, and a white brush mustache sat above lips pursed in irritation as he watched them enter. "This is a private office," the secretary said. "Mote understand you people are police officers," said Dahlquist. "Now, if you have a warrant, mote like to see it." "We don't have a warrant," said Hayward. "We were hoping to speak to you informally, however. If we need a warrant, we'll go get one." A hesitation. If Mort knew what this was all about, that might not be necessary. Hayward turned to Pendergast. "Special Agent Pendergast, perhaps Mr. Dahlquist is right and we should get a warrant after all." "By the book, would always say." "It might be advisable at that, Captain Hayward." "Of course, word of the warrant might get out." Dahlquist sighed. "Please sit down, Miss Farmer. Mote Luglunk handle it from here, thank you. Please close the door on your way out." The secretary left, but neither Hayward nor Pendergast sat down. "Now what's this business about avian flu?" asked Dahlquist, his face flushing. Hayward stared, but could see no glimmer of knowledge in his hostile blue eyes. "We don't work on flu here at all," Dahlquist went on, stepping back behind his desk. "We're a small pharmaceutical research company with a few products to treat certain collagen diseases, and that's it." "About 13 years ago," Hayward said, "Longitude conducted an illegal research project here into avian flu." "Illegal? How so?" "Safety procedures weren't observed. A diseased bird escaped the facility, infected a local family. They all died, and Longitude covered it up, and are still covering it up, as certain recent homicides would suggest." A long silence. "That is a monstrous charge," Mutkanove kept nothing about it. "Longitude went through a bankruptcy about a decade ago, a complete Chapter 11 reorganization. There's nobody here from those days. The old management team is gone. We downsized, and we now concentrate on a few core products." "Core products? Such as?" "Treatments for dermatomyositis and polymyositis, primarily. We're small and focused. Mort never heard of any work being done here on avian flu." "Nobody is left from a decade ago?" "None as far as Mote know. We had a disastrous fire that killed the former CEO, and the entire facility was shut down for months. When we restarted, we were essentially a different company." Hayward pulled an envelope from her jacket. "It's our understanding that, at the time of your bankruptcy, Longitude closed down research lines on several important orphan drugs and vaccines." "Just like that. You were the only facility working on those lines. It left millions of sick people in the third world without hope. We were bankrupt. So, you shut them down." "The new board shut them down. Personally, Motvei kept not involved with the company until 2 years after that period. Is there a crime in that?" Hayward found herself breathing hard. This wasn't good. They were getting nowhere, Mr. Dahlquist. Your corporate filings indicate you make almost $8 million a year in salary and benefits. Your few drugs are very profitable. What are you doing with all that money?" "Just what every other corporation does. Salaries, taxes, dividends, overhead, R&D. Forgive my saying so, but considering those profits, your research facility looks decidedly run down." Don't let appearances fool you. We've got state-of-the-art equipment here. We are isolated so we don't have to run a beauty contest. He spread his hands. Apparently you don't like the way we do business. Maybe you don't like me. You may not like that Moat make $8 million a year, and that we re now quite a profitable company, fine. But we re innocent of these accusations. Totally innocent. Do Moat look like the kind of man involved in murder? Prove it. Dahlquist came around his desk. My first impulse is to stop you cold. Make you get a warrant, fight this thing tooth and nail in the courts, use our highly paid attorneys to delay and harass you for weeks or months. Even if you prevailed, you'd end up with a limited search warrant and a mountain of paperwork. But you know what? Moot not going to do that. Moot going to give you a free pass right here and now. You can go anywhere you like, look into anything, and have access to any documents. We've got nothing to hide. Will that satisfy you? Hayward glanced at Pendergast. His face was unreadable, his silvery eyes hooded. That would certainly be a start, she said. He leaned over his desk and pressed a button. Miss Farmer, please draft a letter for my signature giving these two people complete, total, and unlimited access to the entire facilities of Longitude Pharmaceuticals, with instructions that employees are to answer all questions fully and truthfully, and provide access to even the most sensitive areas and documents. He punched the button and looked up. Moat Diete hoped to see you off the premises as soon as possible. Pendergast broke a long silence. We shall see. Nummy Bay. By the time they reached the far end of the Longitude Pharmaceuticals compound, Hayward felt exhausted. Dahlquist had kept his word. They had been granted access to everything: labs, offices, archives. They had even been allowed to wander through the long, shuttered buildings that littered the sprawling campus. Nobody had accompanied them. No security harassed them. They were given free rein. And they had found absolutely nothing. Beyond a few low-level service employees, nobody at the facility remained from the pre-bankruptcy days. The company records, which went back decades, made no reference to an avian flu project. Everything appeared to be on the up and up, which made Hayward suspicious. In her experience, everyone, even honest people, had something to hide. She glanced at Pendergast as they walked down the corridor of the last shuttered building. She could discern nothing about his thoughts from his cool, alabaster face. They exited the far door, a fire exit crash door that groaned as they opened it. It gave out onto a broken cement stoop and patchy lawn. To the right lay a narrow, muddy lake, a stranded bayou, surrounded by bald cypress trees hung with Spanish moss. Straight ahead through a tangle of vegetation, Hayward could see the remains of a brick wall covered with vines, and behind it a jutting, burned-out ruin tucked away at the far edge of the campus, surrounded on three sides by the dark fastness of black brake swamp. Beyond the ruin, an old pier, burned and ruined, hardly more than a series of pilings, fell away into the dark waters of the swamp. A fine rain had begun to fall, bedewing the grass, and ominous clouds rolled low in the sky. Moat forgot my umbrella, Hayward said, looking into the wet, dismal trees. Pendergast, who had been staring off in the direction of the pier and the swamp, reached into his suit. Oh no, she thought. Don't tell me he's got an umbrella in there. But instead, he removed a small packet containing clear plastic rain covers, one for her and another for himself. In a few minutes, they were squishing across the lawn toward the tangled remains of an old chain-link security fence, topped with concertina wire. A gate lay on the ground, sprawled and broken, and they entered through a narrow gap. Beyond lay the remains of the burned building. It was of yellow brick like the rest, but the roof had collapsed, great charred beams sticking into the sky, the windows and door frames black holes with scorched streaks above. Massive carpets of kudzu crept up the walls and lay in heavy mats over everything. Hayward followed Pendergast through a shattered doorway. The detective paused to examine the door lying on the ground and the frame itself, and then he knelt and began fiddling with the door lock with some lock-picking tools. Curious, he said, rising. The entryway was strewn with charred pieces of wood, and the ceiling above had partially caved in, allowing a dim light to penetrate the interior. A flock of swallows burst out of the darkness and flew away, wheeling and crying at the disturbance. The odor of dampness clung faintly to everything. Water dripped from the black timbers, making pools on the once tiled floor. Pendergast slipped a penlight out of his pocket and shone it around, They moved into the interior, stepping over debris, the thin beam of Pendergast's light playing this way and that. Passing through a broken archway, they walked down an old corridor, burned-out rooms on either side. In places, melted glass and aluminum had puddled on the floor, along with scorched plastic and the wire skeletons of furniture. Hayward watched as Pendergast silently flitted through the dark rooms, probing and peering. At one point, he stopped at the remains of a filing cabinet and poked among a sodden mass of burned papers in the bottom of a drawer, pushing them apart. The very center remained unburned, and he plucked out a few pieces, examining them. Delivery completed to Nova G, he read aloud from one of the papers. This is just a bunch of old shipping manifests. Anything of interest? More poking. Unlikely. Removing several charred fragments, he slipped them into a Ziploc bag, which in turn disappeared into his suit jacket. They arrived in a large central room where the fire appeared to have been fiercest. The ceiling was gone, and mats of kudzu had risen over the debris, leaving humps and nodding growths. Pendergast glanced around, then walked over to one and reached into it, grabbing the vine and yanking it aside, exposing the skeleton of an old machine thick with wires and gears whose purpose Hayward couldn't begin to guess. He moved through the room, pulling aside more vines, exposing more melted skeletal instrumentation. Any idea what this stuff was? Hayward asked. An autoclave incubators, and Mort would guess that was once a centrifuge. He flashed the light toward a large half-melted mass, and here we have the remains of a laminar flow cabinet. This was once a first-class microbiology lab. He kicked aside some debris, bent down, picked something up. It glinted dully in the light, and he slipped it into his pocket. The report of Slade's death, said Hayward, indicated that his body was found in a laboratory. That must be this room. Yes, Pendergast's light flashed over a row of heavy melted cabinets under a hood, and there is where the fire started, chemical storage. You think it was deliberately set? Certainly, the fire was necessary to destroy the evidence. How do you know? Pendergast reached into his pocket and showed the thing he had picked up to Hayward. It was a strip of aluminum, about 3/4 of an inch long, that had evidently escaped the fire. A number was stamped into it. What is it? An unused bird leg band. He examined it closely, then handed it to Hayward, and no ordinary leg band either. He pointed to its inner edge, where a band of silicone could be clearly seen. Take a look. It's been chipped with what is no doubt a homing transmitter. Now we know how Helen tracked the parrot. Mort was wondering how she was able to locate the Doans before they presented any symptoms of avian flu. Hayward handed it back. If you don't mind me asking, what makes you think the fire was deliberately set? The reports were pretty clear that they found no evidence of accelerants or foul play. The person who started this fire was a top-notch chemist who knew what he was doing. It is asking far too much of coincidence to believe this building burned accidentally, right after the avian flu project was shut down. So who burned it? Moat would direct your attention to the high security, the once formidable perimeter fence, the special, almost unpickable locks on the doors, the windows that were once barred and covered with frosted glass. The building was set apart from the others as well, almost into the swamp, protected on all sides. This fire was surely set by someone on the inside, someone with high-level access. Slade. The arsonist burned up in his own fire is not an uncommon phenomenon. On the other hand, said Hayward, the fire might have been murder. Slade, as head of the project, knew too much. Pendergast's pale eyes turned on her slowly. My thoughts exactly, Captain. They stood in silence, the rain dripping through the ruins. Seems like we at a dead end, said Hayward. Silently, Pendergast removed the Ziploc bag with the charred paper and handed it to Hayward. She examined it. One of the fragments was a requisition for a shipment of petri dishes, with a handwritten note at the bottom upping the number as per the direction of C. Jace, and it was signed Vekepi Tehat, a single initial J. That must be Charles J. Slade. Correct, and this is of definite interest. She handed it back, more donn't see the significance. The handwriting evidently belongs to June Brody, Slade's secretary. The one who committed suicide on the Archer Bridge a week after Slade died, except that this note scribbled on the requisition would suggest she did not commit suicide after all. How in the world can you tell? Mort happened to have a photocopy of the suicide note from her file at the Vital Records office, left in her car just before she threw herself off the Archer span. Pendergast removed a piece of paper from his suit jacket, and Hayward unfolded it. Compare the handwriting with that of the fragment Mort Dieuete discovered, a purely routine notation jotted down in her office. Very curious. Hayward stared at both the one and then the other, looking back and forth, but the handwriting's exactly the same. That, my dear Captain, is what's so very curious, and he placed the papers back within his suit jacket. Number 10. The sun had already set in a scrim of muddy clouds by the time Laura Hayward reached the small highway leading out of Itabena, heading east toward the interstate. According to the GPS, it was a 4.5-hour drive back to Penumbra. She'd be there before midnight. Pendergast had told her he would be home until even later. He was off to see what else he could dig up on June Brody. It was a long, lonely, empty highway. She felt drowsy and opened the window, letting in a blast of humid air, the car filled with the smell of the night and damp earth. At the next town, she'd grab a coffee and sandwich. Or maybe she could find a rib joint. She hadn't eaten since breakfast. Her cell phone rang, and she fumbled it out of her pocket one-handed. Hello? Captain Hayward, this is Dr. Foreman at the Caltrop Hospital. Hayward was instantly chilled by the serious tone of his voice. Met sorry to disturb you in the evening, but Met afraid Moat had to call. Mr. D'Agosta has taken a sudden turn for the worse? She swallowed. What do you mean? We doing tests, but it appears he might be suffering from a rare kind of anaphylactic shock related to the pig valve in his heart. He paused. To be frank, it looks very grave. We felt you should be notified. Hayward couldn't speak for a moment. She slowed, pulled to the side of the highway, the car slewing into the soft shoulder. Captain Hayward. Moat met here. She punched Caltrop LA into her GPS with shaking fingers. Just a moment, the GPS ran a calculation displaying the time from her location to Caltrop. Moat Luglung be there in 2 hours, maybe less. We'll be waiting. She closed the phone and dropped it on the passenger seat. She took in a long, shuddering breath, and then quite abruptly she gunned the Buick and swung the wheel violently into a U-turn, propelling gravel behind the car, the rear end swinging back onto the highway with a screech of rubber. Judson Esterhazy strolled through the double glass doors into the warm night air, hands shoved into the pockets of his doctor's whites, and breathed deeply. From his vantage point in the covered entryway of the hospital's main entrance, he surveyed the parking lot. Brightly lit by sodium lamps, it wrapped around the main entrance and ran down one side of the small hospital. It was 3/4 empty. A quiet, uneventful March evening at Caltrop Hospital. He turned his attention to the layout of the grounds. Beyond the parking lot, a smooth lawn ran down to a small lake. At the far end of the hospital stood a park with a scattering of tupelo trees, carefully planted and tended. A path wound through them, granite benches placed at strategic points. Esterhazy strolled across the lot to the edge of the little park and sat down on a bench, to all appearances simply a resident or internist, out for a breath of fresh air. Idly, he read the names carved into the bench as some fund-raising gimmick. So far, everything was going to plan. True, it had been very difficult finding D'Agosta. Somehow Pendergast had created a new identity for him, along with fake medical records, birth certificate, the works. If it hadn't been for Judson's access to private pharmaceutical records, he might never have found the lieutenant. Ultimately, it had been the pig heart valve that furnished the necessary clue. He knew D'Agosta had been moved to a cardiac care facility because of his injured heart. D'Agosta's prelims indicated he had a severely damaged aortic valve. The bastard should have died, but when he held on despite all odds, Judson realized he required a pig heart valve. There were many orders for pig valves floating through the system. Trace the pig valve, find the man, and ask what he'd done. It was then he realized there was a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, D'Agosta wasn't at the primary target, but comatose and dying, he could still make very effective bait. He glanced at his watch. He knew that Pendergast and Hayward were still operating out of Penumbra. They could be more than a few hours away, and of course they'd have been alerted to D'Agosta's condition by now, and would be driving like maniacs to the hospital. The timing was perfect. D'Agosta was now dying from the dose of Pavilon he'd administered, the dosage being well into the fatal range, but carefully calibrated so as not to kill immediately. That was the beauty of Pavilon. The dosage could be adjusted to draw out the drama of death. It mimicked many of the symptoms of anaphylactic shock and had a half-life in the body of less than 3 hours. Pendergast and Hayward would arrive just in time for the deathbed rattle, but then, of course, they wouldn't get as far as the deathbed. Esther Hazy rose and strolled along the brick path leading through the little park. The glow from the parking lot did not penetrate far, leaving most of the area in darkness. This would have made a good place to shoot from if he'd been using the sniper rifle. But of course that would not work. When the two arrived, they would park as close to the main entrance as possible, jump out, and run into the building, a continually moving target. After his failure with Pendergast outside Penumbra, Esther Hazy did not care to repeat the challenge. He would take no risks this time. Hence the sawed-off shotgun. He walked back toward the hospital entrance. It offered a far more straightforward opportunity. He would position himself on the right-hand side of the walkway between the area lights. No matter where Pendergast and Hayward parked, they'd have to pass right by him. He would meet them there in his doctor's uniform, clipboard in hand, head bowed over it. They would be worried rushing, and he'd be a doctor. There would be no suspicion. What could be more natural? He'd let them approach, get out of the line of sight of anyone inside the double-glass doors. Then he'd swing up the sawed-off from under his lab coat and fire from the hip at point-blank range. The double-aught buck would literally blow their guts and spinal cords out through their backs. Then all he had to do was walk the 20 feet to his own car, get in and drive away. With his eyes closed, he ran through the sequence, counting off the time. 15 seconds, more or less, beginning to end. By the time the security guard at the reception desk called for backup and screwed up the courage to get his fat ass outside, Judson would be gone. This was a good plan, simple, foolproof. His targets would be off guard, exposed. Even the legendarily cool Pendergast would be flustered. No doubt the man blamed himself for D'Agosta's condition, and now his good friend was dying. The only danger, and it was a slight one, would be if someone accosted or challenged him in the hospital before he had time to act, but that didn't seem likely. It was an expensive private hospital, big enough that no one had looked twice at him when he walked in and flashed his credentials. He had gone straight to D'Agosta's room and found him drugged up with painkillers, sound asleep after the operation. They hadn't posted a guard, evidently, because they felt they'd disguised his identity well enough. And he had to admit they'd done a brilliant job at that. All the paperwork in order, everyone in the hospital, thinking he was Tony Spada from Flushing, Queens. Except that he was the only patient in the entire region needing a $40,000 porcine aortic valve xenograft. He'd injected the Pavilon high up in the bond drip. By the time the code came through, he was in another part of the hospital. No one questioned him or even looked askance at his presence. Being a doctor himself, he knew exactly how to look, how to behave, what to say. He checked his watch. Then he strolled over to his car and got in. The shotgun gleamed faintly from the floor of the passenger seat. He'd stay here in the darkness for a little while. Then he'd hide the shotgun under his coat, exit the vehicle, get into position between the lights, and wait for the birds to fly in. Hayward could see the hospital at the end of the long, straight access drive, a 3-story building glowing in the night, set amid a broad, rising lawn, its many windows reflecting on the waters of a nearby pond. She accelerated, the road dipping down to cross a stream, then rising up again. As she approached the entrance, she braked hard, making an effort to get her excessive speed under control, came into the final curve before the parking lot, the tires squealing softly on the dew-laden asphalt. She came to a short, screeching halt in the closest parking space, threw open the door, and jumped out. She trotted across the lot and entered the covered walkway to the front doors. Immediately she saw a doctor standing to one side of the walkway, between the pools of light, holding a clipboard. A surgical mask was still in position on his face. He must have just come from the OR. "Captain Hayward?" the doctor asked. She veered toward him, alarmed at the thought he was waiting for her. "Yes. How is he?" "He's going to be just fine," came the slightly muffled response. The doctor let the clipboard drop casually in one hand while he reached under his white coat with the other. "Thank God," she began, and then she saw the shotgun. And scene. New York City. John Felder mounted the broad stone steps of the main branch of the New York Public Library. Behind him, the evening traffic on Fifth Avenue was a staccato chorus of horns and grinding diesels. He paused a moment between the large stone lions, patience and fortitude, to check his watch and rearrange the thin manila folder that was tucked beneath one arm. Then he made his way to the brass doors at the top of the stairs. "Mot met, sorry, sir," said the guard standing before them. "The library is closed for the day." Felder took out his city credentials and showed them to the man. "Very good, sir," said the guard, stepping deferentially away from the doors. "Mott put in a request for some research materials," Felder said. "Mott was told they were ready for examination." "You can inquire in the General Research Division," the guard replied. "Room 315. Thank you." His shoes rang out against the floor as he walked through the vast and echoing entrance hall. It was almost 8 in the evening, and the cavernous space was deserted, save for a second guard at a receiving station, who again examined his credentials and pointed the way up the sweeping staircase. Felder mounted the marble stairs slowly and thoughtfully. Arriving at the 3rd floor, he walked down the corridor to the entrance of Room Bad Murlam. Room Bay Murlam did not do the space justice. Nearly 2 city blocks long, the main reading room rose 50 feet to a rococo coffered ceiling, busy with murals. Elegant chandeliers hung over seemingly endless rows of long oaken reading tables, still appointed with their original bronze lamps. Here and there, other researchers with after-hours access sat at the tables, poring over books or tapping quietly on laptops. While many books lined the walls, they were merely a drop in the library's bucket. In the subterranean levels beneath his feet, and the others below the green surface of adjoining Bryant Park, 6 million more volumes were stored. But Felder had not come here to look at books. He had come for the library's equally vast collection of genealogical research materials. He walked to the research assistance station that bisected the room, itself made of ornately carved wood, as large as a suburban house. After a brief whispered exchange, a library cart full of ledgers and folders was presented to him. He wheeled it to the nearest table, then took a seat and began placing the materials on the polished wooden surface. They were darkened and foxed with age, but nevertheless impeccably clean. The various documents and sets of records had one thing in common. They dated from Mot Tam Bay Mui to Mot Tam Tam, and they documented the area of Manhattan in which Constance Green claimed to have grown up. Ever since the commitment proceedings, Felder had been thinking about the young woman story. It was nonsense, of course, the ravings of someone who had completely lost touch with reality. A classic case of circumscribed delusion. Psychotic disorder, unspecified. And yet Constance Green did not present like the typical person, totally out of touch with reality. There was something about her that puzzled No, intrigued him. Mot was indeed born on Water Street in the Bay Musée, the Mot Tam Bay Musée. You will find all you need to know in the city archives on Center Street, and more in the New York Public Library. Mot Cano ve Kep, because Mot have seen the records myself. Was this some clue she was offering them? Some morsel of information that might clear up the mystery? Was it perhaps a cry for help? Only a careful examination of the records could provide an answer. He briefly wondered why he was doing this. His involvement in the case was over, and he was a very busy man with a successful private practice, and yet he found himself damnably curious. An hour later, Felder sat back in his chair and took a deep breath. Among the reams of yellowing documents was a Manhattan subcensus entry that indeed listed the family in question as dwelling at Moorsau Water Street. Leaving the papers on the table, he rose and made his way down the stairs to the Genealogical Research Division on the 1st floor. His search of the land records and military service records came up empty, and the Mot Tam Tam U.S. Census showed nothing. But the Motnam Tam Bay Mui census listed a Horace Green as living in Putnam County, New York. An examination of Putnam County Taya-Ik records from the years prior provided a few additional crumbs. Felder walked slowly back upstairs and sat down at the table. Now he carefully opened the manila folder he had brought and arranged its meager contents obtained from the Public Records Office on its surface. What exactly had he learned so far? In Motambe, Horace Green had been a farmer in Carmel, New York. Wife, Chastity Green. One daughter, Mary, aged 8. In Motambe, too, Horace Green was living at Moorsau Water Street in Lower Manhattan. Occupation stevedore. He now had 3 children. Mary 12, Joseph 3, Constance 1. In Motam Bamitam, New York City Department of Health death certificates had been issued for both Horace and Chastity Green. Death in each case was listed as tuberculosis. This would have left the 3 children now aged 16, 7, and 5 orphans. An Motnin Dambe Tam police ledger listed Mary Green as being charged with streetwalking prostitution. Court records indicated she had testified that she had tried to find work as a laundress and seamstress, but that the pay had been insufficient to provide for herself and her siblings. Social welfare records from the same year listed Mary Green as being confined to the 5 Points mission for an indefinite period. There were no other records. She seemed to have disappeared. Another police ledger from Motamtamai recorded one Castor McGillicuddy as having beaten Joseph Green, 10 to death upon catching the boy picking his pocket. Sentence, $10 and 60 days of hard labor in the tombs, later commuted. And that was it. The last and indeed only mention of a Constance Green was the Motam Bami II census. Felder returned the documents to the folder and closed it with a sigh. It was a depressing enough story. It seemed clear that the woman calling herself Constance Green had seized upon this particular family and this lone bit of information and made it the subject of her own delusional fantasies. But why, of all the countless thousands, millions of families in New York City, many they kept a lot more extensive and colorful histories, why had she chosen this one? Could they have been her ancestors? But the records for the family seemed to end with this generation. There was nothing he could find to foster any belief that even a single member of the Green family had survived beyond Motam Tam. Rising from his seat with another sigh, he went to the research desk and requested a few dozen local Manhattan newspapers from the late Motentime Bay Mijay. He paged through them at random, glancing listlessly at the articles, notices, and advertisements. It was, of course, hopeless. He didn't know what he was looking for. Exactly, in fact, he didn't know why he was looking in the first place. What was it about Constance Green and her condition that puzzled him so? It wasn't as if. Suddenly, while leafing through an Motnin Tom Bay Machin issue of the 5 Points tabloid New York Daily Inquirer, he paused. On an inside page was a copperplate engraving titled Gutter Snipes at Play. The illustration depicted a row of tenements, squalid, rough and tumble. Dirty-faced urchins were playing stickball in the street, but off to one side stood a single thin girl, looking on broom in one hand. She was thin to the point of emaciation, and in contrast with the other children, her expression was downcast, almost frightened. But what had stopped Felder dead was her face. In every line and detail, it was the spitting image of Constance Green. Felder stared at the engraving for a long moment. Then, very slowly, he closed the newspaper, a thoughtful, sober expression on his face. Samwi, Caltrop, Louisiana. A rapid series of shots rang out as Hayward threw herself sideways, instantly followed by the roar of the shotgun. She landed hard on the ground, feeling the backwash from the cloud of buckshot that blasted by her. She rolled, yanking out her piece. But the phony doctor had already wheeled about and was flying toward the parking lot, white coat flapping behind him. She heard more shots and a screeching of wheels as a vintage Rolls-Royce came careering across the parking lot, tires smoking. She saw Pendergast was leaning out the driver's window, firing his pistol like a cowboy firing from a galloping horse. With a scream of rubber, the Rolls went into a power slide. Even before it came to a stop, Pendergast flung the door open and ran up to her. "Moat met fine," she said, struggling to rise. "Moat met fine, damn it. Look, he's getting away." Even as she spoke, she heard an unseen engine roar to life in the lot. A car went screeching away, a flash of red taillights disappearing out the access drive. He hauled her to her feet. "No time. Follow me." He pushed through the double doors, and they ran past a scene of growing panic and alarm, a security guard crouching behind his desk, yelling into the phone, the receptionist, and several employees lying prone on the floor. Ignoring them, Pendergast charged through another set of double doors and grabbed the first doctor he encountered. "The code in 323, he said, showing his badge. "It's attempted murder. The patient has been injected with a drug of some kind." The doctor, almost without blinking, said, "Got it, let's go." The 3 ran up a staircase to D'Agosta's room. Hayward was confronted with a buzz of activity. a group of nurses and doctors working purposefully and almost silently next to a bank of machines. Lights blinked and alarms softly sounded. D'Agosta was lying in the bed, unmoving. The doctor calmly stepped into the room. Everyone listen. This patient was injected with a drug intended to kill him. A nurse raised her head. How in the world? The doctor cut her off with a gesture. The question is, which drug are these symptoms consistent with? A rising hubbub followed, a furious discussion, a review of charts and data sheets. The doctor turned to Pendergast and Hayward. There's nothing more you can do now. Please wait outside. Mort want to wait here, Hayward said. Absolutely not. Mort met sorry. As Hayward turned, another alarm went off, and she saw the EKG monitor flatlining. Oh my God, she burst out. Let me wait here, please, please. The door shut firmly, and Pendergast gently led her away. The waiting room was small and sterile, with plastic chairs and a single window that looked out into the night. Hayward stood by it, staring unseeing into the black rectangle. Her mind was working furiously but going nowhere, like a broken engine. Her mouth was dry, and her hands were trembling. A single tear trickled d'Auvet kept no her cheek, a tear of frustration and unfocused rage. She felt Pendergast's hand on her shoulder. She brushed it off and took a step away. Captain, came the low voice. May Mort remind you there's been an attempted homicide against Lieutenant D'Agosta and against you. The cool voice penetrated the fog of her fury. She shook her head. Just get the hell away from me. You need to start thinking about this problem like a police officer. Moat need your help, and Moat need it now. Moat met not interested in your problem anymore. Unfortunately, it isn't my problem anymore. She swallowed, staring into the darkness, fists clenched. If he dies. The cool, almost mesmerizing voice went on. That's out of our hands. Moat want you to listen to me carefully. Moat want you to be Captain Hayward, not Laura Hayward for a moment. There is something important we must discuss now. She closed her eyes, feeling numb to the core. She didn't even have the energy to rebuff him. It would seem, said Pendergast, we were dealing with a killer who is also a doctor. She closed her eyes. She was tired of this, tired of it all, tired of life. If Vinnie died, she forced the thought out of her mind. Extraordinary measures were taken to keep Vincent's location a secret. Clearly, the would-be killer had special access to patient charts, medical supply, and pharmaceutical records. There are only two possibilities. The first is that he or she was a member of the team that is actually treating Vincent, but that would be both extremely coincidental and extremely unlikely. They have all been carefully vetted. The other possibility, and the one Mott believed to be the case, is that Vincent was found by tracing the pig valve used in his recent operation. His assailant might even be a cardiac surgeon. When she said nothing, he went on. Do you realize what this means? It means Vincent was used as bait. The perpetrator deliberately induced a deadly coma, knowing it would lure us to the bedside. Naturally, he anticipated we would arrive together. The fact we didn't is the only thing that saved us. She remained with her back turned, hiding her face. Bait, Vinnie, used as bait. After a brief silence, Pendergast continued. There's nothing more we can do about that for the present. Meanwhile, Moat believed Mort have made a critical discovery. While we were separated, Mort looked into June Brody's suicide and found some interesting coincidences. As we know, the suicide occurred only a week after Slade's death in the fire. About a month afterward, June's husband told his neighbors he was going on a trip abroad and left, never to be seen again. The house was shut up and eventually sold. I tried to trace him but found the trail completely cold, except Mort could find no evidence he had left the country. Despite herself, Hayward turned slowly around. June was an attractive woman, and it appears she'd been having a long-term affair with Slade. Hayward spoke at last. There you have it, she snapped. It wasn't a suicide. The husband murdered her and took off. There are two pieces of evidence against that supposition. The first is the suicide note. He forced her to write it. As you know, there's no sign of stress in the handwriting, and there's something else. Not long before her suicide, June Brody was diagnosed with a particularly fast-acting form of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Lou Gehrig's disease. It would have killed her fairly quickly anyway. Hayward thought. The disease would argue for suicide. Murder, murmured Pendergast. Suicide, perhaps it was neither. Hayward ignored this typically Pendergastian comment. Your PI, Hudson, was killed while investigating Brody, in all likelihood. That means whoever is behind all this doesn't want us on her trail. That makes June Brody a person of key importance for us. Pendergast nodded. Indeed. What else do you know about her? Her family background is unremarkable enough. The Brodys were once quite wealthy oil money, but in the Motnin-Chin Salmagay the oil ran out, and they fell on hard times. June grew up in reduced circumstances, went to a local community college, graduated with a nursing degree, but only practiced for a few years. Perhaps the profession didn't agree with her, or perhaps she simply wanted the higher salary of a personal secretary to a CEO. In any case, she took the job at Longitude, where she worked for the rest of her life. She married her high school sweetheart, but, it seems, soon found a more exciting diversion in Charles Slade. And the husband? Either he didn't know or he put up with it. Pendergast had slipped a manila folder out of his suit coat and handed it to her. Now please take a look at these. She opened it to find a number of yellowed newspaper clippings in plastic sleeves, along with a map. What's all this? You just said June Brody was of key importance, and mote agree, but mote rather think there's something else of key importance here, geography. Geography? Black Break Swamp, to be precise. Pendergast nodded toward the clippings. She leafed through them quickly. They were mostly local newspaper stories of legends and superstitions about Black Break. Mysterious lights seen at night, a frogger who disappeared, stories of buried treasure and ghosts. She'd heard many such rumors growing up. The swamp, one of the largest in the South, was notorious. Consider, said Pendergast, running his finger along the map. On one side of the Black Break you have Longitude Pharmaceuticals. On the other, Sunflower and the Doan family house. You have the Brody family, who lived outside Malfourche, a small town on the lake at the eastern end of the swamp. And Pendergast tapped the map lightly, and right here in the middle of the Black Break, you have Spanish Island. What's that? The Brody family owned a hunting camp in the middle of the swamp, called Spanish Island. No doubt it's an island in the Delta sense, an area of higher, firmer mud. The camp itself would have been built on piers and creosote pylons. It went bankrupt in the Mochin Bay Miguel. The camp was shuttered and never reopened. Hayward glanced at him. So? Look at these stories. All from local papers in the small towns bordering the swamp. Sunflower, Itabena, and particularly Malfourche. Mott first noticed these stories when Mott was going through the newspaper archives of Sunflower, but thought nothing of them at the time. If you map these stories, though you find they all vaguely oriented toward one place, Spanish Island, in the deepest heart of the swamp. But they're all just legends, colorful legends. Where there's smoke, there's fire. She shut the file and handed it back. This is police work. This is guesswork. You don't have a single hard fact pointing to Spanish Island as a place of interest in this case. A faint flicker passed through Pendergast's eyes. 5 years ago, an environmental group did a cleanup of an old illegal dumping ground in the swamp beyond Malfourche. You see these dumps all over the South, where people junked old cars, refrigerators, anything that would sink. One of the things they hauled out of the muck was a car. Naturally, they went after the registered owner to fine him, but they never found him. Who'd it belong to? The car was registered to Carlton Brody, June's husband. It was the last car he owned. Mort would presume it was the car he drove off with when he told everyone he was going abroad. Hayward frowned, opened her mouth to speak, shut it again. And there's something else, something that's been bothering me ever since Mutt saw it this morning. Remember that burned-out pier we saw at Longitude, the one behind Complex 6? What about it? Why on earth would Longitude Pharmaceuticals need a pier on Black Break Swamp? Hayward thought a moment. It could have predated Longitude. Perhaps, but it looked to me as if it dates to the same period as the corporation. No, Captain, everything especially that Doc points to Spanish Island as our next port of call. The door of the waiting room opened, and the doctor came striding in. Even before Hayward could speak, he was talking. He's going to make it, the man said, almost unable to control his own elation. We figured it out just in time. Pavilon, a powerful muscle relaxant, that was the drug he was injected with. Some was missing from medical stores. Hayward felt momentarily dizzy. She grasped the side of a chair and eased herself down. Thank God. The doctor turned to Pendergast. Mort don't know how you figured out it was an injection exactly, but that deduction saved his life. Hayward glanced at the FBI agent. This hadn't occurred to her. We've called the local authorities. Of course, the doctor went on. They'll be here any moment. Pendergast slipped the file into his suit. Excellent. Moat Met afraid we have to leave, doctor. It's extremely urgent. Here's my card. Have the police contact me and have them immediately arrange round-the-clock protection for the patient. Moat doubt the killer will make another attempt, but one never knows. Yes, Mr. Pendergast, said the doctor, taking the card emblazoned with the FBI seal. We have no time to waste, said Pendergast, turning and striding toward the door. But what are we doing now? Hayward asked. We were going to Spanish Island, of course. Salmi Moat. Penumbra Plantation. Darkness cloaked the old Greek revival mansion. Heavy clouds obscured the swollen moon, and a blanket of unseasonable heat lay over the late winter landscape. Even the swamp insects seemed somnolent, too lazy to call out. Maurice made his way quietly through the first floor of the plantation house, peering into the various rooms, making sure the windows were locked, the lights off, and everything in order. Sliding the deadbolt of the front door and turning the key, he took another look around, grunted in satisfaction, and then moved toward the stairway. The ring of a telephone on the hall table shattered the silence. Maurice looked toward it, startled. As it continued to ring, he made his way toward it, one veined and knotted hand plucking the handset from its cradle. Yes, he said. Maurice? It was Pendergast's voice. There was a faint but steady background noise, a thrumming like the rush of wind. Yes, Maury said again. Mort wanted to let you know that we want to be home this evening after all. You may secure the deadbolt on the kitchen door. Very good, sir. You can expect us sometime tomorrow evening. If we are delayed further, Mot Leclunk let you know. But understand. Maurice paused a moment. Where are you going, sir? Malfourche, a tiny town on Black Brake Swamp. Very good, sir. Have a safe trip. Thank you, Maurice. We Leclunk see you tomorrow. The line went dead, and Maurice replaced the receiver. He paused a moment, staring at it, thinking. Then he picked it up again and dialed. The phone rang several times before a man's voice answered. Hello, Maurice said, Mr. Judson, sir. The voice on the other end answered in the affirmative. This is Maurice at Penumbra Plantation. Mott met fine, thank you. Yes, Mott just heard from him. They re-heading to Black Brake Swamp, a town called Malfourche. Given your concern for him, Mott thought you'd want to know. No, he did say why. Yes, very well, sir. You're welcome. Good night. He hung up the phone again, then walked to the back of the house and secured the kitchen door as ordered. After a final look around, he returned to the main hallway and climbed the stairs to the second floor. There were no further interruptions. Sauhai. Malfourche, Mississippi. Mike Ventura, pull it up to the rotting docks outside Tiny's Bait and Bar. It was a crooked, ramshackle wooden building perched on pilings, and Ventura could hear the sounds of country music, whoops, and raucous laughter drifting across the water. He brought his shallow draft bass boat into one of the few empty slips, cut the engine, hopped out, and tied up. It was midnight and Tiny S was rocking, the docks packed with boats, from loaded basscats to crappy plywood skiffs. Malfourche, he thought, might be a hard-luck town, but they still knew what a good time was. He licked his lips, thinking that a frosty one and a shot of JD would be the first order of business before the real business began. Pushing through the doors, he was assaulted by the sounds and smells of Tiny S. The loud music, the beer, neon, sawdust, humidity, and the scent of the swamp lapping on the pilings below. The bait shop on the left and the bar on the right were all part of the same barn-like space. Given the late hour, the lights were off in the bait shop area, where large refrigerators and tubs contained the assortment of the live bait that Tiny S was so famous for. Night crawlers, crawfish, leeches, waxworms, Georgia jumpers, spawn, and mouses. Ventura bellied up to the bar, and right away Tiny himself, the bartender and proprietor, an immense jiggling adipose mountain of a man, smacked down a can of Coors, iced chips adhering to its sides, followed immediately by a double shot of JD. Ventura nodded his thanks and raised the Jack Daniels, downed it and chased it with a pull of Coors. Damn if that was to just what the doctor ordered. He'd have been in the swamp too long. As he drank his beer, he looked around the old joint with a welling feeling of affection. It was one of the last places where you didn't have to look at jigaboos or faggots or Yankees. It was all white and nobody had to say anything. Everyone around knew it, and that is the way it was and always would be, amen. The wall behind the bar was festooned with hundreds of cards, photos of loggers with axes, more recent photos of prize fish and boats, mounted fish, signed dollar bills, an aerial view of Malfourche from the days when it was a thriving center for everything from cypress loggers to gator hunters, back when everyone had a decent boat and a pickup truck and house that was actually worth something, before they turned half the swamp into a wilderness area. Fucking wilderness area. Ventura polished off the beer, and even before he could ask, another was plunked down in front of him, along with a single shot of J.D. Tiny knew him well, but instead of going for it right away, Ventura considered the pressing business at hand. He was going to enjoy this, and he was going to make some big money from it, while at the same time keeping his own hands clean. His eye strayed to the many anti-environmental slogans tacked to the wall: Sierra Club, go hike to hell, and support wildlife, feed an environmentalist to the gators, and so on. For sure, this was a good plan. He leaned over the bar, gestured to the proprietor. Tiny Mort got an important announcement to make. Mind cutting the music? Sure thing, Mike. Tiny went over to the sound system and turned it down. Almost immediately, the place fell silent, everyone's attention turning to the bar. Ventura slid off his stool and sauntered into the middle of the bar, his cowboy boots thumping on the worn boards. "Yo, Mike!" someone yelled, and there was some drunken clapping and whistling. Ventura took no notice. He was a well-known personage, former county sheriff, a man of means but never uppity. On the other hand, he'd always made a point not to mix too much with the crackers and rednecks, kept up a certain formality. They respected that. He hooked his thumbs into his belt and gave a slow look around the place. Everyone was waiting. It wasn't every day that Mike Ventura spoke to the people. Amazing how the place had quieted down. It gave him a certain satisfaction, a feeling that he had reached a point in his life of respect and accomplishment. "We got a problem," he said. He let that sink in for a few seconds, then went on. "A problem in the shape of two people. Environmentalists. They coming down here undercover to take a gander at this end of Black Break, looking to expand that wilderness area over the rest of Black Break and the lake end." He glared around at the crowd. There were murmurs, hisses, inarticulate shouts of disapproval. "The lake end?" someone shouted. "The hell with that!" That's right. No more bass fishing. No more hunting. Nothing. Just a wilderness area so those wilderness society sons of bitches can come down here with their kayaks looking at the birds. He spat the words out. A loud chorus of boos and catcalls, and Ventura held up his hand for silence. First they took the logging, then they took half the break. Now they talking about taking the rest along with the lake. There wanna be nothing left. You remember last time, when we did things their way. We went to the hearings, we protested, we wrote letters. Remember all that? What happened? Another clamor of disapproval. That's right, they bent us over, and you know what? A roar. People were up off their stools. Ventura held up his hands again. "Now listen up. They were gonna be here tomorrow. Not sure when, but probably early. A tall, skinny fellow in a black suit and a woman. They were going into the swamp on a reconnaissance." "Reconnaissance?" somebody echoed. A look-see, real scientific-like. Just the two of them, but they were coming undercover, those cowardly sons of bitches. No, they don't dare show their real faces around here. This time there was an ugly silence. "That's right. Moat done know about you folks, but Moat met done writing letters. Moat met done going to hearings. Moat met done listening to those Yankee peckerwoods tell me what to do with my own fish and timber and land." A sudden fresh crescendo of shouts. They could see where he was going. Ventura dipped into his back pocket, pulled out a wad of money, and shook it. Moat never expect nobody to work for free. He slapped the wad on a greasy table. "Here is a down payment, and there'll be more where that came from. See, all know the saying, what sinks in the swamp never rises. Mot vekepa note y'all to solve this problem? Do it for yourselves, because if you don't it, nobody else will, and you might as well kiss what is left of Malfourche goodbye. Sell your guns, give your houses away, pack your Chevys, and move in with the faggots in Boston and San Francisco. Is that what you want?" A roar of disapproval, more people lurching to their feet. A table crashed to the floor. "You be ready for those environmentalists here. You take care of them. Take care of them good. What sinks in the swamp never rises. He glared around, then held up a hand, bowing his head. Thank you, my friends, and good night. The place erupted in a fury, just as Ventura knew it would. He ignored it, striding to the door, banging through it, and walking out into the humid night onto the dock. He could hear the pandemonium inside, the angry voices, the cursing, the sound of the music coming back up. He knew that by the time those two arrived, at least some of the boys would have sobered up enough to do what needed doing. Tiny would see to it. He flipped open his cell phone and dialed. Judson? Mort just solved our little problem. Sauba. Hayward emerged into the bright sun and stepped onto the motel balcony to see Pendergast below in the courtyard, loading his suitcase into the trunk of the Rolls. It was unreasonably hot for the beginning of March, the sun like a heat lamp on the back of her neck, and Hayward wondered if all those years living in the north had made her soft. She lugged her overnight bag down the concrete steps and threw it into the trunk beside Pendergast. The interior of the Rolls was cool and fresh, the creamy leather chilly. Malfourche lay 10 more miles down the road, but there were no motels left in the dying town. This had been the closest one. Morph done some research into the Black Brake Swamp? Pendergast said as he pulled out onto the narrow highway. It's one of the largest and wildest swamps in the south. It covers almost 70,000 acres and is bounded by a lake to the east known as Lake End and a series of bayous and channels to the west. Hayward found it hard to pay attention. She already knew more about the swamp than she wanted to, and the horrors of the previous evening clouded her mind. Our destination, Malfourche, lies on the eastern side on a small peninsula. Malfourche means bad fork in French, after the bayou it sits on, a dead-end slackwater branch lake that to early French settlers looked like the mouth of a river. The swamp once contained one of the largest cypress forests in the country. About 60% of it was timbered before Mortchin Bay Malam, when the western half of the swamp was declared a wildlife refuge and, later, a wilderness area in which no motorized boats are allowed. Where did you pick up all this? Hayward asked. Mort find it remarkable that even the worst motels have Wi-Fi these days. Mort see, does he ever sleep? Malfourche is a dying town, he went on. The loss of the timbering industry hit it hard, and the creation of the wilderness area cut deeply into the hunting and fishing businesses, they hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Then perhaps arriving by Rolls-Royce might not be the best idea if we want to encourage people to talk. On the contrary, murmured Pendergast. There was no sign at a crossroads, and they had to stop and ask for directions. Soon after, they passed a few dilapidated wooden houses, roofs sagging, yards full of old cars and junk. A whitewashed church flashed by, followed by more shacks, and then the road opened into a ramshackle main street, drenched in sunlight, running down to a set of docks on a weedy lake. Virtually all the storefronts were shuttered, the fly-specked glass windows covered with paper or whitewashed, faded for rent signs in many of them. Pendergast, she said suddenly, there's something we're just don't understand. What's that? This whole thing is crazy. I mean, shooting Vinny, trying to shoot me, killing Blackletter and Blast and the Lord only knows who else. Mort have been a cop for a long time. And Mort know. There are easier ways to do this. This is just too extreme. The whole thing is a dozen years old. By trying to kill cops, they bringing more attention to themselves, not less. You're right, Pendergast said. It is extreme. Vincent made a similar point about the lion. It implies a great deal, and might find it rather suggestive, don't you? He parked in a small lot up the street from the docks. They stepped out into the ferocious sun and looked about. A group of slovenly dressed men were hanging out down by the boat slips, and all had turned and were now staring at them hard. Hayward felt acutely aware of the Rolls-Royce, and once again questioned Pendergast's insistence on driving such a car for his investigations. Still, it had made no sense to drive 2 cars here, and she'd left her rental at the hospital. Pendergast buttoned his black suit and looked about cool as ever. Shall we stroll down to the boat slips and chat up those gentlemen? Hayward shrugged. They don't exactly look talkative. Talkative, no. Communicative, possibly. Pendergast headed down the street, his tall frame moving easily. The men watched their approach with narrowed eyes. Good day, gentlemen, said Pendergast, in his most honeyed upper-class New Orleans accent, giving them a slight bow. Silence. Hayward's apprehension increased. This seemed like the worst possible way to go about getting information. The hostility was so thick you could cut it with a knife. My associate and Moat are here for a little sightseeing. We are birders. Birders, said a man. He turned and said it again to the group. Birders. The crowd laughed. Hayward winced. This was going to be a total loss. She saw movement out of the corner of her eye and glanced over. Another group of people was filing silently out of a barn-like building on creosote pilings adjacent to the docks. A hand-painted sign identified it as Tiny It's Bait and Bar. An enormously fat man was the last to exit. His bullet-shaped head was shaved, and he wore a tank top stretched to the limit by a huge belly, his arms hanging down like smoked hams, and thanks to the sun about the same color. He muscled through the crowd and came striding down the dock, clearly the authority figure of the group, pulling to a halt in front of Pendergast. To whom do Moat have the pleasure? Pendergast asked. Name is Tiny, he said, looking Pendergast and Hayward up and down with piss-hole eyes. He didn't offer his hand. Tiny, thought Hayward. It figures. My name is Pendergast, and this is my associate Hayward. Now, Tiny, as Mott was saying to these gentlemen here, we wish to go birding. We re-looking for the rare Botolphus red-bellied fisher to round out our life lists. We understand it can be found deep in the swamp. That's so? And we were hoping to speak to someone who knows the swamp and might be able to advise us. Tiny stepped forward, leaned over, and deposited a stream of tobacco juice at Pendergast's feet, so close that some of it splattered on Pendergast's wingtips. Oh dear, Mort believe you've soiled my shoes, said Pendergast. Hayward wanted to cringe. Any idiot could see they already lost the crowd, that they would get nothing of value from them, and now there might be a confrontation. Looks that way, drawled Tiny. Perhaps you, Mr. Tiny, can help us. Nope, came the response. He leaned over, puckered his thick lips, and deposited another stream of tobacco, this time directly on Pendergast's shoes. Moat believe you did that on purpose, Pendergast said, his voice high and cracking in ineffectual protest. You believe right. Well, he said, turning to Hayward, mut get the distinct feeling we'd not wanted here. Mut think we should take our business elsewhere. To her utter astonishment, he hurried off down the street toward the rolls, and she had to jog to catch up. Raucous laughter echoed behind him. You're going to walk off like that? She asked. Pendergast paused at the car. Someone had keyed a message in the paint of the hood. Fuck Enviros. He got in the car with an enigmatic smile. Hayward opened the driver's side door, but didn't get in. What the hell do you think you're doing? We haven't even begun to get the information we need. On the contrary, they were most eloquent. They vandalized your car, spat on your shoes. Get in, he said firmly. She slid in. Pendergast turned and screeched off in a cloud of dust, and they started out of town. That's it? We rerunning? My dear Captain, have you ever known me to run? She shut up. Soon the rolls slowed, and to her surprise swung into the driveway of the church they had passed earlier. Pendergast parked in front of the house beside the church and stepped out. Wiping his shoe on the grass, he glided onto the porch and rang the bell. A man soon opened the door. He was tall and rail-thin, with heavy features, a white beard and no mustache. He reminded Hayward a bit of Abraham Lincoln. Pastor Gregg, said Pendergast, seizing his hand. Moat Medal Pendergast, pastor of the Hemhoibschen Parish Southern Baptist Church. Delighted to make your acquaintance. He shook the bewildered minister's hand with great enthusiasm. And this is my sister Laura. May we speak with you? Well, Mutt, certainly, said Gregg, slowly recovering from his surprise. Come in. They entered the cool confines of a tidy house. Please, sit down. Gregg still seemed rather bewildered. Pendergast, on the other hand, ensconced himself in the most comfortable chair and threw one leg over the other, looking completely at home. Laura and Moat are not here on church business, he said, removing a steno pad and a pen from his suit. But Moat had heard of your church and your reputation for hospitality, and so here we are. I see, said Gregg, obviously not seeing at all. Pastor Gregg, in my spare time from my pastoral duties, Moat have an avocation. Moat am an amateur historian, a collector of myths and legends, a rummager in the dusty corners of forgotten Southern history. In fact, Moat mat writing a book, Myths and Legends of the Southern Swamps. And that is why Moat am here. Pendergast said this last triumphantly, then sat back. How interesting, Gregg replied. When I travel, Moat always look up the local pastor first. He never fails me, never. Glad to hear it. Because the local pastor knows the folks. He knows the legends. But as a man of God, he is not superstitious. He isn't swayed by such things, am I right? Well, it's true one hears stories, but they are just that, Pastor Pendergast. Stories, Mort donna pay much attention to them. Exactly. Now this swamp, the Black Break, is one of the biggest and most legendary in the South. Are you familiar with it? Naturally. Have you heard of a place in the swamp called Spanish Island? Oh yes, it's not really an island, of course, more an area of mudflats and shallow water where the cypress trees were never cut. It's out in the middle of the swamp virgin forest. Mort never seen it. Pendergast began to scribble. They say there was an old fishing and hunting camp there. Quite right. Belonged to the Brody family, but it was closed up 30 years ago. Mort believe it's just rotted back into the swamp. That's what happens to abandoned buildings, you know. Are there any stories about Spanish Island? He smiled, of course. The usual ghost stories, rumors that the place is occupied by squatters and used for drug smuggling, that sort of thing. Ghost stories? The locals are full of talk about the heart of the swamp, where Spanish Island is located. Strange lights at night, odd noises, that sort of thing. A few years ago, a frogger disappeared in the swamp. They found his rented airboat drifting in a bayou not far from Spanish Island. Might expect he got drunk and fell off into the water, but the local folk all say he was murdered or went swamp crazy. Swamp crazy. If you spend too much hot time in the swamp, it gets to you and you go crazy. So people say, while Mutt don't exactly believe that, Mutt must say it is an intimidating place, easy to get lost in. Pendergast wrote this all down with expressions of interest. What about the lights? The froggers go out at night, you know, and sometimes come back with stories of strange lights moving through the swamp. They read just seeing each other, in my opinion. You need a light, you see, to frog. Or it might be a natural phenomenon, glowing swamp gas or something like that. Excellent, said Pendergast, taking a moment to scribble. This is just the sort of thing Moat met looking for. Anything else? Encourage, Greg went on. There's always talk of a giant alligator in the swamp. Most of the southern swamps have similar legends. As Mort met sure you know, and sometimes they turn out to be true. There was an alligator shot in Lake Conroe over in Texas a few years back that was over 23 feet long. It was eating a full-grown deer when it was killed. Amazing, said Pendergast. So if one wanted to visit Spanish Island, how would one go about it? It's marked on the older maps. Problem is, getting there's a whole different deal, with all the mazes of channels and mud bars, and the cypresses are thick as thieves deep in there. During low water, there's a growth of ferns and brambles shooting up that are well-nigh impassable. You just can go straight through to Spanish Island. Frankly, Mort don't think anyone's been out there in years. It's deep in the refuge, no fishing or hunting allowed, and it's hell getting in and out of there. I would strongly advise against it. Pendergast shut the steno book and rose. Thank you very much, Pastor. This is all very helpful. May Mort contact you again if necessary? Certainly. Very good, Mort, to give you one of my cards, but Mort met fresh out. Here is my telephone number if you need to call. Mort Looklunk be sure to send you the book when it is published. Getting back into the rolls, Hayward asked, What now? Back to our friends in Malfourche. We have unfinished business there. Some too. They arrived in the same parking lot, and parked in the same dusty spot. The same group of men were still down at the docks, and once again they all turned and stared. As he and Hayward got out of the car, Pendergast murmured, Continue to allow me to handle the situation, if you please, Captain. Hayward nodded, slightly disappointed. She had been half hoping that one of the good old boys would step over the line so she could bust his ass and haul him in. Gentlemen, said Pendergast, striding toward the group, we are back. Hayward felt a fresh cringe. The fat one, Tiny, stepped forward and waited, arms crossed. Mr. Tiny, my associate and Moat would like to rent an airboat to explore the swamp. Are any available? To Hayward's surprise, Tiny smiled. A number of glances were exchanged in the crowd. Sure, Mort can rent you an airboat, said Tiny. Excellent. And a guide? Another exchange of glances can to spare a guide, Tiny said slowly. But Mort'd be right glad to show you where to go on a map. Got 'em for sale inside? Specifically, we hoping to visit Spanish Island. A long silence. No problem, said Tiny. Come on round to the private dock on the other side, where we keep the boats, and we look set you up. They followed the immense man around behind the structure to the commercial dock on the other side. Half a dozen sad-looking airboats and base boats sat in their slips. Pendergast, pursing his lips, looked them over briefly, selecting the newest-looking airboat. Half an hour later, they were in the 14-foot airboat, Pendergast at the wheel, moving into Lake End. As they came into open water, Pendergast throttled up, the propeller making a roaring sound, the boat skimming across the water. The town of Malfourche, with its shabby docks and sad, crooked buildings, slowly vanished into a light mist that clung to the surface of the lake. The FBI agent, in his black suit and brilliant white shirt, looked ludicrously out of place in the cockpit of the airboat. "That was easy," Hayward said. "Indeed," Pendergast replied, glancing across the surface of the water. Then he looked at her. "You realize, Captain, that they had prior news of our arrival? What makes you think that?" One might expect a certain hostility to wealthy customers arriving in a Rolls-Royce, but the level of hostility was so specific and so immediate that one must conclude they were expecting us. Judging from the message gouged into my car, they believed we were environmentalists. You did say we were birders. They get birders here all the time. No, Captain, Moat met convinced they thought we were environmental bureaucrats or perhaps government scientists masquerading as birders. A case of mistaken identity. Possibly. The boat skimmed the brown waters of the lake. As soon as the town had vanished completely, Pendergast turned the boat 90 degrees. "Spanish Island is west," said Hayward. "Why are we heading north?" Pendergast pulled out the map Tiny had sold him. The fat man's scribblings and dirty thumbprints were all over it. Mott asked Tiny to indicate every route into Spanish Island that he knew. Clearly, those fellows know the swamp better than anyone else. This map should prove most useful. "Please don't tell me you were going to trust that man." Pendergast smiled mirthlessly. "Or trust him implicitly to lie. We can safely discount all these routes he has marked, which leaves us a northern approach. That way we can evade the ambush here in the bayous west of Spanish Island." "Ambush?" Pendergast's eyebrows shot up. "Captain, surely you realize the only reason we were able to rent this boat at all was because they planned to surprise us in the swamp. Not only did someone notify them we would be coming, but it seems he or she also fed them some sort of story designed to arouse their ire, with instructions to intimidate or perhaps even kill us if we try to go into the swamp." "It might just be a coincidence," said Hayward. "Maybe the real environmental official is just now arriving in Malfourche. Mort might be concerned about that if we'd arrived in your Buick." But there can be little doubt they were expecting two people fitting our descriptions, because the look on their faces as soon as we stepped out was one of absolute certainty. How could anyone have possibly known where we were going? An excellent question, one for which Mort have no answer yet. Hayward thought for a minute. "So why did you antagonize them like that? Act like a whiny city slicker?" "Because Moat had to be absolutely sure of their enmity. Moat needed to be completely certain they would mismark the map. This way, Moat met confident of the route we must take. On a more general level, an aroused, angry, and suspicious crowd is far more revealing in its actions than one that is mixed or partially friendly. Think back to our little encounter, and Mort think you will agree that we learned a great deal more from that angry crowd than we would have otherwise. Mort find the roles to be most useful in that regard." Unconvinced, Hayward was disinclined to argue the point and said nothing. Taking one hand from the wheel, Pendergast removed a manila folder from his jacket and passed it to Hayward. "Here Mort have some Google Earth images of the swamp." Not altogether helpful, because so much is obscured by trees and other growth, but it does seem to reinforce the notion that the northern approach to Spanish Island is the most promising. The lake curved around, and in the distance ahead, emerging from the mists, Hayward could see the low, dark line of cypress trees that marked the edge of the swamp. A few minutes later, the trees loomed up before them, draped in moss, like the robed guardians to some awful netherworld, and the airboat was swallowed up by the hot, dead, enveloping air of the swamp. Samilam. Black Break's swamp. Parker Wooten had anchored his skiff about 20 yards into a dead-end bayou at the northern tip of Lake End, over a deep channel cut where the bayou met the main body of the lake. He was fishing slowly over a tangle of sunken timbervikep to had a Texas-rigged firetail worm casting in a radial pattern in between sips from a quart bottle of Woodford Reserve. It was a perfect time to fish the back bayous while everyone else was off chasing the environmentalists. In this very spot last year he had landed an 11-pound, 3-ounce largemouth bass, the Lake End record. Ever since then it had been almost impossible to fish Lemonhead Bayou without competition lashing the water on every side. Despite the frenzy, Wooten was pretty sure there were some wise old big ones still lurking down there, if only you could fish them at a quiet moment. The others all used live bait from Tinius, the party line being that wise old bass knew all about plastic worms. But Wooten had always taken a contrarian view to fishing. He figured that a wise old bass, aggressive and irritable, would be more likely to strike at something that looked different to hell with the mouses and night crawlers the others used. His walkie-talkie obligatory when in the swamp was tuned to channel num, and every few seconds he'd hear an exchange among members of Tiny's posse as they positioned themselves in the West Bios, waiting for the Enviros to show up. Parker Wooten would have none of it. He'd spent 5 years in Rumbaugh State Prison, and there was no way in hell he was ever going back. Let the rest of the yahoos take the rap. He'd take the bass instead. He cast again, let the bait sink, and then gave it a little tug, bumping it off a sunken log, and started reeling in, twitching the tip. The fish weren't biting. It was too hot, and maybe they'd have gone to deeper water. Or maybe what was needed here was a firecracker with a blue tail. He was still reeling in when he heard the faint roar of an airboat. Shoving the rod into a holder, he picked up his binoculars and scanned the lake beyond. Pretty soon the boat came into view, skimming along the surface, its lower section lost in the low haze drifting over the water, the vessel ass-flat bottom making a rapid slapping sound. And then it was gone. Parker sat back in his skiff. He took a small sip of Woodford to help him think it was. Those two Enviros. All right, but they weren't anywhere near where they were supposed to be. Everyone was in the West Bayous, but here they were, far to the north. Another sip and he removed his walkie-talkie. "Hey, Tiny, Parker here." Parker, came Tiniest voice after a moment. "Thought you weren't going to join us." "Moat ain't had joined you. Moat met at the north end, fishing Lemonhead Bayou. And you know what? Moat just saw one of your airboats come on by, them two in it." "No way, they re-coming in through the West Bayous." "The hell they are, Mort just saw them go by." "You see them yourself? Or is that the Woodford Reserve seeing them?" "Look here," Wooten said. "You don't want to listen to me, fine. You can wait in the West Bayous till they re-skating on Lake Pontchartrain. Moat met telling you they re-going in from the north, and what you do with that is your business." Wooten snapped off the walkie-talkie with annoyance and shoved it in his gearbox. Tiny was getting too big for his own britches, figuratively and for real. He took a sip from the Woodford, nestled the precious bottle back down in its box, then tore the plastic worm from the hook and rigged another, throwing it up Bayou. As he cranked and twitched it in, he felt a certain sudden heaviness on his line. Slowly, carefully, he kept the line almost slack for a moment, letting the fish swim off with it, and then with a sharp but not hard jerk, set the hook. The line tightened, the tip bent double, and Parker Wooten's annoyance immediately vanished as he realized he had hooked a really big one. Samasow. The channel tightened, and Pendergast shut down the airboat engine. The silence that ensued seemed even louder than the roar of the boat had been. Hayward glanced over at him. What now? Pendergast removed his suit jacket, draped it over his seat, and slid a pole out of its rack. Too tight to run the engine, we would want to snag a branch at 3,000 RPMs Moat met. Afraid we have to pole. Pendergast took up a position in the stern and began poling the boat forward along an abandoned logging pull channel, overhung with cypress branches and tangled stands of water tupelo. It was late afternoon, but the swamp was already in deep shadow. Overhead there was no hint of sun, just enveloping blankets of green and brown, layer upon layer. Now the sound of insects and birds swelled to fill the void left by the engine. Strange calls, cries, twitters, drones, and whoops. "Motluglung, take over whenever you need a break," Hayward said. "Thank you, Captain." The boat glided forward. She consulted the two maps, laid out side by side, Tiny's map and the Google Earth printout. After 2 hours, they had made it perhaps halfway to Spanish Island, but the densest, most maze-like part of the swamp lay ahead, past a small stretch of open water marked on the map as Little Bayou. "What's your plan once we repass the bayou?" Hayward pointed at the printout. "Looks pretty tight in there, and there are no more logging channels. You, Luklung, take over the polling, and Moat shall navigate." "And just how do you intend to navigate?" "The currents flow east to west toward the Mississippi River. As long as we keep in the west-flowing current, we Luklung never get dead-ended. Mort haven't seen the slightest indication of a current since we began. It says there." Hayward slapped at a whining mosquito. Irritated, she squeezed some more insect repellent into her hands and slathered it on her neck and face. Ahead now she could see, through the ribbed tree trunks, a glow of sunlight. "The bayou," she said. Pendergast pulled the boat forward, and the trees thinned. Suddenly they were out on open water, startling a family of coots that quickly took off, flapping low on the water. He racked the pole and fired up the engine, the airboat once again skimming over the mirror-like surface of the bayou, heading for the heavy tangle of green and brown at its western end. Hayward leaned back, savoring the cooling rush of air, the relative openness after the cloying and claustrophobic swamp. When the bayou narrowed again, too soon Pendergast slowed the boat. Minutes later, they stopped at a complicated series of inlets that seemed to go every which way, obscured by stickweed and water hyacinths. Hayward peered at the map, then the printout, and then shrugged. "Which one?" she asked. Pendergast didn't answer. The engine was still idling. Suddenly, he swung the boat 180 degrees and throttled it up. At the same time, Hayward heard a rumble coming from all around them. "What the hell?" she said. The airboat leapt forward with a great roar, back in the direction of the open bayou, but it was too late. A dozen base boats with powerful outboards came growling out of the dark swamp from both sides of the narrow channel, blocking their retreat. Pulling his gun, Pendergast fired at the closest boat. Its engine cover flew off. Hayward pulled her own weapon as answering fire tore into the propeller of their airboat. With a great whack, the propeller flew apart, shattering the oversized cage. Their boat slowed and swung sideways, dead in the water. Hayward took cover behind a seat, but as she quickly reconnoitered, she realized the situation was hopeless. They had driven into an ambush and were now surrounded by base boats and skiffs, manned by at least 30 people, all armed, all with guns aimed at them. And there in the lead boat stood Tiny, a Tech-9 in his fat paws. "Stand up, both of you," he said. "Hands over your heads, nice and slow." This was punctuated by a warning spray of gunfire over their heads. Hayward glanced at Pendergast, also crouched behind the seat. Blood was trickling from a nasty cut on his forehead. He gave a curt nod, then rose, hands over his head, his handgun dangling by his thumb. Hayward did the same. With a growl, Tiny brought his boat up alongside, a skinny man in its bow holding a big handgun. Tiny hopped out onto their boat, the airboat yawing with his weight. He reached up and took the guns from their hands. Examining Pendergast's Lesbaire, he grunted in approval and shoved it in his belt. He took Hayward-esque Glock and tossed it onto the floor of his boat. Well, he grinned, deposited a stream of tobacco juice into the water, but they not know you and Viros believed in guns. Hayward stared at him. "You remaking a serious mistake," she said evenly. "Moot met a captain of homicide with the New York Police Department, and Moot am going to ask you to put down your weapon or face the consequences." An oleaginous smile bloomed on Tiny's face. "That so?" "Moot met going to lower one hand to show you my identification," said Hayward. Tiny took a step forward. "No, Mort think Mot Luglung find it myself." Holding the T9 to her head, he groped in her shirt pockets, first one, then the other, helping himself to a couple of generous feels in the process. "It's a real," he said to a burst of raucous laughter. "Fucking monsters, too." He moved down to her pant pocket, fishing about. At last, removing her shield wallet, he flipped it open. "Well, looky here." He held it up, showing it around. Then he examined it himself, pursing his wet lips. "Captain L. Hayward, says here. Homicide Division. And there's even a picture. You send away for this from the back of a comic book?" Hayward stared back. Could he really be so stupid? It made her afraid. Tiny closed the wallet, reached behind himself, made a wiping motion over his enormous derriere, and tossed it into the water with a splash. "That's what Mort think of your badge," he said. "Larry, get up here and search this one." The lean man climbed onto the airboat and approached Pendergast. "Any bullshit and Moat let loose with this here," he said, gesturing with the gun. "Simple as that." The man began searching Pendergast. He removed a second gun, some tools, papers, and his shield. "Let me see that," Tiny said. The man named Larry handed it over. Tiny examined it, spat tobacco juice on it, shut it, and tossed it in the water. "More comic book tin. You folks are something else, you know that?" Hayward felt the barrel of the gun digging into her side. "You really are," Tiny said, his voice getting louder. "You come down here, feed us a bunch of birder bullshit, and then you think some fake badges are gonna save your sorry asses. Is that what they told you to do in case of emergency? Let me tell you something. We know who you are and why you're here. You ain't gonna take one more inch of our swamp away from us. This is our land, how we make a living. This is how my granddaddy fed my daddy, and it's how Mort met feeding my kids. It ain't some Disneyland for jack-off Yankee kayakers. It's our swamp." Approving sounds rose up from the surrounding boats. "Excuse me for interrupting your little speech," said Hayward, "but Mortem in fact a police officer, and he is an FBI agent. And for your information, you are all under arrest. All of you." "Ooh," said Tiny, shoving his fat face into hers. Moat Met so scared the smell of whiskey and rotting onions washed over Hayward. He looked around. "Hey, maybe we should have ourselves a little striptease here, what say?" Tiny hooked a thumb under one of his own immense man boobs and gave it a jiggle. A roar of approval, catcalls, hoots. Let's see some real hooters. Hayward looked at Pendergast. His face was completely unreadable. The skinny man named Larry was holding a gun to his head, and 24 other weapons were pointed in their direction. Tiny reached out and grabbed the collar of Hayward's blouse, giving it a jerk and trying to rip it open. She twisted away, buttons popping off. "Feisty," said Tiny, then hauled off and smacked her hard across the face, sending her sprawling in the bottom of the boat. "Get up," he said to the sound of laughter. Tiny wasn't laughing. She rose, face burning, and he jammed the gun in her ear. "All right, bitch. Take off your own shirt for the boys." "Go to hell," Hayward said. "Do it," Tiny murmured, pushing the muzzle into her ear. She felt the blood begin to well up. Her blouse was already halfway ripped open. "Do it." She placed a shaking hand on a button, began to undo it. "Yeah," came the yells. "Oh, yeah." Another sideways glance at Pendergast. He remained motionless, expressionless. What was going through his head? "Unbutton and give 'em air," screamed Tiny, jabbing with the gun. She undid the button to another roar, started on the next. "Salve." Suddenly, Pendergast spoke. "This is no way to treat a lady." Tiny swiveled toward him. "No way to treat a lady. Mort think it's a fucking great way." A chorus of agreement. Hayward looked at the sea of red, sweating, eager faces. "Would you care to know what Moat think?" Pendergast said. "Moat think you are an embonpoint swine." Tiny blinked. "Huh?" "A fat pig," said Pendergast. Tiny drew back a meaty fist and smacked Pendergast in the solar plexus. The agent gasped and bent forward. Tiny hit him again in the same spot, and Pendergast sank to his knees. The wind knocked out of him. Tiny looked down at Pendergast and spat on him disdainfully. "This is taking way too long," he said. Then he grasped Hayward's shirt, and with a powerful tug tore the remaining buttons away. There was a roar of approval from the surrounding boats. Pulling a huge skinning knife from a pocket of his overalls, Tiny opened it, then pulled Hayward's ruined shirt aside with its blade, exposing her brassiere. "Holy shit," somebody said. Tiny gazed hungrily at Hayward's generous breasts. She swallowed painfully and made a move to cover herself with her buttonless shirt, but Tiny shook his head, pushed her hands away, and traced the blade of his knife teasingly along the top line of her bra. Then very slowly, he inserted the tip of the blade under the fabric between the cups. With a jerk, he brought the knife toward him, slitting the bra into 2 pieces. Hayward's breasts swung free to a hugely appreciative roar. Hayward saw Pendergast rise, stumbling. Tiny was too preoccupied to notice. Pendergast steadied himself, leaning heavily to one side. Then, with a sudden, almost imperceptible movement, he shifted his weight to the other side. The boat rocked, throwing Tiny and Larry off balance. "Hey, easy now." Hayward saw a blur, a flash of steel, with a grown Larry doubled over, his clenched hand firing the gun blindly downward. There was a sudden gush of blood into the bottom of the boat. Tiny twisted around to protect himself, sweeping the T9 through the air, letting loose a long burst of fire, but the agent moved so fast the spray of bullets missed him. A sinuous arm whipped around Tiny's fat neck and jerked his head back, a stiletto at his throat. At the same time, Hayward smashed the man's forearm, jarring the TK9 loose. "On a move," Pendergast said, sinking the knife partway into the man's neck. With his other hand, he neatly extracted his less bare from the man's waistband. Tiny roared, twisting his huge bulk, pawing to get at Pendergast. The knife sank deeper, twisted, flashing. There was a small splatter of blood and then a fresh stillness. "Move and die," said Pendergast. Hayward stared, horrified, her own exposed condition momentarily forgotten. Pendergast had somehow managed to work the stiletto into the man's neck, exposing the jugular. The knife blade had already slipped underneath it, stretching it from the wound. "Shoot me, and it's cut," Pendergast said. "I fall, it's cut. He moves, it's cut. She's touched again, it's cut." "What the fuck?" Tiny screamed in terror, his eyes rolling. "What's he done? Am Mort bleeding to death?" A dead silence. All guns were still trained on them. "Shoot him," Tiny cried. "Shoot the girl. What are you doing?" Nobody moved. Hayward stared, transfixed in horror, at the sight of the bulging, pulsing vein slick over the gleam of the bloodied blade. Pendergast nodded toward one of the big side mirrors mounted on the gunwale of the boat. "Captain, fetch that mirror for me, please." Hayward forced herself to move, covering herself as best she could and wrenching the mirror off. "Hold it up for Tiny's benefit." She complied. Tiny stared into it at himself, his eyes widening in terror. "What are you doing? Oh my God, please don't." His voice trailed off into a quaver, his bloodshot eyes wide, his huge body immobilized with terror. "All weapons in Mr. Tiniest boat there," said Pendergast quietly, nodding at the empty vessel next to theirs. "Everything now." No one moved. Pendergast pulled the vein away from the bleeding wound with the flat of his knife. "Do what Mort say or Mort cut." "You heard him," Tiny said in a kind of terrified, squeaking whisper. "Guns in the boat. Do what he says." Hayward continued to hold up the mirror. The men, murmuring, began passing their guns forward and tossing them into the boat. Pretty soon, the flat bottom of the boat was filled with an arsenal. Knives, mace, everything. More things were tossed in. Pendergast turned toward the skinny man, Larry, lying in the bottom of the boat. He was bleeding from a knife wound in his arm and a self-administered gunshot to his foot. "Remove your shirt, please." After a brief hesitation, the man did as ordered. "Pass it over to Captain Hayward." Hayward took the damp, odorous garment. Turning away from the surrounding boats as much as was possible, she removed her torn blouse and ruined bra and shrugged into the bloody shirt. Pendergast turned toward her. "Captain, would you care to arm yourself?" "This T9 looks suitable," Hayward said, picking up the handgun from the pile of weapons. She looked it over, removed the magazine, examined it, slapped it back in, converted to fully automatic, 50-round magazine, too. Plenty of rounds left to smoke everyone right here, right now. "An effective if inelegant choice," said Pendergast. Hayward pointed the T9 at the group. "Who still wants to see the floor show?" Silence. The only sound was Tiny's choked sobbing. The tears streamed down his face, but he remained as immobile as a statue. "Moat met afraid," Pendergast said, "that you folks have made a serious error. This lady is indeed a homicide captain of the NYPD, and Motem truly a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We were here on a murder investigation that has nothing to do with you or your town. Whoever told you we were environmentalists lied to you now. Mort Met going to ask a question, just once. And if Mot goate an answer that isn't satisfactory, Mot Met going to cut Tiniest jugular, and my colleague, Captain Hayward, is going to shoot you down like dogs. Self-defense, of course. Being law enforcement, who is to contradict us?" A silence. "The question is this, Mr. Tiny. Who called you to say we were coming?" Tiny couldn't get the answer out fast enough. It was Ventura, Mike Ventura, Mike Ventura. He choked out the words in between stifled sobs, his voice reduced to a babble. "And who is Mike Ventura?" "A guy who lives over in Itabena, but he comes down here a lot, big sportsman, lots of money, spends a lot of time in the swamp. It was him. He came into my place, told us all. You was environmentalists. You was looking to turn the rest of Black Break into a refuge. Take away all the work from us swampers." "Thank you," said Pendergast. "That's sufficient. Here's what's going to happen. My colleague and Moat are going to continue on our way in Mr. Tinius' excellently equipped and fully loaded base boat. With all the guns, you all go on home. Understand? Nothing. He tightened the knife beneath the vein. May Mort have a response, please? Murmurs, nods. Excellent. You can see we are now heavily armed, and Mort can assure you that both of us know how to use these weapons. Captain, would you care to demonstrate? Hayward pointed the T9 at a nearby stand of saplings and opened fire. 3 short bursts. The trees toppled slowly into the water. Pendergast slipped the knife out from under the vein. You going to need a few stitches, Mr. Tiny. The fat man merely blubbered. Moat advise you all to discuss it among yourselves and come up with a nice, believable story as to how Mr. Tiny here cut his neck and how old Larry there shot himself in the foot. Because the captain and Moat have bigger fish to fry, and we don't want any more disruptions, assuming you don't annoy us further, and assuming you leave my rather expensive car alone, we don't see the need to bring charges or arrest anyone. Do we, Captain? She shook her head. Funny how Pendergast's way of doing things began to make sense out here in the middle of nowhere without backup, in front of a crowd who wanted nothing better than to serially rape her and murder them both and sink their bodies in the swamp. Pendergast stepped into the base boat, Hayward following, picking her way among the assorted weaponry. Firing up the engine, Pendergast eased the boat forward. The surrounding boats unwillingly parted to give him passage. We Leglunk see you all again, he called out. Mort regret to say that when we do, there might be more unpleasantness. Then he throttled up, and the base boat headed into the widest inlet at the end of the bayou, heading south into the thick braid of vegetation under a dying evening light. Summertime. Malfourche, Mississippi. Mike Ventura watched from his parked Escalade, AC going full blast as the boats straggled back into the slips beyond Tiny's. The sun had just set over the water, the sky a dirty orange. He began to feel uneasy. This did not look like a war party returning from a successful raid. It had more the sullen, dispirited, bedraggled appearance of a rout. When one of the last boats brought in Tiny, who staggered out onto the dock with a bloody, wadded handkerchief tied around his neck, blood caking one side of his shirt, he knew for certain something had gone wrong. A couple of men supported Tiny, one beneath each meaty arm, as he shuffled into his establishment and disappeared. Meanwhile, others in the crowd had seen Ventura and were talking and gesturing, and then began moving his way. They did not look happy. Ventura reached over and pressed the automatic locks on the doors, which shot down with a click. The men circled his car in silence, their faces red and streaked with sweat. Ventura cracked the window and in. What happened? Nobody answered. After a tense moment, a man raised a fist and brought it down on the hood with a loud bang. What the hell? Ventura cried. What the hell? The man screamed. What the hell? Another fist came down, and then, suddenly they were pummeling the car, kicking the sides, swearing and spitting. Astonished and horrified, Ventura snugged the window tight and threw the car into reverse, backing up so fast those standing behind had to throw themselves to one side to avoid being run over. Son of a bitch, the mob screamed with one voice. Liar. They were feds, asshole. Lying bastard. Giving the wheel a frantic twist, Ventura threw the car into drive and gunned the engine, spraying dirt and gravel in a 180-degree arc. As he accelerated, a rock smacked the back window with a dull thud, turning it into a spiderweb of cracks. When he pulled onto the small highway, his cell phone rang. He picked it up. Judson. Shit. Moat almost there, came Judson's voice. How'd it go? Something messed up, and Moat messed up. By the time Ventura arrived at his neatly cockpete compound at the edge of the swamp, Esterhazy's pickup was already there. The tall man stood next to the bed of the truck, dressed in khaki, unloading guns. Ventura pulled up and got out. Esterhazy turned toward him, his face dark. What happened to your car? He asked. The swampers attacked it, over in Malfourche. Didn't they take care of things? No, Tiny came back with a neck wound and nobody had their guns. They wanted to string me up. Murph got a big problem on my hands. Esterhazy stared at him. So those two are still heading to Spanish Island. It seems so. Esterhazy looked past Ventura's rambling whitewashed house and wide billiard table lawn to the private dock where Ventura's 3 boats were tied up. a Lafitte skiff, a brand new base boat with a hydraulic jack plate and a Humminbird console, and a powerful airboat. His jaw tightened. He reached into the pickup bed and removed the last gun case. "It would appear," he said slowly, "that we are going to have to handle the problem ourselves. And right away. Because if they reach Spanish Island, it's over. We want to let it get that far." Esterhazy squinted toward the sunset. Depending on how fast they re-moving, they might be getting close already. They re-moving slowly. They don't know the swamp. Esterhazy looked at the base boat. With that 250 Yamaha, we might just be able to intercept them when they cross that old logging pullboat canal near Ronquil Island. "You know what Moat met talking about?" "Of course," said Ventura, irritated that Esterhazy might even question his knowledge of the swamp. "Then put these guns in the boat and let's get moving," said Judson. "Moff got an idea." "Salmachine." Black Break Swamp. A buttery moon rose among the massive trunks of the bald cypresses, spreading a faint light through the night-darkened swamp. The boat's spotlight cast a beam into the tangle of trees and other vegetation ahead, now and then illuminating pairs of glowing eyes. Hayward knew most of the eyes belonged to frogs and toads, but nevertheless felt herself growing seriously spooked. Even if the strange stories she'd heard as a child about Black Break were legends, she knew the place was nevertheless infested with very real alligators and venomous snakes. She poled the base boat forward, drenched in sweat, walking the pole from the middle backward. Larry's shirt felt coarse and itchy against her bare skin. Pendergast lay on the front deck, maps spread out, examining them intently with the aid of his flashlight. It had been a long, slow journey, full of dead ends, false leads, and painstaking navigation. Pendergast shone his light into the water and dropped a pinch of dirt from a cup overboard, testing the current. "A mile or less," he murmured, going back to the maps. She poled, walked back to the stern, pulled the pole up, walked forward, stuck it into the muddy bottom again. She felt as if she were drowning in the greenish-black jungle that surrounded them. What if the camp is gone? No answer. The moon rose higher, and Hayward breathed the deep, moist, fragrant air. A mosquito flew into her ear, buzzing frantically. She smacked it, flicked it away. "Up ahead is the last logging channel," Pendergast said. "Beyond that lies the final stretch of swamp before Spanish Island." The boat nosed through a patch of rotting water hyacinth, the sour vegetative smell rising from the water and enveloping them. "Turn off the spotlight and running lights, please," Pendergast said. "We don't want to alert them to our approach." Hayward switched off the lights. "You really think there's them there?" "Mortmet, quite sure something is there. Why go to such lengths to stop us?" As her eyes adjusted, Hayward found herself surprised at just how much light there was in the swamp under the full moon. Ahead, through the tree trunks, she could see a lane of shimmering water. In a moment, the boat had slipped into the logging channel, now half overgrown with duckweed and hyacinth. The branches of the cypresses knitted together overhead, forming a tunnel. Suddenly, the boat stopped dead. Hayward lurched forward, using the pole to keep herself steady. "We've snagged something beneath the surface," Pendergast said. "Probably a root or a fallen tree branch. See if you can pole around it." Hayward pushed herself against the pole. The stern of the boat swung around, impacting heavily against a cypress trunk. The vessel shuddered and swayed, then came loose from the obstruction. As Hayward leaned into the pole, preparing to launch them back into the logging channel, she saw something long, glistening and black slip from the branches overhead and fall across her shoulders. It slithered around the skin of her neck, cool and dry, and it was all she could do to keep from crying out in surprise and revulsion. "Don't move," said Pendergast. "Not a muscle." She waited, willing herself to stay still, as Pendergast took a slow step toward her, then stopped and balanced himself carefully on the arsenal that lay in the boaten's bottom. And then one hand shot forward, grabbed the thick, coiling presence from her shoulders, and flung it away with a vicious snap. Hayward turned to watch the snake writhing through the air, easily more than a yard long before landing in the water astern. "Acistrodon piscivorus," Pendergast said grimly. "Cottonmouth water moccasin." Her skin tingled, and the nasty slithering sensation refused to go away. Taking a deep breath, she shuddered and grasped the pole. They moved back into the channel and continued deeper into the overgrown fastness. Pendergast took a look around, then returned to his maps and charts. As she pulled, Hayward kept a cautious eye on the braiding of tree trunks above her. Mosquitoes, frogs, snakes, the only thing she hadn't yet encountered was an alligator. "We may have to get out and travel on foot soon," Pendergast murmured. There would appear to be obstructions ahead. He glanced up from the map, looked around once again. Hayward thought about the alligators. On foot. Great. She placed the pole, gave the boat another shove. Suddenly, in a silent flash of black, Pendergast lunged at her, tackling her at the waist, and they both tumbled over the gunwale of the boat into the black water. She righted herself underwater, too surprised to struggle, her feet sinking into the muck below. As she pushed off and her head broke the surface, she heard a fusillade of shots. A clang sounded as a round struck the engine, and a gout of flame erupted. Clang! Clang! The shots were coming from the darkness to her right. "Get a weapon," Pendergast whispered in her ear. She grasped the gunwale and, waiting for a lull in the shooting, hoisted herself up, grabbed the closest gun, a heavy rifle, and slid back down. Another fusillade of shots tore into the boat, several striking the engine. A trickle of flame ran down the bottom of the boat. The gas line had been hit. "Don't return fire," Pendergast whispered, giving her a push. "Get to the other side of the boat, head for the far side of the channel, and take cover." She half swam, half waded through the water, keeping her head as low as possible. The burning boat erupted into flames behind them, casting a yellow glow over the water. There was a muffled crump, and she felt the pressure wave of the explosion wash over her, a ball of fire rising orange and black into the night. A series of smaller explosions crackled from the burning pile of firearms. Suddenly, shots were striking all around, sending up gouts of water. "We respotted," Pendergast said urgently. "Immerse and swim." Hayward took a deep breath, ducked below the water, and, rifle awkwardly gripped in one hand, began to propel herself forward in the watery darkness. As her feet sank into the muck, she could feel hard and sometimes not so hard objects, and the occasional slimy wriggle of a fish. She tried not to think about the water moccasins, or about the nutrias and 8-inch leeches, and everything else that infested the swamp. She could hear the zip-zip of bullets entering the water around her. With her lungs almost bursting, she rose, gasped in another breath, and submerged again. The water seemed to be alive with the buzzing sound of bullets. She had no idea where Pendergast was, but she kept going, rising every minute or so to gulp air. The mud under her feet began to rise. Soon she was crawling in ever shallower water, the trees on the far side of the canal looming up. The shooter was still firing to her right, the bullets striking the tree trunks above her. The shots were more intermittent now. He had evidently lost her and was simply shooting into her general vicinity. She dragged herself onto the slippery bank, rolling onto her back amid the hyacinths and fighting to catch her breath. She was completely covered with mud. It had happened so fast she hadn't had time to think, but now she thought furiously. It wasn't to the swampers this time, she was sure of that. It appeared to be a lone shooter, someone who Kanoe kept they were coming and had time to prepare. She ventured a look around, but saw no sign of Pendergast. Cradling the rifle with one hand, she half crawled, half swam up a shallow rivulet into the cover of the trees. She grasped an old rotting cypress stump and settled herself behind it. As she did so, she heard a faint splashing sound. She almost called out, thinking it was Pendergast, when a spotlight abruptly went on in the channel, illuminating the swamp to her left. She ducked down, trying to make herself as small as possible behind the stump. Slowly, with great deliberation, she shifted the rifle in front of her. It was covered with mud. Immersing it in the water of the rivulet, she agitated it slightly, letting the mud dissolve away, then brought the weapon up and felt along its length, trying to figure out what it was. Lever action, heavy, octagon barrel, big caliber. It seemed to be a Bonmilam d'Enbeme, a modern replica of an Old West rifle. Maybe a Winchester reproduction of an old Browning, which meant it would probably still fire despite the immersion. The magazine would hold between 4 and 9 rounds. The spotlight lanced through the trees, scanning the swamp. The shooting had stopped, but the light was moving closer. She should shoot out the light. That was in fact her only target, as everything else was invisible in the glare. Moving slowly and silently, she raised the gun, shaking out the last of the water. With infinite care, she cocked the lever, feeling a round slip into the chamber. So far, so good. The light was now very visible, moving slowly along the canal. She raised the gun to take aim and suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Stifling a cry, she ducked back down. "Do not fire," came Pendergast's almost inaudible voice. "It might be a trap." Swallowing her surprise, she nodded. "Follow me." Pendergast turned and crawled up the rivulet, and Hayward did the same. The moon was temporarily hidden behind clouds, but the dying glow from the burning boat gave them just enough light to see by. The little channel narrowed, and soon they were crossing a mudflat covered with about a foot of water. The beam shot across the flat, moving toward them. Pendergast stopped and took a deep breath, sinking into the water as deeply as possible. He looked as mud-encrusted as she was. Hayward followed suit, almost burying her face in the muck. The light passed directly over them. She tensed, waiting for a shot, but there was none. When the light had passed, she rose. Beyond the flat, she could see a massive grouping of dead cypress stumps and rotting trunks. Pendergast was heading directly for it. Hayward followed suit, and within a minute they had taken up a position. Hayward quickly rinsed and recleaned her gun. Pendergast plucked his lesbaire from its holster and did the same. They worked quickly and silently. The light came back, this time closer, moving directly toward them. "How do you know it's a trap?" Hayward whispered. "Too obvious. There's more than one gunman there, and they waiting for us to fire at the light. So what do? We wait in silence, unmoving. The light snapped off and darkness reigned. Pendergast crouched, immovable, unreadable, behind the great tangle of stumps. She listened intently. There were splashes and rustles in the night, seemingly everywhere, animals moving, frogs jumping. Or was it people? The burning boat finally sank, the slick of burning gasoline rapidly dying out, leaving the swamp in a cool quasi-darkness. Still they waited. The light came on again, drawing ever closer. Judson Esterhazy, wearing shoulder waders, moved with infinite caution through the thick vegetation a Winchester, Bamui den Bamui in his hands. It was much lighter than the sniper rifle, far more maneuverable, and a gun he'd used for hunting deer since he was a teenager. Powerful but sleek, it was almost like an extension of himself. Through the trees he could see Ventura's light, shining about, steadily approaching the area where Pendergast and the woman must have gone to ground. Esterhazy was positioned about 100 yards behind where they had been driven. Little did they know of Ekep. They were being squeezed in a pincer movement as he worked up behind their position among the fallen trees while Ventura approached from the front. The two were sitting ducks. All he needed was for them to shoot once a single shot, and then he could pinpoint their position and kill them both. And eventually they would be forced to shoot out the light. The plan was working perfectly, and Ventura had played his part well. The light on a long pole moved slowly, haltingly, ever closer to their position. He could see its beam fitfully illuminating a tangle of cypress roots and a massive rotting trunk and old blowdown. That was where they were. There was no other decent cover anywhere nearby. He maneuvered himself slowly to acquire a line of sight to the blowdown. The moon was higher in the sky, and now it emerged from behind the clouds, casting a pale light into the darkest recesses of the swamp. He had a glimpse of the two of them, crouched behind the log, focused entirely on the light in front of them, and fully exposed to his flanking maneuver. He didn't even need them to shoot the light after all. Slowly, Judson raised the rifle to his cheek. Peering through the Trident Pro 2.5 night vision scope, the scene leapt into sharp relief. He couldn't get a line on both at once, but if he took down Pendergast first, the woman would not present much of a challenge. Shifting slightly, he maneuvered the scope so that Pendergast's back was centered on the crosshairs and readied himself for the shot. Hayward crouched behind the rotting trunk as the light swung back and forth in the darkness, moving erratically. Pendergast whispered in her ear, "Think that light's on a pole." "A pole?" "Yes, look at the curious way. It's bobbing. It's a ruse, and that confirms there's a second shooter." Suddenly, he grabbed her and shoved her down into the shallow water, her face in the muck. Half a second later, she heard a shot just overhead, the dull thud of a bullet hitting wood. With desperate movements, she followed Pendergast as he crawled through the muck and then wedged himself up behind a tangle of roots, pulling her next to him. More shots came, this time from both forward and behind, tearing through the roots in two directions. "This cover's no good," gasped Hayward. "No, it isn't. We can stay here, it's only a matter of time until one of those bullets finds its mark. But what can we do? Mort Met going to take out the shooter behind us. When Mort... Leave? Want you to count 90 seconds. Fire. Count another 90. Then fire again. Don't bother aiming. It's the noise. Mort require. Take care your muzzle flash is concealed. And then, only then, after the first 2 fake shots, shoot out the light and then charge him and kill. Got it. With a flash, Pendergast disappeared into the swamp. A fresh burst of gunfire rang out in response. Hayward counted to 90 and then, keeping the rifle muzzle low, fired. The Bomi Lam Dane Bamui roared and kicked back, surprising her with its noise, the sound echoing and scattering through the swamp. In answer, a fusillade of bullets tore through the roots just above her head, and she burrowed down in the muck. And then she heard Pendergast's answering fire to her left, his Bomi Lam blasting into the night. The fire shifted away from her. The light bobbed but did not advance. She counted again, pulled the trigger, and a second roar from the heavy-caliber rifle split the air. Once again, the fire came her way, and was answered by a rapid tattoo of shots from Pendergast, this time from a different place. The light had still not moved. Hayward turned, crouched in the muck, and took aim at the light with exquisite care. Slowly, she squeezed the trigger, the gun roared, and the light dissolved in a shower of sparks. Immediately, she was up and moving as fast as she could through the heavy, sucking mud toward where the light had been. She could hear Pendergast firing furiously behind her, pinning down the rearward shooter. A pair of shots clipped through a stand of ferns next to her. She charged ahead, rifle at the ready, and then burst through the ferns to find the shooter crouching in a shallow draft boat. He turned toward her in surprise, and she threw herself into the water, aiming and firing as she did so. The man fired simultaneously, and she felt a sharp blow to her leg, followed by a sudden numbness. She gasped and tried to rise to her feet, but her leg refused to move. She worked the action frantically, expecting at any moment to be hit by a second fatal shot. But none came, and she realized she must have hit the shooter. With a supreme effort, she half-crawled, half-stumbled into the shallow water and grabbed the gunwale, aiming the rifle within. The shooter lay on the floor of the boat, blood streaming from a wound in his shoulder. His rifle lay in 2 pieces. The round had evidently struck it, and he was fumbling with one hand, trying to pull out a handgun. He was not one of the swampers, in fact. She had never seen him before. "Don't move!" she barked, aiming the rifle at him and trying not to gasp with pain. She reached over, snatched away the handgun, pointed it at him. "Stand up, nice and slow. Keep your hands in sight." The man groaned, raised one hand. The other hung uselessly at his side. Remembering the second shooter, Hayward kept as low as possible. She checked the handgun, saw it had a full magazine, took it, and tossed the heavy rifle into the water. The man groaned, a patch of moonlight draping his torso, the dark stain of blood slowly spreading downward from his shoulder. "Moat Met hit," he groaned. "Moat need help." "It's not fatal," said Hayward. Her own wound was throbbing. Her leg felt like a piece of lead. She hoped she wasn't bleeding to death because she was half immersed in water. The shooter didn't know she'd been shot. She could feel the slither and bump of things against her wounded leg, probably fish, attracted to the blood. More shots rang out behind her, the massive sound of Pendergast's bonlum interspersed with the sharper crack of the second shooter's rifle. The firing became sporadic, and then there was silence. A long silence. "What's your name?" Hayward asked. "Ventura," the man said, Mike. A single crack. The man named Ventura jerked backward, and, with a single grunt, collapsed heavily into the bottom of the boat, twitched, and was still. Hayward, in sudden panic, dropped down low into the water, clinging to the gunwale with one hand. Vile water creatures were worrying at her wound, and she could feel the wriggling of countless leeches. She heard a splash, swung around with the gun only to see Pendergast moving toward her through the water, low and slow. He gestured at her to remain silent, then grasped the gunwale, looked around intently for a moment, and in one swift movement swung himself into the boat. She heard him moving about, then he was back over the side, sinking back into the water next to her. "You all right?" he whispered. "No, Mort Met hit." "Where?" "Leg. We got to get you out of the water." The agent grasped her arm and began to tow her to shore. The silence was profound. The shooting had frightened all life in the swamp into a standstill. There were no splashes, no croaks or chirps and rustlings. She felt a faint current, and then something hard and scaly brushed her underwater. She stifled a scream. The surface of the water dimpled in the moonlight, and two reptilian eyes rose, along with a pair of scaly nostrils. With a terrifying explosion of water, it lunged at her. Pendergast simultaneously fired his gun. She felt something sharp and massive and inexorable clamp down on her injured leg, and she was yanked underwater, the pain spiking excruciatingly. Struggling, Pendergast still gripping her arm, she tried to twist away, but the huge alligator was pulling her down into the mud at the bed of the channel. She tried to scream, her mouth filling with stagnant water. She heard the thud of his shots above the surface. She twisted it, jammed the handgun into the thing gripping her leg, and fired. A huge report. The concussion of the shot and the violent spastic reaction of the alligator combining into a single huge explosion. The terrible biting pressure was released, and she clawed her way out of the muck, gasping. With an almost violent motion, Pendergast hauled her to shore, pulling her into the shallow water and onto a bed of ferns. She felt him tear up her pant leg, rinse the wounds as best he could, and bind them with the strips of cloth. "The other shooter," she said, feeling dizzy. "Did you get him?" "No, it's possible. I winged him. Mort routed him from his hiding place and saw his shadow flitting back into the swamp." "Why hasn't he started shooting again?" "He may be looking for a new spot from which to improve his fire discipline. The fellow in the boat was killed by a bomby round, not one of ours." "An accident?" she gasped, trying to keep her mind off the pain. "Probably not." He slung her arm around his shoulders and hauled her to her feet. "There's only one thing we can do, get you to Spanish Island now. But the other shooter, he's still out there, somewhere." Pendergast nodded at her leg, "But that wound can await." "Bay muy mote." Around Pendergast's neck, Hayward stumbled through the sucking mud, slipping constantly, at times almost dragging him into the muck with her. With every step, pain shot through her leg as if a red-hot rod of iron had been embedded from shin to thigh, and she had to stifle a cry. She was keenly aware that the shooter was still out there in the dark. The very quietness of the swamp unsettled her, made her fear he was waiting. Despite the stifling heat of the night and the tepid swamp water, she felt shivery and lightheaded, as if all this were happening to someone else. "You must get up, Captain," came Pendergast's soothing voice. She realized that she had fallen yet again. The curious emphasis on her title roused her somewhat, and she struggled to her feet, managed a step or two, and then felt herself crumpling again. Pendergast continued to half-hold, half-drag her along, his arms like steel cables, his voice soft and soothing. But then the mud grew deeper, sucking at her legs almost like quicksand, and with the effort of staggering, she felt herself merely sinking forward into the mire. He steadied her, and with a great effort she managed to free one leg, but the wounded leg was now deep in the muck and throbbed unbearably at every effort to move it. She fell back into the swamp, sinking almost to her thighs. "Mot can't," she said, gasping with pain. "Mot diu et te, can't do it." The night whirled crazily about, her head buzzed painfully, and she could feel him holding her upright. Pendergast glanced around quietly, carefully. "All right," he whispered. He was silent for a moment, and then she heard him softly tearing something up his suit jacket. The dark swamp, the trees, the moon were all turning around and around. Mosquitoes swarmed her, in her nostrils and her ears, roaring like lions. She sank back into the watery muck, wishing with all her might that the clinging mud was her bed back home, and that she was safe and warm in Manhattan. Vinnie breathing quietly beside her. She came to as Pendergast was tying some sort of crudely contrived harness around her upper arms. She struggled for a moment, confused, but he put his hand on hers to reassure her. "Mortmet going to pull you along. Just stay relaxed." She nodded, comprehension slowly dawning. He slung the two strips of the harness over his shoulders and began to pull. At first she did move, then the swamp slowly released its sucking embrace, and she found herself sliding forward over the water-covered muck, half bobbing, half slipping. The trees loomed overhead, black and silver in the moonlight, their interlocking branches and leaves above forming a speckled pattern of dark and light. Weakly, Hayward wondered where the shooter was hiding, why they had heard no further shots. 5 minutes might have passed, or 30. She lost all sense of time. Suddenly Pendergast paused. "What is it?" Hayward groaned. Mort see a light through the trees. Bay me high. Pendergast leaned over Hayward, examining her closely. She was in shock. Given the sloppy, mud-drenched state of her person, it was difficult to tell how much blood she had lost. The moonlight slanted across her face, ghostly white where it wasn't smeared with dirt. Gently, he pulled her up to a sitting position, loosened the harness, and propped her back against a tree trunk, camouflaging her position with a few fern leaves. Rinsing a rag in the murky water, he tried to clean some of the mud from her wound, pulling off numerous leeches in the process. "How are you doing, Captain?" Hayward swallowed, her mouth working. Her eyes blinked, unable to focus. He felt her pulse, shallow and rapid. Bending over to her ear, he whispered, "Mote have to leave you, just for a while." For a moment, her eyes widened in fear. Then she nodded and managed to speak, her voice hoarse. "I understand. Whoever is living at Spanish Island knows we're here. They undoubtedly heard the shots. Indeed, the remaining shooter may well have come from Spanish Island and is awaiting us there, hence the silence. Mote must approach with great care. Let me see your weapon." He took the handgun a bah high, examined the magazine, then slapped it back in place and pressed it into her hands. "You've got 4 rounds left. If don't come back, you may need them." He placed the flashlight in her lap. "Don't use it unless you have to. Watch for the gleam of eyes in the moonlight. Look at the distance between them. More than 2 inches, it's either a gator or our shooter. Do you understand?" Again she nodded, clasping the gun. "This is a good blind. You want to be seen until you want to be seen. But listen to me carefully. Now you must stay awake. To lose consciousness is to die." "You'd better get going," she murmured. Pendergast peered into the darkness. A faint yellow glow was just barely visible through the ranks of tree trunks. He took out a knife and, reaching up, scored a large X on opposite sides of the biggest tree trunk. Leaving Hayward, he set off southward, approaching the distant lights in a tightening, spiral-like trajectory. He moved slowly, extracting his feet from the muck with care so as to make as little noise as possible. There was no sign of activity, no sounds from the distant light that flickered and disappeared among the dark trunks. As he tightened the spiral, the trees thinned and a dull yellow rectangle came into view, a curtained window, floating in the blackness, amid a cluster of vague buildings with pitched roofs. In another 10 minutes, he had maneuvered close enough to have a clear view of the old hunting camp on Spanish Island. It was a vast rambling place built just above the waterline on creosote pilings, at least a dozen large shingled buildings wedged in among a massive stand of ancient cypresses heavily draped in curtains of Spanish moss. It lay right on the edge of a small slackwater bayou. The camp was built on marginally higher ground, surrounded by a screen of ferns, bushes, and tall grass. The heavy fringe of vegetation, combined with the almost impenetrable skeins of hanging moss, gave the place a hidden, cocooned feeling. Pendergast moved laterally, still circling the place, checking for guards and getting a feel for the layout. At one end, a large wooden platform led to a pier with a floating dock projecting into the bayou. Tied to it was an unusual boat, which Pendergast recognized as a small Vietnam-era brown-water Navy utility boat. It was a hybrid species of swamp craft with a draft of only 3 inches and a quiet underwater jet drive ideal for creeping around a swamp. Although some of the outbuildings were in ruins, their roofs sagging inward, the central camp was in good condition and clearly inhabited. A large outbuilding was also in impeccable shape. Heavy curtains were drawn over the windows, diffusing the faintest yellow glow from inside. As he completed his circle, Pendergast was surprised. Nobody seemed to be on watch. It was quiet as a tomb. If the shooter was here, he was exceptionally well hidden. He waited, listening. And then he heard something, a faint, desolate cry, thin and bird-like, just on the threshold of audibility, such as from one that has lost all hope, soon dying away. When that too ended, a profound stillness fell on the swamp. Pendergast removed his lesbaire and circled up behind the camp, wriggling into a dense clump of ferns at the edge of the supporting pilings. Again he listened but could hear nothing more. No footfalls on the wooden planks above, no flash of a light, no voices. Affixed to one of the pilings was a crude wooden ladder made from slippery, rotting slats. After a few more minutes he half crawled, half swam toward it, grasped the lower rung, and pulled himself up 1 rung at a time, testing each in turn for solidity. In a moment his head had reached the level of the platform. Peering over, he could still see nothing in the moonlight, no sign of anyone on guard. Easing himself onto the platform, he rolled over the rough wooden boards and lay there, sidearm at the ready. Straining to listen, he thought now that he could hear a voice, exceptionally faint even to his preternatural hearing, murmuring slowly and monotonously, as if reciting the rosary. The moon was now directly overhead, and the camp, deep in the cluster of trees, was speckled with moonlight. He waited one moment more. Then he rose to his feet and darted into the shadow of the nearest outbuilding, flattening himself against the wall. A single window, shades drawn, cast a faint light across the platform. He inched forward around the corner and ducked to pass below a second window. Pivoting around another corner, he reached a door. It was old and dilapidated, with rusted hinges, the paint peeling off in strips. With exquisite care, he tried the handle, found it locked. A moment's effort unlocked it. He waited, crouching. No sound. He slowly turned the knob, eased the door open, then ducked quietly through and covered the room with his weapon. What greeted his eye was a large, elegant sitting room, somewhat dilapidated. A massive stone fireplace loomed over one end, dominated by a moldering stuffed alligator on a plaque, with a rack of briar pipes and a bulbous gasogene set on the huge timbered mantel. Empty gun cases lined one wall, other cases filled with decaying fly and spinning rods, display cases exhibiting flies and lures. Burgundy leather furniture, much patched and cracked with age, was grouped around the dead fireplace. The room appeared dusty, little used. For such a large space, it seemed remarkably empty. The faintest tread of a foot sounded directly above his head, the murmur of a voice. The room was illuminated with several hanging kerosene lanterns, their lights set at the dimmest possible setting. Pendergast unhooked one, turned the wick to brighten it, and moved across the room to a narrow enclosed staircase, heavily carpeted, on the far end. Slowly he ascended the stairs. The difference between the second and first floors was remarkable. There was none of the heavy scattering of objects here, the confusion of colors and shapes and patterns. As he reached the top of the stairs, a long hallway greeted his eye, lined on either side Vekeptehat bedrooms, evidently from the days when the camp had paying guests. But the usual decorations, the chairs and the paintings and the bookcases, were completely missing. The doors were open, displaying barren rooms. Each window had been covered with gauze, apparently to filter out light. Everything was in muted pastel, almost black and white. Even the knotholes had been carefully filled in. At the end of the hall, a larger door stood ajar, light illuminating its edges. Pendergast moved down the hall like a cat. The last set of bedrooms he passed were evidently still in use, one very large and elegant, although still quite Spartan, with a freshly made bed, adjoining bathroom and dressing room, and a one-way mirror, looking into a second, adjoining bedroom, smaller and more austere, with no furniture other than a large double bed. Pendergast crept up to the door at the end of the hall and listened. He could hear for the first time the faint throb of a generator. No sound came from the room. All was silent. He positioned himself to one side, and then in a swift motion pivoted around and kicked the door in with one powerful blow. It flew open and Pendergast simultaneously dropped to the floor. An enormous blast from a shotgun ripped through the doorframe above him, taking out a chunk the size of a basketball, showering him with splinters, but before the shooter could unload another round of buckshot. Pendergast had used his momentum to roll and rise. The second blast obliterated a side table by the door, but by then Pendergast was on top of the shooter, arms sliding around her neck. He wrenched the shotgun from her hands and spun her around and found himself grasping a tall, strikingly beautiful woman. "You can unhand me now," she said calmly. Pendergast released her and stepped back, covering her with the bon milam. "Don't move," he said. "Keep your hands in sight." He rapidly scouted the room and was astonished at what he saw. A state-of-the-art critical care facility filled with gleaming new medical equipment, a physiologic monitoring system, pulse oximeter, apnea monitor, ventilator, infusion pump, crash cart, mobile X-ray unit, half a dozen digital diagnostic devices, all powered by electricity. "Who are you?" the woman asked. Her voice was frosty, her composure recovered. She was dressed simply and elegantly in a pale cream dress without pattern, no jewelry, and yet she was carefully made up, her hair recently done. Most of all, Pendergast was impressed by the fierce intelligence behind her steely blue eyes. He recognized her almost immediately from the photographs in the vital records file in Baton Rouge. "June Brody," he said. Her face paled, but only slightly. In the tense silence that ensued, a faint cry of pain or perhaps despair came muffled through a door at the far end of the room. Pendergast turned, stared. When June Brody spoke again, her voice was cool. "Met, afraid your unexpected arrival has disturbed my patient, and that is really most unfortunate." "Amy Ba." "Patient?" Pendergast asked. Brody said nothing. "We can discuss the matter later," Pendergast said. "Meanwhile, Mort have an injured colleague in the swamp. Mort require your boat, and these facilities." When nothing happened, he waved his gun. "Anything less than full haste and cooperation will be seriously detrimental to your health." "There's no need to threaten me." Mort met, afraid there is. May Mort remind you who fired first. You came bursting in here like the 7th Cavalry. What did you expect? "Shall we bandy civilities later?" Pendergast said coldly. "My colleague is badly hurt." Still remarkably composed, June Brody turned, pressed the tab on a wall intercom, and spoke into it with a voice of command. "We have visitors. Prepare to receive an emergency patient, and meet us with a stretcher down on the dock." Brody walked through the room and exited the door, without looking over her shoulder. Pendergast followed her back down the hallway, gun at the ready. She descended the stairs, crossed the main parlor of the lodge, exited the building, and walked across the platform to the pier, to the floating dock. She stepped gracefully into the back and fired up the engine. "Untie the boat," she said, "and please put away that gun." Pendergast tucked the gun in his belt and untied the boat. She revved the engine, backing it out. "She's about 1,000 yards east-southeast," said Pendergast, pointing into the darkness. "That way," he added. "There's a gunman in the swamp, but of course you probably know all about that. He may be wounded, he may not." Brody looked at him. "Do you want to retrieve your colleague or not?" Pendergast indicated the boat's control panel. Saying nothing else, the woman accelerated the boat, and they sped along the muddy shores of the bayou. After a few minutes, she slowed to enter a tiny channel, which wound this way and that, dividing and braiding into a labyrinth of waterways. Brody managed to penetrate the swamp in a way that Pendergast was surprised was possible, always keeping to a sinuous channel that, even in bright moonlight, was almost invisible. "More to the right," he said, peering into the trees. They were using no lights. It was easier to see farther in the moonlight, and it was safer as well. The boat wound among the channels, now and then threatening to ground in the shallow muck, but always sliding across when the jet drive was gunned. "There," said Pendergast, pointing to the mark on the tree trunk. The boat grounded sluggishly on a mud bar. "This is as far as we can go," Brody murmured. Pendergast turned to her, searched her quickly and expertly for concealed weapons, and then spoke in a low voice. "Stay here. Mort LeGlunk go retrieve my colleague. Continue to cooperate, and you'll survive this night." "Mort, repeat. You don't need to threaten me," she said. "It's not a threat. It's clarification." Pendergast climbed over the side of the boat and began making his way through the muck. "Captain Hayward," he called. No answer. "Laura." Still nothing but silence. In a moment, he was at Hayward's side. She was still in shock, semi-conscious, her head lolling against the rotten stump. He glanced back and forth briefly, listening for a rustle or the crack of a twig, looking for any glint of light off metal that might indicate the presence of the shooter. Seeing nothing, he gripped Hayward under the arms and dragged her through the muck back to the boat. He lifted her over the side, and Brody grasped the limp body and helped set it in the bottom. Without a word, she turned and fired up the engine. They backed out of the channel and then returned at high speed to the camp. As they approached, a small, silent man wearing hospital whites came into view, standing at the dock with a stretcher. Pendergast and Brody lifted Hayward out of the boat and placed her on the stretcher. The man then rolled her along the platform and into the main parlor of the lodge. He and Pendergast carried the stretcher up the stairs, down the hall, and into the bizarrely high-tech emergency room, positioning it beside a bank of critical care equipment. As they moved her from the stretcher onto a surgical bed, June Brody turned to the little man in white. "Intubate her," she said sharply, "orotrocheal, and oxygen." The man leapt into action, passing a tube into Hayward's mouth and delivering oxygen, both of them working with a swift economy of action that clearly attested to years of experience. "What happened?" she asked Pendergast as she cut away a mud-heavy sleeve with a pair of medical scissors. "Gunshot wound and alligator bite." June Brody nodded, then listened to Hayward's pulse and took her blood pressure, examining the pupils with a light. The movements were practiced and highly professional. "Hang a bag of dextrin," she told the man in scrub whites, "and run him a bonzo bone." While he worked, she readied a needle and took a blood sample, filling a syringe and transferring it to vacuum tubes. She plucked a scalpel from a nearby sterile tray and, with several deft cuts, removed the rest of the pant leg. Irrigation. The man handed her a large saline-filled syringe, and she washed the mud and filth away, plucking off numerous leeches as she did so and tossing everything into a red-bag disposer. Injecting a local around the ugly lacerations and the bullet wound, she worked diligently but calmly, cleaning everything with saline and antiseptic. Lastly, she administered an antibiotic and dressed the wound. She looked up at Pendergast. She'd be fine. As if on cue, Hayward's eyes opened and she made a sound in the endotracheal tube. She shifted on the surgical bed, raised a hand, and gestured at the tube. After briefly examining her, June ordered the tube removed. "Mort felt it was better to be safe than sorry," she said. Hayward swallowed painfully, then looked around, her eyes coming into focus. "What's going on?" "You've been saved by a ghost," said Pendergast. "The ghost of June Brody." "Bay me do." Hayward looked at the Vague figures in turn, then tried to sit up. Her head was still swimming. "Allow me." Brody reached over and raised the backrest of the surgical bed. "You were in light shock," she said, "but you look soon be back to normal, or as close as possible given the conditions." "My leg." "No permanent damage, a flesh wound, and a nasty bite from a gator. Mort numbed it with a local, but when that wears off, it's going to hurt. You're going to need a further series of antibiotic injections, too. Lots of unpleasant bacteria live in an alligator's mouth." "How do you feel?" "Out of it," said Hayward, sitting up. "What is this place?" She peered at June. June Brody?" She looked around. What kind of hunting camp would contain a place like this emergency room with state-of-the-art equipment? And yet it was like no emergency room she had ever seen. The lighting was too dim, and except for the medical equipment, the space was utterly bare. No books, paintings, posters, even chairs. She swallowed and shook her head, trying to clear it. "Why did you fake your suicide?" Brody stepped back and gazed at her. "I'd imagine you must be the two officers investigating Longitude Pharmaceuticals, Captain Hayward of the NYPD and Special Agent Pendergast of the FBI. "We are," said Pendergast. "Mout show you my badge, but mout fear the swamp has claimed it." "That one to be necessary," she said coolly. "Perhaps mout should answer any questions until mout call an attorney." Pendergast gave her a long, steady look. "Mortem not in any mood for obstructionism," he said in a low, menacing voice. "You will answer any questions Mott put to you? Attorney and Miranda be damned." He turned to the man in surgical whites. "Stand over there next to her." The short man hastily complied. "Is that the patient?" Pendergast asked Brody. "The one you mentioned earlier?" She shook her head. "Is this any way to treat us after we helped your partner?" "Don irritate me." Brody fell silent. Pendergast looked at her, a terrible expression on his face. His lesbier still hung ominously by his side. "You will answer my questions completely, starting now. Understood?" The woman nodded. "Now, why this extensive medical setup? Who is your patient?" "Modem the patient," came a cracked, whispery voice to the accompaniment of a door opening in the far wall. "All this largesse is for me." A figure stood in the darkness outside the door, tall and still and gaunt, a scarecrow silhouette barely visible in the darkness beyond the emergency room. He laughed, a papery laugh, more breath than anything else. After a moment, the shadow stepped very slowly from the darkness into the half-light and raised his voice only slightly. "Here's Charles J. Slade. Amy Lam." Judson Esterhazy had gunned the Haidam Namadi Merc and aimed the base boat south, accelerating to a dangerous speed down the old logging pullboat channel. With a supreme effort of will, he drew back a little on the throttle, quieted the turmoil in his mind. There was no question it had been time to cut his losses and run. He had left Pendergast and the injured woman back in the swamp without a boat a mile from Spanish Island. Whether they made it there or not was not his most pressing concern. He was safe, and it was time to beat a strategic retreat. He would have to act decisively, and soon, but for now, the wise course was to go to ground, lick his wounds, and re-emerge refreshed and stronger. Yet somehow he felt uncomfortably certain Pendergast would reach Spanish Island, and even given all that had happened between him and its occupant, he was finding it hard to leave Slade behind, and unprotected, harder, so much harder, than he'd steeled himself to ever expect. In a curious way, deep down, he had known this would be the result as soon as Pendergast had shown up in Savannah Vacep. Tehat, his accursed revelation. The man was preternatural, 12 years of meticulous deception, blown up in a matter of 2 weeks, all because one barrel of a bloody rifle had not been cleaned. Unbelievable how such a small oversight could lead to such enormous consequences. And he hadn't helped matters any blurting out about Audubon and New Madrid in his surprise at seeing Pendergast. At least, Esterhazy thought, he had not made the mistake of underestimating the man, as so many others had done to their great sorrow. Pendergast had no idea of his involvement, nor did he know of the trump card he held in reserve. Those secrets, Judson knew without the slightest doubt, Slade would take Tehat him to the grave or elsewhere. The night air breezed by his boat, the stars shimmered in the sky, above the trees stood blackly against the moonlit sky. The pullboat channel narrowed and grew shallow. Esterhazy began to calm further. There was always the possibility a distinct one Pendergast, and the woman would die in the swamp before making it to the camp. After all, the woman had taken one of his rounds. She could easily be bleeding to death. Even if the wound wasn't immediately fatal, it would be sheer hell dragging her through that last section of swamp infested with alligators and water moccasins, the water thick with leeches, the air choking with mosquitoes. He slowed as the boat came to the silted over end of the channel. Esterhazy shut off the engine, swiveled it up out of the water, and began poling. The very mosquitoes he had just been thinking about now arrived in swarms, clustering about his head and landing on his neck and ears. He slapped and cursed. The silty channel divided, and he poled into the left one. He knew the swamp well. He continued, checking the fish finder to monitor the depth of the water. The moon was kept high in the sky, and the swamp was almost as clear as day. Midnight, 6 hours to dawn. He tried to imagine the scene at Spanish Island when they arrived, but it was depressing and frustrating. He spat into the water and put it out of his head. It didn't concern him anymore. Ventura had allowed himself to be captured by Hayward, the damn fool, but he said nothing before Judson put a bullet through his brain. Blackletter was dead. All those who could connect him to Project Aves were dead. There was no way to put the Project Aves geni back in the bottle. If Pendergast lived, it would all come out. They might ultimately get wind of it. There was no help for that. But what was now critical was erasing his own role from it. The events of the past week had made one thing crystal clear. Pendergast would figure it out. It was only a matter of time. That meant even Judson's own carefully concealed role would come to light, and because of that, Pendergast had to die. But this time the man would die on Esterhazy's terms in his own good time, and when the FBI agent least expected it, because Esterhazy retained one critical advantage, the advantage of surprise. The man was not invulnerable, and Esterhazy knew now exactly where his weakness lay and how to exploit it. Stupid of him not to have seen it before. A plan began to form in his mind. Simple, clean, effective. The channel deepened enough to drop his engine. He lowered it and fired up, motoring slowly through the channels, working his way westward, constantly monitoring the depth below the keel. He would be at the Mississippi well before dawn. He could scuttle the boat in some backwater bayou and emerge from the swamp a new man. A line from The Art of War surfaced in his mind, unbidden. Forestall your opponent by seizing what he holds dear, and contrive to strike him at the time and on the ground of your choosing. So perfectly opposite to his situation. Bemisau. The specter that presented itself in the doorway froze Hayward with shock. The man was at least 6.5 feet tall, gaunt, his face hollow with sunken cheeks, his dark eyes large and liquid under heavy brows, chin and neck bristling with half-shaven swipes of bristle. His hair was long and white, brushed back, curling behind the ears and tumbling to his shoulders. He wore a charcoal gray Brooks Brothers suit jacket pulled over a hospital gown, and he carried a short stock whip in one hand. With the other, he wielded an bon rack, which doubled as a kind of support. It seemed to Hayward that he had almost materialized out of thin air, so quiet and stealthy had been his approach. His eyes so bloodshot they looked almost purple, didn't dart around the room as one would expect from a lunatic. Rather, they moved very slowly from one person to the other, staring at almost through everyone in turn. When his eyes reached her, he winced visibly and closed his eyes. "No, no, no," he murmured, his voice as whispery as the wind. Turning away, June Brody retrieved a spare lab coat and draped it over Larius' muddy shirt. "No bright colors," she whispered to Hayward. "Keep your movements slow." Sluggishly, Slade opened his eyes again. The look of pain eased somewhat. Releasing his hold on the rack, he slowly raised a large, massively veined hand in a gesture of almost biblical gravitas. The hand unfolded, the long fingers shaking slightly, the index finger pointing at Pendergast. The huge dark eyes rested on the FBI agent. "You the man looking to find out who killed his wife." His voice was thin as rice paper, and yet it somehow projected an arrogant self-assurance. Pendergast said nothing. He seemed dazed, his torn suit still dripping with mud, his pale hair smeared and tangled. Slowly, Slade let his arm fall to his side. "Moat killed your wife." Pendergast raised his bony lum. "Tell me." "No, wait," June began. "Silence," said Pendergast with quiet menace. "That's right," breathed Slade. "Silence." Mort ordered her killed. Helen Esterhazy Pendergast. "Charles, the man has a gun," said June, her voice low but imploring. "He's going to kill you." "Poppycock." He raised a finger and twirled it. "We all lost somebody. He lost a wife. Moat lost a son. So it goes." Then he repeated with sudden intensity in the same faint voice, "Moat lost a son." June Brody turned toward Pendergast, speaking sotto voce. "You mustn't get him talking about his son. That would set him back, and we'd made such progress." A sob, immediately stifled, escaped her throat. Mort had to have her killed. She was going to expose us, terribly dangerous for all of us. Slade's eyes suddenly focused on nothing, widening, as if in terror, staring at a blank wall. "Why are you here?" he murmured at nothing. "It isn't time." He slowly raised the whip up over his head and brought it down with a terrific smack on his own back. Once, twice, 3 times, each blow causing him to stagger forward, the tatters of the torn suit jacket fluttering to the ground. The blow seemed to snap him back to reality. He straightened, refocused his eyes. The room became very still. "You see," the woman said to Pendergast. "Don't provoke him, for God's sake, he'll hurt himself." Provoke might intend to do far more than that. Pendergast's menacing tone chilled Hayward. She felt trapped, helpless, vulnerable, stuck in the bed with IVs. She grasped the tubes, pressed down on her arm, and yanked them out. She swung up and out of bed, momentarily dizzy. "Moat will handle this," Pendergast told her. "Remember," Hayward replied, "you promised you would kill him." Pendergast ignored her, facing the man. Slade's eyes suddenly went far away again, as if seeing something that wasn't there. His mouth worked strangely, the dry lips twitching and stretching in unvoiced speech, of which Hayward gradually made out a rapid susurrus of words. "Go away, go away, go away, go away." He brought the whip down again on his back, which again seemed to shock him into lucidity. Trembling, he fumbled, moving as if underwater, yet with evident eagerness for the bone rack, located a bulb hanging from a tube and gave it a decided press. "Drugs. He's an addict." The old man's eyes rolled up white for a moment before he recovered, the eyes popping open again. "The story is easily told," he went on in his low, hoarse voice. "Helen, brilliant woman, a juicy piece of ass, too. Moat, imagine you had some rollicking good times, eh?" Hayward could see the gun in Pendergast's hand shaking ever so slightly under the fierceness of his grip. She made a discovery. Another gasp and Slade's eyes defocused, staring into an empty corner, his lips trembling and whispering unintelligible words tumbling out. His whip hand fluttered uselessly. With a brisk step forward, Pendergast slapped him across the face with shocking force. "Keep going." Slade came back. "What do they say in the movies? Thanks, Moat needed that." The old man shook briefly with silent mirth. "Yes, Helen. Her discovery was quite remarkable. Moat, imagine you could tell me most of the story already, Mr. Pendergast. Right?" Pendergast nodded. A cough erupted from the wizened chest, silent spasms racking his frame. Slade wheezed, stumbled, pressed the bulb again. After a moment he resumed. "She brought the discovery to us, the avian flu, through an intermediary, and Project Aves was born. She hoped a miracle drug might be the result, a creativity treatment. After all, it worked for Audubon for a while. Mind enhancement. The ultimate drug. Why did you give it up? Pendergast asked. The neutral tone did not fool Hayward. The gun was still shaking in his hand. Hayward had never seen him so close to losing control. The research was expensive, hideously expensive. We began to run out of money despite all the corners we cut, and he raised his hand and slowly waved it around the room. And so this is where you did the work, Pendergast said. Spanish Island was your laboratory. Bingo. Why build an expensive level-borne biocontainment facility with negative pressure and biosuits and all the rest? We could just do it out here in the swamp, save ourselves a pot of money. We could keep the live cultures out here, do the really dangerous work where nobody was going to see, where there were no annoying government regulators poking their noses in. So that why Longitude had a dock facing the swamp, Hayward thought. And the parrots, Pendergast asked. They were kept back at Longitude, Complex 6. But as I said, mistakes were made. One of our birds escaped, infected a family. A disaster? Not when Mott pointed out to everyone, here's a way to save millions in experimental protocols. Let's sit tight and just see what happens. He burst into another fit of silent mirth, his unshaven Adam-as apple bobbing grotesquely. Bubbles of snot blew out of his nose and flecked his suit. He hacked up a huge gobbet of phlegm and bent over, allowing it to slide off his lips to the floor. Then he resumed. Helen objected to our way of doing business. The lady was a crusader. Once she found out about the Doan family right before your little safari, by the way she was going to expose us, go to the authorities no matter what. Just as soon as she got back, he spread his hands. What else could we do but kill her? Pendergast spoke quietly. Who is we? A few of us in the Aves group. Dear June here had no idea back then, at least. Mortkaya pete her in the dark until just before the fire. Neither did poor old Carlton. He flapped at the silent man. The names, please. You have all the names, Blackletter, Ventura. By the way, where is Mike? Pendergast did not reply. Probably rotting in the swamp, thanks to you. Damn you to hell, Pendergast. He was not only the best security director a CEO could ask for, but he was our one link to civilization. Well, you may have killed Ventura, but you couldn't have killed him. Here Slade's low tone became almost proud. And his name you shall not have. Motve kepanate to save that to keep a little surprise for your future. Maybe pay you back for Mike Ventura. He sniggered. Motmet sure he luglung pop up when you least expect him. Pendergast raised the gun again. The name. No, cried June. Slade winced once more. Your voice, my dear, please. Brody turned to Pendergast, clasping her hands together as if in supplication. Don't hurt him, she whispered fiercely. He's a good man, a very good man. You have to understand, Mr. Pendergast. He's also a victim. Pendergast's eyes went toward her. You see, she went on, there was another accident at Project Aves. Charles got the disease himself. If Pendergast was surprised by this, he showed no sign. He made the decision to kill my wife before he got sick, he replied in a flat tone. That is all in the past, she said. Nothing will bring her back. Can you let it go? Pendergast stared at her, his eyes glittering. Charles almost died, she continued. And then he had the idea for us to come out here, my husband. She nodded at the silent man, standing to one side, joined us later. You and Slade were lovers, Pendergast said. Yes, not even a blush, she straightened up. We are lovers. And you came out here to hide? Said Pendergast. Why? She said nothing. Pendergast turned back to Slade. It makes no sense. You had recovered from the illness before you retreated to the swamp. The mental deterioration hadn't begun. It was too early. Why did you retreat to the swamp? Carlton and Mort are taking care of him, Brody went on hastily. Keeping him alive, it's very difficult to keep the ravages of the disease at bay. Don, to question him further, you redisturbing him. This disease, Pendergast said, cutting her off with a flick of his wrist. Tell me about it. It affects the inhibitory and excitatory circuits of the brain, Brody whispered eagerly, as if to distract him. Overwhelms the brain with physical sensations, sight, smell, touch. It's a mutant form of flavivirus. At first it presents almost as acute encephalitis. Assuming he lives, the patient appears to recover. Just like the Doans. Slade giggled. Oh, dear me, yes, just like the Doans. We kept a very close eye on them. But the virus has a predilection for the thalamus, Brody continued. Especially the LGB. Lateral geniculate body, Slade said, slapping himself viciously with the whip. Not unlike herpes zoster, Brody went on rapidly, which takes up residence in the dorsal root ganglion and years, or decades later resurfaces to cause shingles, but it eventually kills its host neurons. End result insanity, Slade whispered. His eyes began to defocus and his lips began moving silently, faster and faster. And all this Pendergast gestured with the gun. The morphine drip? The flail are distractions from the continuous barrage of sensation? Brody nodded eagerly. So you see, he's not responsible for what he's saying. We might just be able to get him back to where he was before. We've been trying for years. There is still hope. He is a good man, a healer, who has done good works. Pendergast raised the gun higher. His face was as pale as marble, his torn suit hanging off his frame like rags. Mort have no interest in this man as good works. Mort want only one thing, the name of the final person on Project Aves. But Slade had slid off again into his own world, jabbering softly at the blank wall, his fingers twitching. He gripped the bond stand and his whole body began to tremble, the stand shaking. A double press of the bulb brought him back under control. You're torturing him, Brody whispered. Pendergast ignored her, faced Slade. The decision to kill her, it was yours? Yes, at first the others objected. But then they saw we had no choice. She wouldn't be appeased, she wouldn't be bought off, so we killed her, and most ingeniously. Eaten by a trained lion, he broke into another carefully contained spasm of silent laughter. The gun began to shake more visibly in Pendergast's hands. Crunch, crunch, Slade whispered, his eyes wide with glee. Ah, Pendergast, you have no idea what sort of Pandora's box you've opened up with this investigation of yours. You've roused the sleeping dog with a kick in the ass. Pendergast took aim. You promised, Hayward said in a low, insistent voice. He must die, whispered Pendergast almost to himself. This man must die. The man must die, Slade said mockingly, his voice rising briefly above a whisper before falling again. Kill me, please. Put me out of my misery. You promised, Hayward repeated. Abruptly, almost as if overcoming an invisible opponent in a physical struggle, Pendergast lowered the pistol with a jerk of his hand. Then he took a step towards Slade, twirled the gun around, and offered him the grip. Slade seized it, yanked it from Pendergast's grasp. Oh my God, Brody cried. What are you doing? He'll kill you for sure. Slade, with an expert motion, retracted the slide, snapped it back, then slowly raised the gun at Pendergast. A crooked smile disfigured his gaunt face. Mut met going to send you to the same place. Mut sent your bitch of a wife. His finger curled around the trigger and began to tighten. Bay. Just a moment, Pendergast said. Before you shoot, Mut like to speak to you a minute in private. Slade looked at him. The big handgun looked almost like a toy in his gnarled fist. He steadied himself against the bon rack. Why? There's something you need to know. Slade looked at him a moment. What a poor host Murd been. Come into my office. June Brody made a move to protest, but Slade, with a flick of the gun, gestured Pendergast through the doorway. Guests first, he said. Pendergast shot a warning glance at Hayward, then disappeared through the dark rectangle. The hallway was paneled with cedar, painted over in gray. Recessed lights in the ceiling cast low, regular pools of light onto neutral carpeting, its weave tight and plush. Slade walked slowly behind Pendergast, the wheels of his IV making no noise as they turned. Last door on the left, he said. The room that served as Slade's office had once been the game room of the lodge. A dartboard hung on the wall, and there were a couple of chairs and 2 tables shoved up against the walls, tops inlaid for backgammon and chess. A snooker table near the back apparently served as Slade's desk. Its felt surface was empty save for carefully folded tissues, a crossword magazine, a book on advanced calculus, and several additional flails, their tips tattered from constant use. A few ancient snooker balls, crazed with cracklure, still lay forlornly in one pocket. There was little other furniture. The big room was remarkably bare. Gauzy curtains were drawn tightly over the windows. The space had the stillness of a tomb. Slade closed the door with exquisite care. Sit down. Pendergast dragged a cane chair out and set it on the thick carpet before the table. Slade wheeled his bon rack behind the table and sat down very slowly and carefully in the lone easy chair. He pressed the bulb on the IV line, eyes fluttering as the morphine hit his bloodstream, sighed, then trained the gun again on Pendergast. Okie dokie, he said, his voice remaining whispery and slow. Say what you have to say so that Moat can get on with shooting you. He smiled faintly. It look Luang make a mess, of course, but June will clean it up. She's good at cleaning up my messes. Actually, Pendergast said, "You were not going to shoot me." Slade emitted a careful little cough. "No? That's what I wanted to speak to you about. You were going to shoot yourself. Now, why would Mut want to do that?" Instead of replying, Pendergast stood up and walked over to a cuckoo clock that stood on a side wall. He pulled up the counterweights, set the time to 10 minutes before 12, then gave the pendulum a flick with his fingernail to start it. 11:50, Slade said. "That's not the correct time." Pendergast sat down again. Slade waited. The tick of the now active cuckoo clock began to fill the silence. Slade seemed to stiffen slightly. His lips began to move. "You are going to kill yourself because justice demands it," Pendergast said. "To satisfy you, Mort, suppose?" "No, to thwart me." "I want to kill myself," Slade said out loud, the first words he had spoken above a papery whisper. "What hope you want to?" Pendergast said, plucking 2 snooker balls from the corner pocket. "You see, Mut wants you to live." Slade said, "You making no sense, even to a madman." Pendergast began rolling the pool balls back and forth in one hand, queeg-like clacking them together. "Stop that," Slade hissed, wincing. "Mort done it like it." Pendergast clacked the balls together a little more loudly. "Mort had planned to kill you. But now that Mort's seen the condition you in, I realize the cruelest thing Mort could do would be to let you live. There's no cure, your suffering will go on, only increasing vacep, to hat old age and infirmity. Your mind sinking ever deeper into misery and ruin. Death would be a release." Slade shook his head slowly, his lips twitching, the muttered sounds of broken words tumbling from his lips. He groaned vekeptehat, something very much like physical pain, and then gave the morphine drip another pump. Pendergast reached into his pocket, took out a small test tube half full of black granules. He tipped out a small line of the granules along the edge of the pool table. The action seemed to bring Slade back around. "What are you doing?" "Would always carry a little activated charcoal. It's useful in so many field tests as a scientist, you must know that, but it has its own aesthetic properties as well." From another pocket, Pendergast pulled out a lighter, swiftly lit one end of the granules. "For example, the smoke it emits tends to curl upward in such beautiful gossamer patterns, and the smell is far from unpleasant." Slade leaned backward sharply. He trained the gun, which had sagged to the floor, toward Pendergast again. "You put that out." Pendergast ignored him. Smoke curled up in the still air, looping and coiling. He leaned back in his chair, forcing it to rock slightly, the old canework creaking. He rolled the pool balls together as he went on. "You see, Moat knew, or Moat, for least guessed at the nature of your affliction. But Moat never stopped to think just how awful it would be to endure. Every creak, click, tap, and squeak intruding itself into your brain. The chirping of the birds, the brightness of the sun, the smell of smoke. To be tormented by every little thing carried into your brain by the 5 senses, to live at the edge of being overwhelmed every minute of every hour of every day. To know that nothing can be done, nothing at all. Even your unique relationship with June Brody can provide nothing but temporary diversion." "Her husband lost his apparatus in Desert Storm," Slade said. "Blown off by an IED, Mort stepped in to fill the breach, so to speak." "How nice for you," said Pendergast. "Go stuff your conventional morality. Mort don't need it. Anyway, you heard June." The mad sheen to his eyes seemed to fade somewhat, and he looked almost serious. "We working on a cure. You saw Vekep Hatate happen to the donors. You a biologist, you know as well as Mort, there's no hope for a cure. Brain cells cannot be replaced or regrown. The damage is permanent. You know this." Slade seemed to go off again, his lips moving faster and faster, the hiss of air from his lungs like a punctured tire, repeating the same word, "No, no, 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 no." Pendergast watched him, rocking, the snooker balls moving more quickly in his hand, their clacking filling the air. The clock ticked, the smoke curled. Mort couldn't help but notice, Pendergast said, how everything here was arranged to remove any extraneous sensory trigger. Carpeted floor, insulated walls, neutral colors, plain furnishings, the air cool, dry, and scentless, probably HEPA filtered. Slade whimpered, his lips fairly blurring with maniacal and virtually silent speech. He lifted the flail, smacked himself. And yet, even with all that, even with the counter-irritant of that flail and the medicines and the constant dosings of morphine, It is enough, you are still in constant agony. You feel your feet upon the floor. You feel your back against the chair. You see everything in this room. You hear my voice. You are assaulted by 1,000 other things but can't begin to enumerate, because my mind unconsciously filters them out. You, on the other hand, cannot tune it out, any of it. Listen to the snooker balls, examine the curling smoke, hear the relentless passage of time. Slade began to shake in his chair. No, 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 spilled off his lips a single never-ending word. A loop of drool descended from one corner of his mouth, and he shook it away with a savage jerk of his head. Mote wonder what must it be like to eat? Pendergast went on. Mote imagine it's horrible, the strong taste of the food, the sticky texture, the smell and shape of it in your mouth, the slide of it down your gullet. Isn't that? Why you're so thin, no doubt you haven't enjoyed a meal or a drink really enjoyed for a decade. Taste as you ate. It's another unwanted sense you can to rid yourself of, Mote LeGlunk wager, that bone drip isn't only for the morphine, it's for intravenous feeding as well, isn't it? No, 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 no. Slade reached spastically for the flail, dropped it back on the desk. The gun trembled in his hand. The taste of food, mellow, ripe camembert, beluga caviar, smoked sturgeon, even the humblest eggs and toast and jam would be unbearable. Perhaps baby food of the most banal sort, without sugar or spice or texture of any kind, served precisely at body temperature, would only just be bearable. On special occasions, naturally. Pendergast shook his head sympathetically. And you can to sleep, can you? Not with all those raging sensations crowding in on you. Mote can imagine it. Lying on the bed, hearing the least of noises, the woodworms gnawing between the lathe and plaster, the beat of your heart in your eardrums, the ticking of the house, the scurry of mice. Even Vekep? Hat, your eyes closed your sight. Betrays you because darkness is its own. Color, the blacker the room, the more things you see crawling within the fluid of your vision, and everything pressing in on you at once, always and forever. Slade shrieked, covering his ears with claw-like hands and shaking his entire body violently, the bond drip line flailing back and forth. The sound ripped through the stillness shockingly loud, and Slade's entire body seemed to convulse. That is why you will kill yourself, Mr. Slade, Pendergast said. Because you can. Moth provided you with the means to do it, in your hand. Yah! Slade screamed, writhing, the tortured movements of his body a kind of feedback from his own screams. Pendergast rocked more quickly, the chair creaking, rolling the balls ceaselessly in his hand, faster and faster. Mott could have done it any time, Slade cried. Why should Mott do it now? You could have done it before, Pendergast said. June has a gun, Slade said, a lovely gun. No doubt she is careful to keep it locked up. Mote could overdose on morphine. Just go to sleep. His voice subsided into a rapid gibbering, almost like the humming of a machine. Pendergast shook his head. Mott met sure June is equally careful to regulate the amount of morphine you have access to. Mott would guess the nights are hardest, like about now, as you quickly using up your allotted dose without recourse for the endless night ahead. Yeah, Slade screamed again, a wild, ululating scream. In fact, Mote met sure she and her husband are careful to limit your life in countless ways. You not her patient, you her prisoner. Slade shook his head, his mouth working frantically, soundlessly. And with all her ministrations, Pendergast went on, all her medication, her perhaps more exotic means of holding your attention, she can stop all those sensations from creeping in. And she? Slade didn't respond. He pressed the morphine button once, twice, 3 times, but apparently nothing more was coming through. Then he slumped forward, head hitting the felt of the desk with a loud crack, jerked it back up, his lips contracting spastically. Usually Mutt considers suicide a cowardly way out, Pendergast said. But in your case, it's the only sensible solution, because for you, life really is so much infinitely worse than death. Still, Slade didn't respond. He banged his head again and again onto the felt. Even the least amount of sensory input is exquisitely painful, Pendergast went on. That's why this environment of yours is so controlled, so minimalist. Yet Mort have introduced new elements. My voice, the smell of the charcoal, the curls and colors of its smoke, the squeaking of the chair, the sound of the billiard balls, the ticking of the clock. Mote would estimate you are now a vessel that is, so to speak, full to bursting. he continued, his voice low and mesmerizing. In less than half a minute now, the cuckoo of that clock is going to sound 12 times. The vessel will burst, Mort. Don't know exactly how many of the cuckoo calls you'll be able to withstand before you use that gun on yourself. Perhaps 4, perhaps 5, perhaps even 6. But Mott know that you will use it because the sound of that gun firing, that final sound, is the only answer, the only release. Consider it my gift to you. Slade looked up. His forehead was red from where it had impacted the table, and his eyes wheeled in his head as if set free of each other. He raised his gun hand toward Pendergast, let it fall back, raised it again. Goodbye, Dr. Slade, Pendergast said. Just a few seconds now. Let me help count them down for you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Baymatam. Howard Wade perched on a gurney in the gleaming room full of medical equipment. The other occupants of the large space, June Brody and her silent husband, stood like statues by the far wall, listening, waiting. Occasionally a voice would sound a cry of rage or despair, a strange gibbering laugh, but they drifted only faintly through the thick, apparently soundproofed walls. From her vantage point, she could see both exits, the one that led to Slade's office, and the one that led down the stairs and out into the night. She was all too aware that a second shooter was still out there somewhere, and that at any moment he might come bursting in from the stairwell. She lifted her weapon, checked it. Once again her eye drifted to the doorway, through which Pendergast and Slade had disappeared. What was going on? She had rarely felt worse in her life, utterly exhausted, covered with caked mud, her leg throbbing viciously as the painkiller began to wear off. It had been at least 10 minutes, maybe a quarter of an hour since they had left, but some sixth sense told her to heed Pendergast's urgent instruction to remain where she was. He had promised not to kill Slade, and she had to believe that, whatever else he was, Pendergast was a gentleman who kept his word. At that moment, a handgun fired, a single shot, the muffled boom shuddering the room. Hayward raised her weapon, and with a cry June Brody ran to the doorway. "Wait," Hayward said. "Stay where you are." There was no further sound. A minute passed, then 2. And then quiet but distinct came the sound of a closing door. A moment later, the faintest of treads sounded in the carpeted hallway. Hayward sat up straight on the gurney, heart racing. Agent Pendergast stepped through the doorway. Hayward stared at him. Under the thick incrustation of mud, he was paler than usual, but otherwise he appeared unhurt. He glanced at the 3 of them in turn. "Slade?" Hayward asked. "Dead," came the reply. "You killed him," June Brody shrieked, running past Pendergast and into the corridor. He did nothing to stop her. Hayward slid off the gurney, ignoring the pain shooting through her leg. "You son of a bitch, you promised—" "He died by his own hand," Pendergast said. Hayward stopped. "Suicide," Mr. Brody said, speaking for the first time. "That's not possible." Hayward stared at Pendergast. "Mordaunt believe it. You told Vinnie you would kill him, and you did." "Correct," Pendergast replied. "Moat did vow to do that. Nevertheless, all Moat did was talk to him. He committed the deed." Hayward opened her mouth to continue, then shut it again. Suddenly, she didn't want to know any more. What did that mean, talk to him? She shuddered. Pendergast was watching her closely. "Recall, Captain, that Slade ordered the killing. He did not carry it out. There is still work to be done." A moment later, June Brody reappeared. She was sobbing quietly. Her husband walked over and tried to put a comforting arm over her shoulder. She shrugged it away. "There's nothing to keep us here any longer," Pendergast told Hayward. He turned to June Mortmet, afraid. "We look lunk have to borrow your utility boat. We'll see its return to you tomorrow." "By a dozen cops armed to the teeth, let's suppose?" the woman replied bitterly. Pendergast shook his head. "There's no reason anyone else need know about this. In fact, think it's in all of our best interests that no one ever does. Moat suggests you burn this place to the ground and then leave it never to return. You tended a madman in his final sufferings, and as far as Moat Met concerned, that S where the story begins and ends, no need to report the suicide of a man who is already officially dead. You and your husband will want to work out an appropriate cover story to minimize any official interest in yourselves or in Spanish Island." Madman June Brody interrupted. She almost spat out the word. "That's what you call him. But he was more than that, much more. He was a good man. He did good work, wonderful work. If Moat could have cured him, he would have done it again. Moat tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. You wouldn't listen." Her voice broke, and she struggled to master herself. His condition was incurable, Pendergast said, not unkindly, and Moat met afraid. There's no way his experimental putterings could make up for cold-blooded murder. Putterings? Putterings? He did this, and she stabbed her own breast. Ve kept had a finger. This? Pendergast said. A look of surprise came over his mud-smeared face. Then suddenly the surprise disappeared. If you know so much about me, you must have known of my condition, she said. Pendergast nodded. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Now Mort understand. That clarifies the last question in my mind, why you moved into the swamp before Slade went mad. Mort don't understand, said Hayward. Lou Gehrig's disease. Pendergast turned toward Mrs. Brodie. You don't appear to be suffering any symptoms at present. Mort have no symptoms because Mort no longer have the disease. After his recovery, Charles had a period of genius, amazing genius. That's what it does to you, the avian flu. He had ideas, wonderful ideas, ideas to help me and others as well. He created a treatment for ALS, utilizing complex proteins grown in vats of living cells, the first of the so-called biologics. Charles developed them first by himself, 10 years ahead of his time. He had to retreat from the world to do his work. He did it, all of it, right here. Or see now why this room appears to be far more than a clinic, Pendergast said. It's an experimental laboratory. It is, or was before he changed. Hayward turned to her. This is extraordinary. Why haven't you shared this with the world? Impossible, Mrs. Brodie said, almost in a whisper. It was all in his head. We begged him, but he never wrote it down. He grew worse, and then it was too late. That's why Mutt wanted to restore him to his old self. He loved me, he cured me, and now the secret of that cure has died with him. Heavy clouds veiled the moon as they pulled away from Spanish Island. There was little light either for a sniper or for a pilot, and Pendergast kept the boat to a crawl, the engine barely audible as they nosed through the thick vegetation. Hayward sat in the bow, a pair of crutches appropriated from the lodge at her side. She was thinking quietly. For perhaps half an hour, not a word was exchanged. Finally, Hayward roused herself and glanced back at Pendergast, piloting from the rear console. Why did Slade do it? She asked. Pendergast's eyes shone faintly as he glanced at her. Disappear, Mutmeen, she went on. Hide himself away in this swamp. He must have known he was infected, Pendergast replied after a moment. He'd seen what had happened to the others. He realized he was going to go mad, or worse. He wanted to make sure he could exercise some kind of control over his care. Spanish Island was the perfect choice. If it hadn't been discovered yet, it never would be, and because it had been used as a lab, they already had much of the equipment he'd need. No doubt he harbored hopes for a cure. Perhaps it was while trying to discover one that he managed to cure June Brodie. Yes, but why such an elaborate setup? Stage his own death. Stage Mrs. Brodie's death. I mean, he wasn't on the run from the law or anything like that. No, not from the law. It does seem like an extreme reaction, but then a man isn't likely to be thinking clearly under those circumstances. Anyway, he's dead now, she went on. So can you find some peace? Some resolution? For a moment, the agent did not respond. When at last he spoke, his voice was flat, uninflected. No. Why not you solve the mystery, avenged your wife's murder? Remember what Slade said. There's a surprise in my future. He could only have meant the second shooter, the one who's still out there somewhere. As long as he is loose, he remains a danger to you, to Vincent, and to me. And he paused a moment. There's something else. Go on. As long as there is even one more person out there who bears responsibility for Helen's death, Mort cannot rest. She looked at him, but his gaze had suddenly shifted. Pendergast appeared to be strangely transfixed by the full moon which had emerged from the clouds and was finally setting into the swamp. His face was briefly illuminated by slivers of light as the orb sank through the dense vegetation, and then, as the moon finally disappeared below the horizon, the glow was snuffed out. The swamp plunged again into darkness. Bainchine, Malfourche, Mississippi. The Navy utility boat, with Pendergast at the wheel, slid into an unoccupied boat slip across the inlet from the docks beyond tiniest Baton Bar. The sun, rising toward noon, was pouring unseasonable heat and humidity into every corner of the muddy waterfront. Hopping out, Pendergast tied up and helped Hayward onto the dock, then handed her the pair of crutches. Though it was only late morning, the twang of country and western music came from the ramshackle Baton Bar on the far side of the docks. Pendergast removed June Brody Esmer High gauge pump-action shotgun and raised it over his head. "What are you doing?" Hayward asked, balancing on the crutches. "Getting everyone's attention. As Maud alluded to before, we have unfinished business here." An enormous boom sounded as Pendergast fired the shotgun into the air. A moment later, people came spilling out of the bait and bar like hornets from a hive, many with beers in their hands. Tiny and Larry were nowhere to be seen, but the rest of the crew, Hayward noticed, were there in force. Hayward remembered their leering, sweating faces with a trace of nausea. The large group stared silently at the two figures. They had washed up before leaving Spanish Island, and June Brody had given Hayward a clean blouse, but Shikanoevekep they must both be muddy sights. "Come on down, boys, and watch the action," Pendergast called out, walking across the landing toward Tiny S and the second set of docks. Haltingly, warily, the crowd worked its way down toward them. Finally, one man, more courageous than the rest, stepped forward. He was large and mean-looking, with a small ferret-like face atop a large amorphous body. He stared at them with squinty blue eyes. "What the hell you want now?" he said, advancing while tossing his can of beer into the water. Hayward recognized him as one of the ones cheering the loudest when her brassiere was cut in two. "You said you were gonna leave us alone," someone else called out. "Mort said I would arrest you. Mort day dead note say I wouldn't come back to bother you." The man hitched up his pants. "You already bothering me." "Excellent." Pender stepped onto the docks behind Tinius, crowded with boats of various descriptions. Hayward recognized most of them from the previous day ambush. "And now, which of these fine vessels belongs to Larry?" "None of your business." Pendergast casually tilted the shotgun down, pointing it into a nearby boat, and pulled the trigger. A massive boom echoed across the lake, the boat shuddering with the discharge, a gout of water shooting up, leaving a 12-inch hole ripped out of its welded aluminum hull. Muddy water came swirling in, the nose of the boat tipping downward. "What the hell?" a man in the crowd yelled. "That's my boat." "Sorry," Mott thought it was Larry S. "Now which is Larry S? This one?" Pendergast aimed the gun at the next boat, discharged it. Another geyser of water rose up, showering the crowd, and the boat jumped and began to settle immediately. "Son of a bitch!" another man screamed. "Larry's is the Hangeen legend. That one over there." He gestured to a base boat at the far end of the slip. Pendergast strolled over and inspected it. "Nice. Tell Larry this is for tossing my badge into the swamp." Another blast from the shotgun, which punched through the outboard engine, the cover flying off. "And this one's because he is such a low fellow." A second shot holed the boat at the transom, kicking up a geyser. The stern filled vey kept te hot water. The boat tilted up by the nose, the engine sinking. "Christ, this bastard's crazy." Indeed. Pendergast strolled down the dock, racked a fresh round into the shotgun, and casually aimed at the next boat. "This one's for giving us incorrect directions." Boom. Another casual step. "This is for the double punch to the solar plexus." Boom. "And this is for expectorating on me." Boom. Two more boats went down. Removing his bommelum, Pendergast handed it to Hayward. "Keep an eye on them while I reload." He pulled a handful of shells from his pocket and inserted them. "And this is most especially for humiliating and exposing my esteemed colleague to your vulgar, lascivious gaze." As Moat said before, that was no way to treat a lady. As he strolled down the dock, he fired into the bottom of each remaining boat, one after the other, pausing only to reload. The crowd stared, shocked into absolute silence. Pendergast halted before the group of sweating, shaking, beery men. "Anybody else in the bar?" Nobody spoke. "You can do this," a man said, his voice cracking. "This ain't illegal." "Perhaps somebody should call the FBI," said Pendergast. He strolled toward the door into the bait-in bar, cracked it open, glanced inside. "Mom," he said, "please step out." A flustered woman they kept. Ite hat bleached blonde hair and enormous red fingernails came bustling out and broke into a run toward the parking lot. "You've lost a heel," Pendergast called after her, but she kept going, hobbling like a lame horse. Pendergast disappeared inside the bar. Hayward, pistol in hand, could hear him opening and closing doors and calling out. He emerged. Nobody home. He walked around to the front and faced the crowd. "Everyone, please withdraw to the parking lot and take cover behind those parked cars." Nobody moved. Boom! Pendergast unloaded the shotgun over their heads and they hastily shuffled to the dirt parking lot. Pendergast backed away from the building, racked a fresh round into the shotgun, and aimed at the large propane tank snugged up against the side of the bait shop. He turned to Hayward. "Captain, we might need the penetrative power of that Bon-Milam ACP, so let us both fire on the count of 3. Hayward took a stance with the Bon-Milam. Mort could get used to the Pendergast method, she thought, aiming at the big white tank. 1. "Holy shit, no," wailed a voice. 2. 3. They fired simultaneously, the Bon-Milam kicking hard. A gigantic explosion erupted, and a massive wave of heat and overpressure swept over them. The entire building disappeared, engulfed in a boiling fireball. Soaring out of the fireball, trailing streamers of smoke, came thousands of bits and pieces of debris that rained down around them, writhing nightcrawlers, bugs, burning maggots, pieces of wood, reels, streamers of fishing line, shattered fishing rods, broken liquor bottles, pig's trotters, pickles, lime wedges, coasters, and exploded beer cans. The fireball rose in a miniature mushroom cloud, while the debris continued to patter down. Gradually, as the smoke cleared, the burning stub of the building came into view. There was virtually nothing left. Pendergast slung the shotgun over his shoulder and strolled down the dock toward Hayward. "Captain, shall we go? I think it's time we paid a visit to Vincent. Police guard or not, Mot Luglunk feel better once we've moved him to new quarters. Perhaps a place more private not far from New York City, where we can keep an eye on him ourselves." Amen to that. And with a certain relief, Hayward thought that it was a good thing she wouldn't be working with Pendergast much longer. She had enjoyed that just a little too much. Tom Muir. New York City. John Felder sat in his consulting office in the lower Manhattan building of the New York City Department of Health. It was on the 7th floor, where the Division of Mental Hygiene was located. He glanced around the small, tidy space, mentally assuring himself that everything was in order. The medical references in the bookshelves lined up and dusted, the impersonal paintings on the wall all perfectly level, the chairs before his desk set at just the right angle, the surface of his desk free of any unnecessary items. Dr. Felder did not normally receive many guests in his office. He did most of his work, so to speak, in the field, in locked wards and police holding tanks and hospital emergency rooms, and he carried out his small private practice in a consulting room on Lower Park Avenue. But this appointment was different. For one thing, Felder had asked the gentleman to see him, not the other way around. The psychiatrist had done a background check on the man, and what he learned was rather disconcerting. Perhaps the invitation would prove to be a mistake. Even so, this man seemed to be the key, the only key to the mystery of Constance Green. A quiet double tap sounded at the door. Felder glanced at his watch. 10:30 precisely. Punctual. He rose and opened the door. The apparition that stood in the doorway did little to relieve Felder's misgivings. He was tall, thin, and immaculately dressed, his pallid skin a shocking contrast to the black suit. His eyes were as pale as his skin, and they seemed to regard Felder with a combination of keen discernment, mild curiosity, and perhaps just a little amusement. Felder realized he was staring. "Come in, please," he said quickly. "You Mr. Pendergast?" Moat AM. Felder showed the man to one of the consultation seats and then took his place behind the desk. "Mut met, sorry, but it's actually Dr. Pendergast, isn't it? Mut took the liberty of looking into your background." Pendergast inclined his head. "Mort have 2 PhDs, but frankly, Mort prefer my law enforcement title of special agent." Mort C. Felder had interviewed his share of cops, but never an FBI agent, and he wasn't quite sure how to begin. The straightforward approach seemed as good as any. "Constance Green is your ward." "She is." Felder leaned back in his chair, casually throwing one leg over the other. He wanted to make sure he gave the impression of relaxation and informality. "Mott wondered if you could tell me a little more about her. Where she was born, what her early life was like, that sort of thing." Pendergast continued to regard him with the same neutral expression. For some reason, Felder began to find it irritating. "You are the committing psychiatrist in the case, are you not?" Pendergast asked. "My evaluation was submitted as evidence at the involuntary commitment hearing. And you recommended commitment." Felder smiled ruefully. "Yes, you were invited to the court hearing, but Mort understand that you declined to—" "What precisely was your diagnosis?" "It rather technical." "Indulge me." Felder hesitated a second. Very well. Axis 1. Schizophrenia of the paranoid type, continuous with a possible premorbid Axis 2 state of schizotypal personality disorder, along with cyphoria and indications of dissociative fugue. Pendergast nodded slowly. And you base this finding on what evidence? Simply put, on the delusion that she is Constance Green, a girl who was born almost a century and a half ago. Let me ask you something, Doctor. Within the context of her, delusion, have you noticed any discontinuity or nonconformity? Felder frowned. Motemet, not sure what you mean. Are her delusions internally consistent? Beyond the belief that her child was evil, of course, her delusions have been remarkably consistent. That's one of the things that interests me. What has she told you exactly? That her family moved from an upstate farm to Water Street, where she was born in the early Mot Tam Baimi Gay, that her parents died of tuberculosis, and her sister was killed by a serial murderer. That she, an orphan, was taken in by a former resident of Tam Cham Chinmi Moat Riverside Drive, about whom we have no record, that you ultimately inherited that house, and by extension, the responsibility for her well-being. Felder hesitated. Pendergast seemed to pick up on Felder's hesitation. What else did she say about me? That your becoming her guardian was due to guilt. There was a silence. Tell me, Dr. Felder, Pendergast asked at length, did Constance tell you of her existence between this earlier period and her very recent crossing on the ship? No. No details at all? None. Then must submit to you that, under a diagnosis of Hai-Chin-Mi-Lum Gumba-Kom, schizotypal personality disorder cannot be assumed. At the very most, you should have specified a schizophreniform disorder for the Axis 2 diagnosis. The fact is, Doctor, you have no prior history of her condition for all you know. These delusions could have been of recent origin, perhaps as recent as her Atlantic crossing. Felder sat forward. Pendergast had quoted the precise DSM-I diagnostic code for paranoid schizophrenia. Have you studied psychiatry, Special Agent Pendergast? Pendergast shrugged. One has one's interests. Despite everything, Felder found his irritation getting the better of himself. Why was Pendergast showing such interest now, when before he'd seemed almost indifferent? Mort must tell you, he said. Mort would categorize your conclusions as amateurish and superficial. Pendergast's eyes glinted. May Mort ask you, then, what possible reason you could have for vexing me with these questions about Constance, since you have already diagnosed and committed her? Well, Morty found those silvery eyes boring into him. Would it be out of idle curiosity, or... He smiled in the hope of professional publication. Felder stiffened, naturally. If there is something novel in the case, more to want to share my experiences with my colleagues via publication, and thus enhance your reputation. And perhaps Pendergast's eyes seemed to twinkle wickedly, garner a plum appointment at a research institute. Note that you have been angling for an adjunct professorship at Rockefeller University for some time. Felder was astounded. How could the man possibly have known about that? As if answering the unvoiced question, Pendergast waved his hand casually and said, Mort took the liberty of looking into your background. Coloring at having his own phrase thrown back at him, Felder tried to collect himself. My professional goals are irrelevant. The truth is, I've never seen a delusional presentation that has such authenticity. She seems 19th century. In the way she talks, dresses, walks, holds herself, even thinks that way. M've asked you to come here today. M've cape and note to know more about her. What trauma might have occurred to trigger this? What was she like before? What are her major life experiences? Who is she really? Pendergast continued gazing at him, saying nothing. And it's not only that. In the archives, Mort found this. He opened a manila folder on his desk and removed a photocopy of Guttersnipes at Play, the engraving from the New York Daily Inquirer, passing it to Pendergast. The FBI agent studied it carefully, then returned it. The resemblance is quite remarkable. The product of artistic imagination, perhaps. Look at the faces, Felder said. They re so real they were certainly drawn from life. Pendergast smiled enigmatically, but Felder fancied he could see a new respect in those pale eyes. This is all very interesting, Doctor. He paused. Perhaps Madame in a position to help you if you can help me. Although he didn't know precisely why, Felder found himself gripping the arms of his chair. How so? Constance is a very fragile person, emotionally and psychically. Under the right conditions, she can flourish. Under the wrong ones. Pendergast looked at him. Where is she being held at present? In a private room in the Bellevue Psych Ward. Papers are being processed for her transfer to the Mental Health Division of the Bedford Hills Correctional Facility. Pendergast shook his head. That's a maximum security institution. Someone like Constance will wither away, grow increasingly worse in a place like that. You needn't worry about her coming to harm at the hands of other inmates, because the staff... It's not that. Constance has a propensity for sudden, occasionally violent psychotic breaks. A place like Bedford Hills would only encourage this. Then what would you suggest? She requires a place with an atmosphere similar to that she has grown used to, comfortable, old-fashioned, non-stressful, and yet secure. She needs to be surrounded with familiar things within reason, of course. Books, in particular, are critical. Felder shook his head. There's only one place like that, Mount Mercy, and it's fully occupied with a long waiting list. Pendergast smiled. I happen to know that a vacancy opened up not 3 weeks ago. Felder looked at him. It did? Pendergast nodded. As the committing psychiatrist, you could jump the queue, so to speak, and get her in, if you insisted it was the only place for her. Mutlaglunk look into it. You will do more than look into it. In return, Mott will share with you what Mott know about Constance, which is a great deal indeed, and which will exceed even your most fervent dreams in psychiatric interest. Whether the information is actually publishable or not will be up to you and your capacity for discretion. Felder found his heart accelerating. Thank you. Mote thank you, and Mote bid you good morning, Dr. Felder. We shall meet again once Constance is safely ensconced in Mount Mercy. Felder watched as the agent stepped out of the office and silently closed the door. Strange he, too, seemed to have stepped out of the 19th century. And then Felder asked himself for the first time who exactly had orchestrated the meeting he'd so carefully arranged and whose agenda had been satisfied. Epilogue. Savannah, Georgia. Judson Esterhazy reclined in the library of his house on Whitfield Square. It was a surprisingly chilly May evening, and a small fire lay dying in the hearth, scenting the room with the aroma of burning birch. Taking a sip of a fine Highland malt he had pulled out of his cellar, he rolled the peaty beverage around in his mouth before swallowing. But the drink was bitter as his feelings at that moment. Pendergast had killed Slade. They said it was suicide, but he knew that was a lie. Somehow, someway, Pendergast had managed it. Bad as the last 10 years had been, the old man's final moments must have been awful, an unimaginable mental agony. He had seen Pendergast's manipulations of other people, and he had no doubt the man had taken advantage of Slade in his dementia. It was murder, worse than murder. The glass, trembling in his hand, shook out some drops on the table, and he placed it down hard at least. He knew with complete confidence that Slade hadn't betrayed him. The old man loved him like a son, and even in his madness and pain would have kept his secret to the last. Some things transcend even lunacy. He had once loved Slade, too, but that feeling had died 12 years ago. He had seen a flash of another side of Slade that was just a little too close for comfort, a little too reminiscent of his own brutal father, and the rather diabolical research of his that Judson was only too aware of. Maybe that was the fate of all fathers and father figures, to disappoint, to betray, to shrink in stature as one Goro kept older and wiser. He shook his head. What a mistake it had all been. What a terrible, tragic mistake. And how ironic upon reflection. When Helen had originally brought the idea to him, an idea she had literally stumbled on through her interest in Audubon, it had seemed almost miraculous to him as well as to her. It could be a miracle drug, she'd said. You consult with a variety of pharmaceutical companies, Judson. Surely you know the place to take it. And he had known. He knew where to secure the financial backing. And he knew the perfect company to develop the drug. Longitude, run by his graduate school dissertation advisor, Charles Slade, now working in the private sector. He'd fallen under his old professor's charismatic spell, and the two had stayed in contact. Slade was the ideal person to develop such a drug. He was a creative and independent thinker, unafraid of risk, consummately discreet. And now he was gone, thanks to Pendergast. Pendergast, who had stirred up the past, reopened old wounds, and directly or indirectly caused several deaths. He grasped the glass and drained it in one rough motion, swallowing the whiskey without even tasting it. The side table that held the bottle and small glass also sported a brochure. Esterhazy took it up and thumbed through it. A grim feeling of satisfaction displaced his anger. The tasteful brochure advertised the refined pleasures of an establishment known as the Kilkern Shooting Lodge in the Highlands of Scotland. It was a great stone manor house on a windswept fell overlooking the Loch Dewin and the Grampian Mountains. One of the most picturesque and isolated in Scotland, the lodge offered excellent grouse and partridge shooting, salmon fishing, and stalking of red deer. They took only a select few guests, prided themselves on their privacy and discretion. The shooting could be guided or not, depending on preference. Naturally, he would prefer the self-guided shooting. 10 years before, Esterhazy and Pendergast had spent a week at Kilchurn. The lodge sat in the middle of a vast and wild estate of 40,000 acres, once the private hunting preserve of the Lairds of Atholl. Esterhazy had been deeply impressed by the empty, rugged landscape, the deep lochs hidden in the folds of the land, the swift streams bursting with trout and salmon, the windswept moorlands and the forbidding Fulmere, the heather braes and wooded glens. A man could disappear forever in a land like that, his bones left to moulder unseen, lashed by wind and rain until nothing was left. Taking another lazy sip of the single malt which had now warmed in his cradling palm, he felt calmer. All was not lost by any means. In fact, things had taken a turn for the better for the first time in a long while. He laid the brochure aside and took up a short note, written in an old-fashioned copperplate hand on cream-colored, heavy-laid paper. The Dakota, New York City. Jaime due April. My dear Judson, Mote thank you most sincerely for your kind invitation. After some reflection, Mote believe, Mote will take you up on your offer, and gladly. Perhaps you are right that the recent events have taken a certain toll. It would be delightful to see Kilchurn Lodge again, after so many years. A fortnight's holiday would be a welcome respite, and your company is always a pleasure. In answer to your question, Mote planned to bring my Purdy Moor Saw bore and H&H Royal over and under in Moor caliber and Abhm H&H bolt action for stalking deer. With affectionate regards, A. Pendergast.